Scott, I must be dreaming because NECC is finally back after its summer hiatus to bring us some more high-impact collegiate esports coming in through. My name is Phil, also joined here by Infernosis. Also be calling him Scott today throughout the broadcast. And I, like I said, cannot be more happy to be back here up in the casting booth alongside my best buddy.
Yeah, I'm really excited here, John. Obviously, great things to come here. Back for the NECC with some great Valor in action. And obviously, we're going to have some pretty nice teams to start off. And I think that when things ultimately come down to it for this Butler Blue roster and this Lebanon Valley College esports team, everything's really going to come down to who can take, I guess, the better position when it comes to a lot of these maps. And John, I think as we all know, at least you and I would know, we don't actually have a map banned screen. The maps will actually be heading to our Haven, Split, and Bind to go forward. So we'll have those maps available to us, obviously starting off on Haven, then Split, then Bind. And I think with a map like Haven, when you're talking about trying to deal with that center stage and having that obvious be objective down the center, it's going to take a lot on the defense to be able to hold out just long enough to keep the attack at bay. But I mean, when you're talking of players at this level, they should be able to handle that.
I'm hoping so. Also, really interested to see what kind of team compositions we end up seeing. Normally, they stay pretty much similar on both the attacking and defensive side. You can see a Phoenix being played in the defensive half along with a Cypher up close and personal when you're playing on that Phoenix. And then, on the attacking side as well, a couple of similarities. You got Sova, Sky, Killjoy, you got Jet, Astra. These are just, this is what we saw in Berlin a few days ago. And I wouldn't be that shocked overall if we end up seeing these played inside of Pro now as well, just because of, am I dead? Is my internet dying? I can see
No,
Scott's microphone moving,
no,
but not
no,
me.
we're good.
Oh, okay.
We're good. Keep going.
I had a mental breakdown. I'm not gonna lie to you. You really threw me off guard. You caught me down when I was lacking, but that's completely fine.
Yeah, everything's going to work out eventually in the end. We got a couple tech problems obviously starting here for the next season officially go forward. It's going to be a couple things still working on. We had a couple tech problems where we're hoping to get those smoothed down and get ready to go. We'll get ready to jump right into the next matchup pretty quickly. These two teams are raring to go. Obviously, with the late start, they've been sitting, kind of holding out, but unfortunately, what I heard of my producer, what was that, Michael? We're going to cut to we're having more tech problems. So we're going to cut to a short intermission once again, and we'll be back hopefully much quicker than we were last time. Well, I think we're actually back. John, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is we all good here?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Oh, great. Yes, yes, I indeed can. It's spectacular. My camera may be a little bit behind. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Why is my camera delayed for 3 minutes? Is my camera delayed?
Mine is not. Your camera's straight up bugging.
This is so weird. So can we reset my camera here? Can just do this live. You're about to see my upset faces of sitting in an intermission and not understanding why we aren't able to help these players cast, but we'll hopefully get that fixed up and situated for you guys. It happens. But I know for a fact we've already launched up the game. It's ready to be sent into. If they wanted to go ahead and cut to the in-game screen so we don't have to see this delayed camera work, that would be great. At the very least, it's going to work a little bit better in that regard. Well, we'll figure something out. Things will work out. It's just me typing away and sending messages on my phone. We'll figure it out. But John, obviously, we're still going to be talking about these two teams going forward, and I know nothing about either of these squads. I'm going to be brutally honest with you. I wanted to reach out for them for the very first game, and it came a little bit too late for me to figure out what their teams were, and so I didn't have the real time to reach out and feel there'd be a good response. So do you have anything you can think of in terms of prep? I know that you love to take notes about which agents really show up in each map, so let's get a little bit of your insight in that regard.
I can reiterate that since I did a really bad job. I kind of mucked that up, along with some of the technical issues as well. But since we're back in here, we can actually go and get them away. And you are still not happy about me
I'm
being
so
your
not happy right now.
You're so mad. Upset. It's like, oh my God, not fellow.
I just want to cast, man.
Oh, man.
Oh, my
I'll talk about the
goodness.
comps since we have some downtime. Normally, Sova's a pretty well-picked agent. I mentioned that. Jet always played through. This is one of the stronger maps for Astra as but you can see a lot of really interesting compositions coming in on through. Normally Killjoy just to be on flank watch. Soba can do that too for an A-sided push. And seeing a couple agents being hovered over, we can actually see some confirmations. And one of the agents who I didn't mention at all, Omen and Reyna being played here instead. Quite shocking to see, but that does not mean these are horrible picks.
One thing to mention is how strong Viper has been in recent times. Obviously, for our second map we're going to be heading to Split, she's extremely viable, but she doesn't really have as strong of effect here on Haven, so I'm not really expecting to see that like you mentioned. I think if we do see that Cypher get picked up by Lemonade Man, I think that'd be a strong decision. Killjoy can kind of fill that role as well, and you can see that Claudio is currently teasing that in instead locking it in, and I think we will actually see a Astra being picked up here by NECC, and I think that's a better decision as well. Obviously, we saw Nitro, if I remember correctly, inside VCTs, playing Astra, and has really made that role super popular with her. And a lot of strategies came out that seeing professional players play and bring those and adapt into your own strategies. And it's something to look at and I guess kind of digest and figure out what exactly is going to work when you're coming into a map like Haven.
Overall, some pretty normal picks for the most part. I mean, the only really shocking one is just a double Reyna, but that tends to come down to more or less just personal preference. The really big shocker for me is the fact that Butler isn't opting for an Astra, because by yourself as an Astra, you can defend the C bomb site from long with relative ease. You have your own smokes, you have gravity wells to stall for time, you can gather a plethora of intel and really just have a leisurely setup into that one objective, and then the rest of your team can focus in on something else. With the fact that C long might be a bit more of a difficult place to hold for this team of Butler, that might lead to some altercations early on, but at least on round number one, that might not be the case, as we're looking to see a full A main take on the side of Lebanon Valley.
And let's take a look, John, at our nice little overlay we've got for us now for the NECC. It's not activation week 2, but it's still an absolutely gorgeous overlay. We've got something special here for you. It's also not activation anymore. It's just week 1. But yeah, we got something special for you guys. I'm really happy to see that go forward. I love overlays, and I really like the NECC's new re-logo and their rebranding that they slightly had. So we'll have to see how Nestle fares out. Obviously, now the attack has to go underway, and it looks to be that Lemon's going to try and push more towards the A site, but a double stack on this A ramp is going to make things kind of slow down the pace that they're attempting to work towards, and going to start getting a little bit more aggressive as Icy's taking a step forward and going to play that close angle with the Ghost in hand.
Interesting that no one's holding B. If we see a rotation by Lebanon, this could be an easy plant situation. We have to worry about being pincered as well, as there's plenty of coverage inside of A and B. But John Cook getting the first frag on his doppelganger Vicey. It's a really good start, and because of that, we might not waste little to no time getting installed the A bomb site. Instead, it'll be a quick wraparound. You got that first pick, and now everyone's retreating into the A objective room. This is the perfect moment just to get control of Garage, rush into C, and put yourselves in the post plant.
Only one semi-close going to be that Cypher player who's now stepping towards big window. Your Omen's going to have to come from to Cinder spawn as a spike officially gets planted now by Ion, who's looking to put this Lebanon Valley College side in a little bit of an advantageous position as they start to hold down the site. One player in the backside towards that side of Boost, but it's not going to matter too much because Deathless, they'll be able to find one on top of it as Reliable found one as well. Unfortunately, though, I have now officially locked up John. I don't know if that's the same for you.
Me too, yeah.
Yeah. No. I'm hearing gunshots now. Still no visual. So, unfortunately, one player is left standing. I hear a shock dart in the background, and another one will be felled and dropped forward. We also hear a turret taking some shots, and I heard someone die, I think.
I think that's the end of the round, but we don't know who won. I think with the fact that no one... hey, we're back! There we go!
Oh.
All right. Well,
nope, we're locked up again.
Back to Frozen. A little bit of red light, green light.
Is it a Disney movie?
Apparently. Oh, green light. Anyways,
are we looking at a Disney movie?
Almost Frozen? Back. Yeah, good reference there. Round 1 going the way of Lebanon Valley, mostly due to that first entry, and also a quick rotation. Normally, the first place you want to enter in from is not your directed place of going in for a plant. Normally you poke and prod around either A or C, and then you find some kind of frag, and then you're like, all right, let's go around and just play the racing game currently. But currently it's a frag fest on the side in towards A lobby as everyone's falling to the wayside here. NECC shutting down Icy will slow down that frag process, and it's down to a 2-on-1. John Cook eliminating Deathless here. It's just Lemonade Man in the back and towards A lobby as he has that Phantom, or pardon, Spectre in hand, my mistake, as he'll soon be brought in towards the post plant. Gets rid of John Cook now, but we're in a 1-on-1 situation. Not having the full-fledged information on towards NECC's position, he'll throw out a cage just to try to blind out NECC and force him back a little bit. It'll do just that, and NECC's trying to throw in a smoke of his own now, heading back in towards the bomb site. It's a constant engagement as they're just both dancing around the blue boxes dead in middle. All that NECC has to do is just play for time and just play the safe game, but he doesn't hear the audio cue to his immediate right, and Lemonade Man will be allowed to get that defused down in the nick of time.
Yeah, and it's very interesting to see a defensive side who lost round 1 actually able to make that comeback and win round 2. It's typically considered almost a freebie round, and it's something to say, hey, that's very impressive with this Butler roster. They still only have one weapon in hand for it, obviously with Lemonade Man still holding on to that Spectre. Hopefully they can make something of it, but the rest of the roster can go in full buy armor and rifles, get a couple of those utilities up, and start to actually hold out fully on the defense. But with that devastating loss for LVC, they are obviously going to have a couple problems with their economy, where they usually would be able to keep and hold on to their Spectres and fill out rifles where they had previously lost. They won't be able to buy a single one this time, and it's a very, very sad stance to see LVC, who kind of looked like they were going to take an easy 2-round start after that round 1 that we ultimately also didn't get to see. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. And Butler sweep in and now get to hold on with full rifles in hand.
Yeah, no more red light and green light, so we can actually see what is going on. We can have some handoffs between you and I. It won't be me just trying to force my way in through the round to see what's truly going on, not to give ourselves any headaches at the beginning of map number 1. So far, it appears to be a much slower start for Lebanon Valley. They're just kind of waiting around in towards A lobby as John Cook tries to gather some information in towards C long, but that Cypher is not really going to overextend himself, just doing some jump peeks, and John Cook cannot land that shot in time, so it'll still remain that 5-on-5 as I think we're beginning to finally see a commitment by Lebanon Valley in towards A short and main.
Obviously, have an Aldrone going forward. It'll be shot. It does manage to catch one, but Icy, I'm pretty sure, completely unbeknownst now to this attacking team, but they're actually going to go ahead and take a step back. LVC says, hey, we know there's at least 2 more than
30 seconds left.
Stealing sight.
Light planted. Revealing area.
Slightly still a one-man advantage, but GeForce now stepping at a garage from assistance from Deathless as they'll find themselves a kill, and that refrag back to John Cook. Vortex will keep them off the spike just ever so slightly, but G-Force is on site. It's covered by an Omen Smoke as well as Deathless. They'll find their third, a 3K, and G-Force capitalizes, finding Reliable, who was not so reliable in that last situation. A great retake potential right there, and Butler are putting their name on the board once again with a round 2 in the books. They had 4 rifles already, John, which you can already predict should have been a good indicator for how that round would go, but LVC played that extremely well. The slow tank, baiting out on A, and then pushing C and getting the spike down and having a chance to win it out.
Yeah, that was a great recovery. Just having those rifles in your hand really did pay dividends at the very end. But now both teams are going to end up being able to fully buy here on out, and they have a couple of ultimates to play with. Deathless is close to From the Shadows. You're close to that Blade Storm as well. But you already have Hunter's Fury, and I believe it was another ultimate on the other side of the board here as well. So looking to be a very forceful round by both sides. It was that Empress ability by John Cook that he already has locked and loaded, if needed to use much later on, just to try to make a little bit more space and just find those necessary entries. He can now do so with just the press of a silver button, essentially, as that Empress ability can be used quite effectively to find much easier frags.
Dangerous position. Still, FVC are really wanting to tease towards this garage side again. And for the side of Butler, they know that. They've seen them go through it twice now. They know their strategy. They know they're trying to anticipate when they're entering here, but are just kind of incapable of stopping it because they're trying to split themselves fairly wide across all these objectives. I mentioned it in the pregame. When you've got a B objective you have to hold on to, it can be extremely difficult to, I guess, kind of contend against the assault that will go forward. And from the looks of it, a Hunter's Fury will go ahead and be popped, and looks to be that G-Force is trying to get a little bit of damage off. He will only tag one player for the opposing side, but Icy will finish the job onto Reliable. Nyx immediately there with the refrag, and Nyx steps up once again on that A short, finding Firsty. That dangerous position now as these defensive side of LVC, the attacking side of LVC have full control of site, and Spike has been planted.
Committing with that Empress, too. This is looking to be a very fruitful round for LVC as they just have to sit pretty. Smoke's coming in through by the Asher now. They'll deny a lot of sight lines in towards Heaven as it finally dissipates. Ion, who as well from behind, just sitting around near B. He could maybe go on a possible flank to cut off the players that are now fully committed inside of the objective room. G-Force. Shock Dart comes in through, trying to stop anyone that's playing close, but he doesn't check the corner behind him. It's an easy 3K for Nyx and a buddy ace as Ion, who gets the last 2 of the round back-to-back, equalized round count as LVC will take that 4th round.
A spectacular round to go for. I mean, Iron Who just sat in the corner, just waited to help step up, and Nyx was sitting behind that double box on a site near that short ramp, and they just played that spectacularly. LVC knew what they needed to do on that retake, and it looked like Butler were kind of grasping at straws, it felt like. Yes, maybe they weren't exactly set up for it. They had managed to, unfortunately, lose their 2 players that were initially holding that A site, but they had 3 that were very swiftly there, almost no time after the plant, and they were ready to actually fully attack and push towards that objective. They just failed to do it in the correct manner. Then already Blade Storm popped by Reliable will find one, but Lemonade Man is there to refrag.
It's a massive pick as well, no longer having to worry about the ultimate ability. If Lemonade Man might be able to step up and grab a rifle for himself too in that dead jet, that could also be very impactful. But so far, LVC mopping the floor, needless to say. Nyx gets rid of G-Force, and you could possibly go in for an A take. There's no one here on coverage. You have Cypher inside of Garage, and one inside the defender spawn still of Deathless on that Omen. Here come the smokes once again by Astra, denying plenty of sightlines. You're basically just forcing yourself in blindly with no information gathered, and Deathless knows that. He only has a pistol in hand, so maybe he can try to find some exit kills to possibly worsen the economy of LVC, but other than that, this round is pretty much already in the books for LVC.
Yeah, just buying some time. Butler just needs to play for the exit, and they need to work in that direction. Obviously, it'll be a little bit more difficult as the Owl Drone will come through, spotting off your Omen player sitting up in top Heaven, and will make things, I guess, stranger for him as Deathless is kind of forced to kind of step away. There we felt, immediately backed by John Cook, and unfortunately for the rest of the squad, Lemonade Man was incapable of actually being able to get an exit frag on a Nyx, who has been spectacular for this LVC roster so far. John Cook and Nyx being the top 2 fraggers, 9 to John Cook and 6 to Nyx. John, this roster looks extremely strong despite the somewhat lackluster performance in round 2.
Been a little bit of a back and forth, in all brutal honesty. And yeah, John Cook is doing his duelist role pretty well, finding all the kills necessary. Reliable did have that first entry, but did get shut down much earlier than anticipated. At least John Cook was there to pick up the slack when needed, and Nyx has also been doing quite good on that frag as well. But the first entry actually favoring out Butler as Ferdy is going to be able to find his doppelganger of Jet off the rip once again and can just hold down C long in a pretty comfortable position. The only thing that could really shut them out is just some possible intel that Ionhu might try to spot, as he is an operator of his own and could one-shot Ferdy, as he knows when that peak could be coming in through.
John, name one thing that goes together more than Jets and operators. I'll give you a second. And Phil, there's nothing else that goes better than Jets and operators. Sorry, it was a bit of a loaded question. I apologize. I might have been a little on the nose, but obviously with Ferdy being able to find that first, operators are just Jet's best thing. She's one of the most viable, probably is the most viable agent in the game when it comes to actually playing with that. She's got the mobility. She's got one of the best ultimates there is. She's a little too strong in a lot of people's opinions. I don't think they'll change that. I think she's fairly balanced for her role as actually an engager, but we'll have to see how it goes for being a duelist. But obviously, with the fact that LVC are man down, they're still around up. They can maybe bleed this one away, but I don't think their economy is necessarily going to be favorable for them if they do so, as the recon bolt is tossed. Then Astral Wall, Cosmic Divide goes forward. Icy's able to hold on, finding 3, denying LVC's entry down C long, and it's just NECC left standing, and a headshot for Icy makes it a 4K, a flawless round for the defensive side of Butler.
Fairly decent Cosmic Divide, but sadly it did not divide Icy in the slightest from finding that 4K inside of Cubby. That lack of intel really did bite LVC in the behind. Better be looking out for that next spot. Last time you try to go in towards C, or you might meet the exact same fate. And I don't think they want to be contesting C anytime soon. It looks to be another full man push in towards A once again. I'm shocked that we're not seeing anyone actually watching the flank in towards Hay or anything among that, because if you get a rotation from that backside, you have nothing to cover your own skin except for possibly a Killjoy turret. That might be a really rough predicament. And there it is, a possible flank coming underfoot by Icy.
They're trying to prowl, look for the opportunity, and Spike was left behind, but Icy chooses not to go forward. Does hear the audio cue. Impossible to have missed it at that point, but a lot of utility is being dumped, as well as this lockdown from the attacking Killjoy. Looking to kind of step towards this site. Dangerous position. Ferdy still has the operator to work with just on the outer edge. Deathless, they'll use from the shadows, coming all the way from behind. They're situating themselves all the way ready. Seemingly just trying to get to a better position on the defense, but it looks to be the attacking side of LVC are rotating away. Shock Dart does go through, but Icy finds 2 in the same swing! Does get paranoia, needs to still continue to fight as the opposing Empress is there. Pistol has to come out, but John Cookie finds the kill, and NECC is able to find one of their own before being taken out by Lemonade Man.
It's just John Cook now as G-Force gets rid of Reliable. It'll be a really rough predicament here for John Cook to try to clutch this one out, and that possible owl drone being utilized as well. That could spot him out and give away his possible intention. Spike being locked out in towards big window of B. This might be an unwinnable situation, but your best ability here, just try to find some kind of exit frag and maybe go for a possible plant, but 2 located up near garage. This might be an unwinnable round, like I mentioned. Lemonade Man watching in towards C-Long as well with that spy cam, but it won't really matter as Deathless is there to get the last kill of the round. A great frag fest by Icy to start his team off on the right foot, and once again, that flank watch, it wasn't there in time, and they lined up for Reyna, and it was easy pickings once again for Butler Blue.
I think one of the biggest things that we're seeing right now when it comes down to these two rosters facing off with this back and forth action that's obviously unfolding, Reyna's, and I mean that's pretty obvious with the fact that they're both top fragging, but Icy and John Cook have been extremely strong when it comes to laying down the fire, not just in a sense of finding themselves kills, but keeping the opposition kind of distracted, playing as a secondary force, so to say, a bit of a mind game in that principle. But I think the biggest mind game is going to be whether or not Reliable can find themselves a kill. They can obviously updraft, maybe get a little bit of information on that C site, but it doesn't look to be that C site's being held all that, I guess, strong by this Butler Blue defense. Instead, they're kind of only sticking 1 and some Cypher cages there, but a quick rush now into the B site. G-Force just sprays down 2, make it a 3rd as they find John Cook in the end. This round seems to be entirely fruitless as they're still at full HP. A 4th now as he takes out NECC, and G-Force is looking spectacular and is beginning the hunt, but it'll be Icy who finishes it off for another flawless Butler attack. Or sorry, defense. Just see him on the bottom half, John. I just want to say attack, man. They're so aggressive that it's almost like they're attacking.
That was an incredibly aggressive round, almost ending as fast as it started, and not really gathering a ton of intel. You had that recon inside of B, but you normally don't hold directly inside of B. You play near a link that's from B leading into the objective room, and you also play in the C link as well, which is near garage. That way you can have a perfect sightline to deny a B main push, and that's exactly what happened. G-Force was just sitting pretty. He saw the rush coming in through, and there was nothing to stop it, and it was just another great just kill fest for Butler Blue as they now take a 2-round advantage, even finding the entry on round number 9 as Ferdy will manage to shut down John Cook.
That's a terrible person to lose this early. Obviously, losing them kind of sets you up to say, hey, we know that they have an operator on A site. The likelihood of them rotating quickly is low, so you could go for the viable strategy of making a rush towards C or B, but obviously still biding time. LVC is looking to find a couple holes in their defense, maybe try to spread them a little bit wider and start to take advantage of those opportunities, but they're not really being given anything. Yes, you do have your opposing Reign of Icy, who's kind of taken a step forward. Icy's trying to listen for the audio cue, has that small little pixel angle to find the opportunity, but is wary from the player from behind. I think they're going to be spotted. They do get the information, but Icy's going to have to take a step back. Unfortunately, he'll get rushed down by on who. Reliable's able to find one of their own as they're continuing now to capitalize on this A in mid-sight. But it doesn't seem to necessarily be enough. A 2v3 in effect. And shots are coming in as Deathless, they'll find one.
We're not watching from C as you're running towards garage. A big mistake by Reliable. Now evening things up 2-on-2 as we're apparently seeing a B-sided take. Ion missing out on that vital kill in towards Lemonade Man. It's just Nyx, and he gets eradicated by Deathless. The push once again not working out, and Blue Butler, they'll manage to stay alive for another round in a row. 4, matter of fact, as they are just doing phenomenal on this defensive half.
And that's exactly what you want to see right now for Butler. You want to keep your Sentinels, you want to keep your controllers alive so they can continue to be useful. Deathless, they're kind of opting for a bit more of an aggressive hold when it comes to C, getting up on double boxes by, you know, obviously TPing up top and trying to hold close. And that can be a viable strategy, but you can also just leave it up to Lemonade Man to hold down C site with some Cypher cages. That'll buy you just enough time to get your team really situated and available. And already Hunter's Fury pops out. G-Force finds Ion Who, their doppelganger as they like to call it, the opposing side. Deathless has rotated and started holding B instead to really take control of the situation, but your duelist just steps up and locks everything down.
Rival up in the corner, though, will catch Icy off guard. There goes your Reyna player. There's your top fragger, so you might have a little more breathing room to work with, and that Reliable has popped that Blade Storm. They could manage to maybe take control of the A site. You do have Deathless, though, who's ready to get in towards that first engagement. Some shots are traded out, and there goes your Blade Storm. Reliable now on incredibly low HP. He'll need that backup by Nyx, but he falls to the wayside. G-Force with 3 to end out the round. Make it 5 in a row for Butler Blue as they are playing this one perfectly.
Man, G-Force is the player that's been stepping up so consistently. Yes, Icy's getting those frags and playing that duelist role to essentially perfection and just playing it so well, but you cannot get it done without G-Force. He's able to step up, close out situations, pop that Hunter's Fury very early on, and just force the opposing side of LVC to kind of split themselves. And G-Force knows this map. There's no way they're missing the opportunity. They know where to aim, know where they're going to split to do that, and they find a kill and capitalize off of it. And LVC are kind of in another round situation where they've lost one of their best players early on, and they're a man down trying to push anywhere, and it's just not going to work out for them. But this time around, a little bit more aggressively now pushing towards the A side as 2 people are down and short, and maybe one trying to tease towards long as the Aldrone comes out, and Deathless from up above on boxes pops out the Paranoia. Hunter's Fury removes as Reliable also takes their own shots.
2 entries by LVC might actually be able to open up the situation here, but there is still some coverage in towards Heaven and around the link area as well. G-Force gathering plenty of information. Shock Bolt's one that'll force back John Cook as Wallbangs are trying to shut down G-Force up above. But now there's full backup here. Everyone's ready to approach upon the objective room, but G-Force has to play much more passively here. He's smoked off once again, this time by the Jet Smoke, and he's on 1 HP as well. Icy with this Empress ability will be the main fragger to try to actually regain control of the objective room. Alir comes out. John Cook gets rid of G-Force. Ferdy, though, is from behind. Blade Storm's out. Both duelist abilities are being utilized here, trying to stop out this round from being a loss, but it's not going to be enough. There's too much coverage inside of A, and that will guarantee LVC a comeback round.
You know, I don't necessarily fault anyone for that Butler side, especially your two duelists, to pop your ultimates and go for that round. I mean, with Ice, who's been able to pop off so exceptionally so, you would have full trust in that situation, and Ferdy's playing that operator role fairly heavily and is filling into it pretty well, finding very pivotal kills early on, but the Bladestorm hasn't been the most effective. Has only found, I believe, 1 kill. I think it was the first time we've seen actually Ferdy pop that, but they can go ahead and use those. That's not a big deal. Obviously, this is last round. You're not going to really have any other time to use it. Lemonade Man does have the ability to go ahead and catch, you know, everyone else off guard, really working with that neural theft, but they're going to have to worry about the kills going forward instead. Icy's going to go ahead and heal up. Second kill to their name, finds the third, maybe going for yet another 4K. Maybe the ace won't be stolen this time around. Kind of aggressive, finding a 5! Icy! Where did that come from? An ace out of nowhere! And the scoreline 8-4 at that halftime switch.
That just sheer aggression by Icy, working out phenomenally for him. Pops out the Lear and just runs right into the front line, and no one can contest him. An ace, finally, for Icy. I wasn't too sure if we'd end up seeing it at any of these rounds. We've seen constant 4Ks by the man, but finally, it'll be all 5 just for himself. And as we move into the second half, like you said, Scott, we're basically back in towards pistols, and I'm really wondering if this will be the chance for LVC to step up their game and remove themselves from this double deficit, essentially, as it is an 8-4 split, or will we just see nothing but Butler supremacy once again?
It's kind of hard to tell, John. I mean, obviously with Butler having a really good half on the defense, but this map can be pretty attacker-favorited depending on the roster that's picking it up and their agent lineup, and I think for the side of Butler, I think they're just going to continue that same level of aggression. Ferdy's going to go ahead and dash on a site, has position and back, hoping to maybe try to keep them at bay from stepping in from defender spawn, but I think for the side of LVC, they're going to go ahead and make that rotation through mid and try to cut off from the flank through garage, but unfortunately, I think they're about to have one man caught off guard of Lemonade Man, who's trying to get into engagement with 3 at a time, is going to be able to step away to get away from it. Iron who finds the shot instead, taking out one, and a one-man disadvantage set up for Butler Blue.
No one being directly inside of C at the beginning of that round really was not the best call here, but the retake is crystal clear by LVC. 1 player left remaining. It's Deathless, and he has a smoke currently impairing his vision, and John Cook just runs right into him and gets him off the board. A flawless retake by LVC. I was talking smack about them not having anyone located directly inside of C, only in towards A and garage, but in the end on the retake, it worked out regardless of that.
Yeah, it worked out exceptionally well, and I think one of the biggest factors for the success we saw in that retake was LVC not getting too greedy, and they kind of stuck together. You can kind of watch your own backs and kind of work for that, and in professional play, it may not work the same way, but when you're talking about players at this level, which are extremely good, I mean, these players are very well. I mean, you can see it just on the scoreboard and how they've been playing. You kind of start to struggle when there's more than one person in your line of sight, right? You're like, who do I fire at? Who do I aim? I think anyone who's ever played in FPS has struggled for that problem. It's, I didn't know which one to aim at, so you aim at neither in between, and you don't get any of the kills. And I think that's kind of what LVC were kind of adapting. Maybe it was on purpose, maybe it wasn't, but their retake was exceptionally well against Butler's attempted holds, as they were just incapable of, I guess, locking down the site they initially had control of.
For some odd reason, it's always me as well when it's 2 people going in for a push. I'm the one who ends up dying,
I'm the same way, dude.
unfortunately. A little bit of a, relatable. We can complain about it as we are commentators, not players. We're supposed to be bad at the game sometimes. Anyways, back into how Butler is trying to dissect on this round there. Mostly just chilling in towards mid, right outside of garage, but they might try to end up going in towards the B objective room, but you do have coverage being relayed quite well by LVC. You're walking into a death trap at that point, and there goes the reposition. 3 players stack up inside garage. They'll just try to rush in towards C, and Lemonade Man also near C long. It'll be just a complete collapse heading in towards the objective room. You get the first 2 entries favoring your side. Lemonade Man and Deathless finding kills of their own. Play being confirmed as well, but Ion has something to say about this going in through as he gets rid of Ferdy, and now the retake can go in full effect.
3v3 is not exactly anything to scoff at, and if you're LVC, you've actually taken a retake that was a little bit worse for wear when it came to Butler's attack. So I think Butler's kind of tried to adapt. They're looking at a lockdown angle. 1 player sitting up on long boxes in the opposing backside of site. You've got 2 holding near the actual, default plant. Not sure exactly why. I think they're now readily aware that it is coming from defender's side, as you'll have Deathless, as they'll be felled in the process. Nick steps up, and Iron Who as well, just completely destroying the last 2 players for Butler. They're really struggling right now, John, to lock down the site and actually be able to hold on to it. They need to set themselves up. That's a default plant that you can hold from C long. Sit down C long. If you're using a ghost, if you're just sit down C long and hold that objective. A smoke can go in, just pre-fire and tap down the line, just play that angle, and instead you're stacking up on site where a couple right clicks with a basic pistol will get the job done at that close range.
Not having that Astra with the gravity wells is being a bit of an issue now in the attacking half for Butler, as they don't have a ton to actually stop the plant, except for just playing inside of the objective room, because those Astra smokes is what's stopping them from being able to detect when the defuse is being committed or not on towards the spike. And ooh, what a wall bang by Claudio, as he's just holding down B and kills the player inside of window of Icy. There goes your top fragger off the rip already, and I'm not even too sure how Butler will be able to try to redeem themselves from such a heavy loss. Already at the beginning of the round, we're still a minute 20 left here, as I think we're going to be seeing an A main take, but it really is too early to call. They might just rotate just a couple of seconds, and that's exactly the current situation here for Butler Blue.
Smart decision by your Sova player to take a step back and instead try to sit inside that elbow room, but it's not actually what they're going to push. It was another bait. Butler's trying to adapt the same strategy that LVC bring to the table, where they kind of rotate back. They still tease two players and kept them in mid the entire time to maybe step towards garage, but the opposing side has a killjoy. LVC are ready. They've got an alarm bot, they've got the nano swarms, they've got so much information available for them inside there that it's going to be pretty obvious when that information comes, but they've done a good job of actually shooting that out, because it's fairly obvious that those are going to be there in those positions. So now a defensive retake will probably have to go through for LVC, even though they are a man up. They have the advantage, but it's something that we've seen a Butler really struggle with holding on to the site.
Ooh, and Claudio, once again, a second to his name. He could keep wallbanging. That Odin is just a wallbang machine. You can definitely find a lot more impact, especially since we're going to be seeing Butler mostly hold the site directly. No one is actually inside of C long or even Cubby near C long. It's just a full commit in towards the objective room, one on logs, one directly on the spike, and then you have the Omen, who is right next to C long, but he's not pushed back at all. He's holding this one quite closely. A smoke will impair the vision of Iron as he tries to waltz in on through. Gets the intel with the recon, but it's far too late. Doesn't matter though, as Claudio ends up finding 4 on the round. It's a 1v1 with Nick's trying to clutch, but he doesn't have the info on Lemonade's position. It'll be a 3K clutch for the lone Cypher player. Too close to call, but in the end, Butler will remain on top.
Man, it's actually probably extremely nice confidence booster for Butler to, after having rounds where they got the plant down and losing based on an objective, to take one and return and actually win instead after the post plant came through. And it got a little close. Claudio was a little bit too much to deal with when it comes to having that Odin in hand, but still capable of handling it. And Butler will now go up 9-6, a couple more rounds out of their belt, and they'll see this map head on over to map 2. And I think that's the one that I'm most interested to see how these two teams are going to play based on the way they've been playing this map. It looks to be LVC's attack is extremely slow. Butler want to do a quick attack, but when they lose one person, then they start to step back and go for that slower assault. And they really like to do a split push. It's 2 push mid, 3 pushed up long A. Ferdy's going to step onto the site, taking out Reliable. Only 1 person left there, and Deathless, they'll find it instead. Nyx has been removed from this round. Only 2 players left standing. I'll be able to stop the bleeding just slightly, but I don't think it's going to last much longer as Ferdy dives on with some great assistance.
Not at all. In the 1 versus 4, John Cook, a beautiful shot on towards Icy. That could worsen the economy just a little bit more. John Cook with 2 with the Marshall hand. He picks up a rifle. This could be winnable, but he doesn't check the corner directly next to him in towards Link, and Ferdy will punish him for it. A masterful set of frags by John Cook. Not enough, though, as he'll still lose out that round. But hey, worsen the economy just a little bit, perhaps? No. No, not really.
Nah.
Debatable. Not really.
Nah.
Nice kills, though. Gotta give him credit where credit is due.
Yeah, we've just been seeing nice kills this entire game, John. I think that's kind of been the biggest factor. It's been really enjoyable to watch because obviously with Icy popping off and G-Force being that, tertiary assistance behind, Lemonade's been the person that stepped up here on the attack, which is strange to see a Cypher step up on the attack. But I think it's because Cypher, your Cypher player, Lemonade Man, knows, hey, my utility's not the most important when it comes to attacking. I can kind of play a back line role where I kind of sit towards our own spawn, go towards mid of garage, and find kills in that direction. They've done just that. Has been able to really assist Butler's side in these rounds where they've gotten the plants in, also won a couple of them in fruition.
Yeah, use those trap wires for a flank watch and just playing back. That is your main role, especially on the attacking half when playing Cypher. He's much better on the defense, but he's not a horrible pick when you go into that second half at all in the slice. You can relay plenty of intel to your team. That way you know you can go in a rotation perhaps. And we are seeing a little bit of a rotate coming in through by Butler Blue as they're looking to try to go in towards B. Claudio with that Odin once again, though, will stop the first player rushing in through a Ferdy. There goes your Blade Storm, and he'll still be sitting pretty. There will be an Omen Smoke to impair his vision, but the rest of his team is shutting down the rest of the avenues of approach for Butler Blue, and we're now in a 5-on-2 as in a last-ditch attempt here to salvage the round, we might see Icy and Deathless just try to go in for a possible plant. From the shadows comes in through by Deathless just to get inside of A now that Icy has relayed that information that the site is currently cleared. They'll bring it in a post plant, but they are down severely on the man count. It'll be up to Icy to try to even that out, though. He'll start it with 2 massive frags, so now in a 2-on-3, much more winnable, and he could pop the Empress. He'll immediately do that. They want to win out this round, but John Cook responds with an Empress of its own, and it will shut down Icy. Now in a 1...
They popped an Empress in return. It kind of became a dangerous position, but, it's not that big of a waste of an ult. LVC says, hey, we're going to need that extra level of assistance. The only other ultimates we had were our Killjoy and Sova, who are felled in that process, and you kind of want to keep them up and standing. NECC is only 2 away from there, so could be something that comes up fairly quickly, but for the opposing side, they have no ultimates ready to their name. So if this next attack for Butler Blue is going to be extremely quick, they're going to have to play it in a bit of an off angle so they don't actually have to deal with the lockdown when it comes to holding default position. I think a C plant is a very smart decision. I think that's probably why they're looking to push in this direction. They're going to go, hey, Claudio definitely has that ultimate ready. They can lock down that site. Let's play C long. I think that's the smartest choice, even though they haven't been doing that to their best ability in this matchup, and that's why we saw them lose the first few rounds in this half.
Just not being able to counteract the Astral Smokes has been a really massive issue, but if you just start rushing into the bomb site, that could completely counteract it here. The first 2 entries already favoring the side of Butler Blue. Claudio will get a refrag with that patented Odin. It's been a favorite of his currently. The lockdown ability as well by Claudio will detain 1. That might not be enough to stop this push overall. It appears that Butler Blue might actually be just peeling away. Not entirely sure as to how they want to approach this round. Still plenty of time, though, and with someone like Lemonade Man gathering all that intel that the A bomb site is ripe for the taking, we might just see a complete crossover by Butler Blue just to try to get control of the other objective room as quickly as possible, or maybe even not, as we're still seeing a very heavy presence merging in towards the middle part near the attacker's spawn.
One of my biggest worries right now for both sides, obviously LVC, 2 men down. Something that's going to be extremely dangerous to work with, and Butler Blue is only able to lose 1, but they've managed to gain control of A side. He's still using Lemonade Man to full advantage. They've gathered the information, now sitting on Slink over towards that A site, capitalizing on Ion, who thinks even in the slightest they have a little bit of a safety net to push forward, but no, Lemonade Man is there, shuts them down, and puts this even further now for LVC, as I don't think they're even going to push this one, John. I think they may just work for an exit. I think it's a bit of a smarter decision to hold on to the Odin. The Phantom maybe a little less, but I think their economy is pretty tough anyways, and so they should just take a step back, and I think we need to see Butler Blue really pushing for these kills as well. They have plenty of people still alive. They can take 1 more death in the process if they want to go and hunt for it, but I don't think they're actually going for. Actually, G-Force looks to be getting a little bit aggressive as he tips towards that defender spawn, but unfortunately for him, nobody there. And Claudio's looking to step one out from this big window in mid. As the Pixel does see it, narrowly takes out Deathless. They'll be removed. I don't think anyone else is going to push him at this point in time, but it's G-Force from mid of B who steps up, removes 1. 1 still standing, but the Odin's out of their hands.
An unlucky loss there for Claudio. That's a very hefty weapon, and now he's not going to be able to have it in his back pocket. Maybe go for a DMR perhaps and still hold down the B objective room with long angles, or no, he'll opt for an Ares. Honestly, I don't blame him because he's been doing really well with the LMG at hand, been winning a couple of rounds for his team, and also just finding a couple of necessary exit frags, so that's not a bad call in the slightest. And Ion, not having any money in his back pocket, he'll be forced to buy a sheriff. It's a bit of a mixed buy for LVC, and they might get punished by Butler Blue because of that. It might just be a full-fledged dominating round by the attacking side once again if they're aware that LVC wasn't able to buy any Vandals or Phantoms for everybody on their team.
I think it's pretty obvious with the fact that they were attempting to save and try to take a step back and trying to keep those weapons up. I think Butler are fairly aware of it, and they're pushing forward as if they are as well. So you do still have to worry about that link towards B and defender spawn. They also have to worry about their own attacker spawn, as you do see Claudio's attempting to push. Reliable's now there as well with the Spectre. Shock Dart does go out. It'll be Reliable who wins that fight, but on the opposing side of the map, Ferdy and Icy start to get a little bit more aggressive, completely removing the rest of the roster except for two from being able to push in from Defender spawn. John Cook stays alive a little bit longer, finding Lemonade Man on the flank through Garage, but Ferdy's not quick behind, finding the wallbang kill through that Garage window. And it's just one player left standing now for LVC. It seems to be probably dire straits. Maybe step in a garage, pick up a weapon that's dropped on the ground, and I guess try to bring that into the next round. That could be a viable option for them if you don't really have to worry about that. They don't really need to buy any more abilities and utilities. It's not necessarily going to be a point of contention, but it's not going to matter anyways. 12-7 will be the scoreline so far. Butler Blue are holding on to this one. Deadless! Narrowly escaping. The B-hopping almost bit them in the rear, but still, they'll make it out. And a 12-7 scoreline.
Oh, man. And Reliable, I thought he would have had a little bit more money saved up. I thought it's the reason why he rushed into site with only 8 health is so he'd get that death money bonus and then be able to buy a rifle. But no, he cannot do that. His best bet is to either buy an Ares or go for a Marshall pick, perhaps. But he is not doing too hot in the slightest. This is looking to be a very rough predicament here for LVC, as their weapon economy off the rip is already not looking to its best of abilities. However, Reliable does have the Blade Storm, so as long as he doesn't die from this push in towards B, this might still be a recoverable round, but if that's not the case, then map 1 will be in the side of Butler Blue, and they're already inside of B. They've got the spike down. First frag not favoring them, but Icy is there to refrag on Reliable. There goes your Blade Storm that you no longer have to worry about, and they can honestly just play keep away in towards Big Window and watch their flank, and they'll be secure just to take map number 1 on Haven, Scott.
Yeah, think about their setup they have right now. Yes, they just lost Lemonade Man, but you do have Hunters free to work with, and there's no ults on the side of LVC to try and contend, so he just needs to sit inside of window. I mean, I think that's something that GeForce is readily doing. Deathless will be felled, but once again, sit pretty with that Hunter's Fury. There it goes. It gets popped. Pops, it goes forward, but doesn't seem to be necessary as Icy just cleans up a third. They're going to have to hop onto it eventually. There's basically no time left standing. A player rushes in. Spike Diffuser was killed in the process, but it's all over and all for naught. Everything is ultimately ended in favor of Butler Blue. He'll take this map 1 in a 13-7 fashion, and they look spectacular being able to do so, John.
Yeah, that was a really good performance by Butler Blue. There were definitely a lot of worries for them, especially since they didn't have an Astra. So there were a lot of rounds where they went for a C plant, and it just didn't work out. Eventually, though, they found their right footing and just realized, hey, we can overpower our opponents just by out-fragging them, and sometimes it does just come down to a simple altercation and a one-on-one, and you end up winning them, and it just so happened to be that Butler won more of their gunfights, and in the end, that garnered them their first map victory. But obviously, there's still plenty more maps to go in through. I believe map number 2 is either Bind or Split.
I think it is Split. I can double-check for you real fast.
Yeah,
it is indeed Split.
It is Split, yeah. Bind is the cider map, so I remembered that now. Just thank you again, producer, for reminding me as well on top of that. But we'll go into a short little break, get map number 2 set up, go through some ad reads as well, and then we will be back in a couple of moments to see if it'll be a quick 2-0 victory for Butler or if we will see some more bite back for LVC.
Fortunately, John, it seems to have actually happened once again. My camera is officially probably 3 minutes behind. I think I made sure to make some funny faces as well. I think I mentioned that of just being really prepped to in case it happened again. So I have some preparation, but I also did have to type some messages and responding to some chat messages and whatnot. But my name's Infernosis. You can tell because I'm the one staring down at my keyboard with a dead face. And this is my great friend here, Fellow, who's next to me. And we're going to be more excited for some more Valorant action here as we have this Butler Blue side facing off against Lebanon Valley. And Butler Blue took map 1 in a pretty good fashion. What was it? 13-7 was the final scoreline?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was pretty one-sided towards the end. Finally, Butler had a groove of things, and I think their team comp was a little bit more to be desired from. That doesn't mean that it was a horrible team comp. Don't get me wrong. You had the Reyna player of Icy frag out of his mind and really do a lot for his team, which still gave them the upper hand in most situations, especially when they started off with that entry. But going into split, I'm really, and I mean really, really interested to see what kind of team composition we will be seeing now because it's played a lot differently. The meta and normal team composition that you tend to see on that, I like to coin it as the triple smoke meta, as you'll see a Viper in play, you'll see Jet in play, you'll see Astra all along the same way, and it is just, man, talk about aggression. The way you can approach upon the A bomb site instead of split, if you run those 3 main agents, it is just, it's beautiful when done correctly.
I'm having a little dance.
Oh, there goes the fate. Yeah, there it is.
I told you I was gonna have some fun with it. I was like, woo. So yeah, dance with me. I'm having some good times. I'm laughing and having some fun. I expected it. The animation screen was kind of laggy, and I was like, maybe it's gonna do it once again. Maybe that's what was doing it. It was synced up, and the gameplay cut back over. There's me laughing and having fun with it. I'm laughing the same way right now. But I'm really excited for this one. Obviously, we're now heading over to a different map. It's gonna be a big factor to check out Split. Obviously, some big differences when you're talking about Split is the fact that mid control is extremely important when it comes to this map. And one thing that we noticed a lot of when we were able to watch some VCT these past week and whatnot is that Vipers are extremely prevalent when it comes to this map. That might not just be in Pro League. It'll be interesting to see how much Collegiate attempts to adapt those strategies. And I think there's definitely going to be some correlation in that aspect. Maybe not causation. Maybe correlation doesn't mean causation, but I think there's definitely some for that to be the case. But I think we'll see Vipers come through. I think we'll still see Cyphers as well. Cyphers really good at locking down the B site and the A site. It really comes down to where they're most comfortable working with, I guess. But we'll ultimately have to see how it necessarily pans out. And I think for the way that we saw Butler Blue pan out, sorry, the B is everywhere. The ways we saw Butler Blue pan out, I think they have a really good chance to take map 2 as well, just in the way that they play. You have to be aggressive if you want to push A on the attack. And you have to be swift when you want to push the B site. And that's the biggest factor, especially playing as a Jet, to swiftly cross over to that hard wall on B and rush towards site.
Yeah, I'm really wondering if we're going to actually see the Reyna being picked once again, or if we're not going to have any form of leeway coming in through for the side of Butler, or even the side of LVC as well. Already some agents being locked in, though. You've got John Cook on the Jet. That's not really that shocking. He played the duelist role of Reyna last match, so he'll still be trying to frag for his team. Claudio on the Killjoy as well. Not too shocking either. That gives you some sort of flank watch, or you can set up that turret inside a mid. Really do whatever you want with it, to be honest, as long as you can use that turret to gather some intel, then use the nano swarm to actually flush out certain players that are stuck in a lot of dead corners, because there are a plethora of locations you can just sit in and just wait patiently, and it will actually allow you to get that frag that you were actually looking for.
Lightning just struck outside my house. That's pretty interesting to see. My mic's still working. Everything's still all right. I haven't broken.
Oh yeah, you're coming in beautifully.
Oh sweet, great. All right, I'm just making sure, because a big lightning strike. I was like, did it break? I had problems with mics earlier, so I'm just making sure it doesn't.
Select
regressed,
your agent.
But obviously, Agent A is going forward, like you've been talking about. There will be no Viper on the side of this defensive team, and it looks to be that Butler Blue really don't want to bring that Viper, and it doesn't seem that LVC are going to do it either, which is fairly interesting to see. Instead, raises to kind of engage, and Single Brimstone as well, trying to maybe keep them at bay, a breach to keep them at bay when it comes down to getting some smokes onto site. That may be important, because smokes are really what you're bringing a Viper for. Cutting off sight lines, smokes. Viper Spit's extremely strong as well when it comes to locking down a couple sites. When it comes to attacking, I know that when you're trying to push towards that B site and taking an aggressive stance and putting the Viper pit down early, hiccups, it can really assist with I think it can really assist with trying to gain control of the site before the site tends to fall apart on that retake.
Yeah, honestly really wondering how this is going to be played on out. You still have 3 smokes technically. On the attacking side of LVC is you have the Jet, you've got Brimstone now, which isn't played as much as he used to be back in the day, but he still isn't a horrible agent in the slightest. And then you actually have an Astra, and you have that on both sides as well. On the defensive side for Butler, this looks a lot more textbook in all honesty, except for, like you and I mentioned, the lack of Viper on either side. But I mean, maybe just having the high mobility of the blast packs, the satchels in hand instead, might work out in the end for GeForce a little bit more. Maybe he isn't as comfortable on the controlling role of Viper. Who knows?
I think one of the big things that we can necessarily see, with a little bit of a hiccup here for it, but I think one of the things we can see when it comes to trying to attack this objective, especially when you're worried about defending it, one of the biggest worries is how are you going to safely get to the B site? Obviously, when you're worried about that attic, high ground, you have to be very wary about that outside catwalk as well. There's a lot of dangerous points, and I think for B Heaven, long line of sights are extremely strong for you on the defense, but they can also kind of be used against you because you play those smokes well, you lock down sight lines, and then you just quickly dash behind main pillar, that center section, and then you have a little bit of a safety net to get behind short box and go for that default plant, or to smoke out towards the back side of sight and actually get that long shot angle from B main and actually hold it from that direction. I know you and I VOD reviewed and actually went over and looked at a couple very strong spike locations that you can plant here on this B site, and I think any of them can be viable, and I think the one that's most viable is just your base default behind short box on the side.
Yeah, near the steps that are kind of in the dead corner, as I like to call it. Really nothing much else to talk. We're back to cams because there's some minor game issues, so hopefully we'll figure that out
Cam broken
sooner
again,
rather than later.
Is it Cam no work? Should I just like refresh and see if it just fixes it? So just here, I'll be right back. We'll see if it works.
I mean, we got downtime if you want to, man. So Scott will be MIA for a minute. Is that you making the faces now? Or are you?
Why would I make that face when looking at the agent cam?
Hey, there you are.
I'm not excited, John. There was no reason to be excited. Old Viper, it was entirely incorrect. Apparently, Collegiate just doesn't want to believe in me and go with any of my strategies. I'm available for hire as a coach. I'm terrible. You'll lose every game, but at least you'll have a Viper on maps that matter. So
hey,
you can actually use her. I mean, this is a good map, and she's really good on this map, but it didn't happen. So I think one of the big things I did talk about was the quick dash from B main all the way over to Center's Pillar.
Yeah.
Jet's really good at that because she can draft over there, right? She can go ahead and dash to that side. You can do the same thing with the boost pack for Raze, right? Just quickly get into side and kind of aggress. And I think that may be what they're also trying to do for the A side, because you really need to either get full control of that ramp and actually step towards getting into heaven, or kind of full sweep from A main and maybe kind of divide. Because I know that one of the teams, wasn't LVC, has an Astra? Right, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure
they both have Astras.
They both have Astras. So yes, you can
well.
Cosmic Divide. Yeah. It's a great way to
fun fact as well. I saw the Sage pick by Deathless. Now, their role on the Sage, it might not be as impactful on the defensive half. It still will be really strong. There are a lot of silence you can cut off, especially depending on where you like to play. Heaven, really good example. But on the attacking half, you mentioned the B main push. You can actually wall off the first half end leading into Heaven. That way you just have a clean runway straight into the objective room. You can get that plant down instantaneously. And having a Viper and Sky by your side with that as well it just makes it so difficult to actually stop a plant from coming in the way, which is why it breaks my heart, and probably your heart as well, that we're not seeing Viper, because she is a really good controlling agent when you get that plant down, and getting the plant down off the rip is something that happens a lot inside a split. A couple other maps as well, like Icebox, and hey, funny enough, guess what map is really strong with a Viper? It's gonna be the Icebox pick. We would have thunk it, right? We did our bookwork for once.
Viper! Hey!
We're not making fun of you guys, though. We're not making fun of the collegiate players. Obviously,
no.
Personal preference is king, especially starting. This is week 1 after all. You have time to improve as a team. We're just giving you guys good examples, especially since we just came off of watching some beautiful gameplay inside of Berlin, the cream of the crop, the very top line players. And speaking of players, we actually got some intel from our producer that one of the players' PCs actually crashed. So that is why we're going on such a long caster cam, a mild intermission. You get to hear us relay from you heart to heart, though, which is something you don't get to see all the time unless you're used to casting Rainbow Six, because there are a ton of rehosts that happen on that game, which is why I'm glad I don't only cast Rainbow Six. I bet Scott's glad about that one as well. But I mean, there's
Yeah, I
anything you
mean,
want to add in as well. I've been rambling for a little while. If you want to mention something too.
tech problems happen everywhere though. But I mean, that's none of my business.
Oh yeah, nothing new inside of the
Yeah.
industry of esports. I just dropped my pen.
It's true. Yeah, it's 100% true. I'm shocked, dude. I'm shocked that pin didn't just like break like the sound barrier right there. In case nobody gets that joke, John is like literally 7'13", and he's nothing but torso. So like he's just really tall up in his chair. His desk is probably about 3 feet higher than my desk because I'm one of those like average height dudes, you know, like 5'11", 5'10", you know. I fit in that, you know, that average area, and he's just like 6'35".
Even it up,
so,
dude. Just even it up.
Yeah,
man.
let me just crank out
number.
one of those. You know, there's like things you can like flip upside down and it like spreads your spine, so like it like
just be on your tiptoes.
Oh,
what? Yeah.
I used to have one of those as
I know
well.
what you're
Yeah,
talking about.
my dad owned a martial arts clinic, and he would have to do that all the time. So we would stick that on the time. So it's pretty funny. But I swear I was always a couple inches taller. It was the only times I was able to break that 6 foot margin. You know, it's like, yeah, I'm finally cool.
But you go all medieval
is,
too with it.
Yeah, it's basically a medieval torture device.
Yeah. I knew what you were talking about when you mentioned it as well.
It really is. Yeah, it's crazy. And when you step in that thing and then they go shoo, and they flip it, right? Because you need somebody else to do it. You're not getting out of it, right? Like one time my dad put me in and he goes, okay, I'm gonna go get food. And they left for an hour and a half. I had to sit there with my phone like upside down, just blood rushing to my face. Because I was like, I can technically like crunch my way out of this, but I want him to feel really bad when he gets back, right? So that's what we did. But yeah, I mean, one of the big things about players, we'll get back a little bit to the game, I guess, sadly. Strategies, it's based on what your team is comfortable with. And if your collegiate team isn't comfortable with necessarily adapting what VCT has done recently, please don't do it. Whatever you do not try to do something on the fly and adapt to a strategy you're not wary of. It is week one, and you can kind of dip your toes in the water and get comfortable with what's going on, but do what's comfortable for you. Play comfort picks. And for a team that should be well-regimented playing together, you've had a couple weeks, even a month even for the semester starting up, for maybe your new roster being picked up. You should be very comfortable with what you're playing and the strategies you're bringing to the table.
Yeah, I have to agree wholeheartedly, because if you don't know what you're doing on a specific pick, especially someone that requires a lot of coordination like the Viper, then you might just be messing yourself up more than anticipated. But we're almost ready to get back in the match, making sure everyone is completely ready before we start up that timer once again. And nothing really changing on either side. Obviously, the agent picks have to remain the same. That would be a little unfair if they changed midway through. But the setups that are going in their way, it still appears to be a full force attack in towards B main. Maybe one player going up in towards mid, or it might just be that full-fledged domination and aggression once again by LVC.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest factors we can see is this Heaven control. You're going to need to maintain control of Heaven to be able to hold at least a small level of dominance when it comes to maintaining control of B side, and that seems to be where LVC is putting all of their focus towards. 3 players in B main, 2 kind of lagging behind, maybe teasing to step towards that link side and head towards mid, but no, they're going to go ahead and continue to wait it out, bait that they're stepping away, leave one, not bait they're stepping away. It's mind games right now, and they need to work in that fashion. And it's not necessarily working right now against this Butler Blue roster. They're 3 players, they've been situated, still holding strong. They're not going to go ahead and step away. They have no information that they're not coming here, and they saw how LVC played last map, and that's the same strategy we saw them bring to the table. It's probably not going to work twice. They're going to need to start adapting in a way.
5-man pushes all in one direction. They can sometimes be effective, but now you have to worry about Heaven so much more, as you have no one working around in towards mid. The push was so far not working out as anticipated. John Cook getting 2 in the round. G4 shuts down reliability. It's just nothing but net, though, for John Cook. He scores the 3rd on the round, tries to find another, but it'll be Ion who gets rid of Icy, forcing Deathless in a 1v3. They only have to worry, though, about a couple of players that are on full health. Just one player of that Killjoy. John Cook is on roughly 40 health, and the other one is on just a sliver of HP, and that's going to be Ion who, the first gun engagement, right-click would just sweep him away. He'll try to go for the first one, but misses both at the exact same time, allowing Ion who to get a fairly easy classic kill to end off round number 1 as a victory for LVC.
And a buddy ace, as you like to call it, John, between John Cook and Iron Who. As John Cook was able to find 3, and Iron Who was able to find 2. A very spectacular way for them to finish that one off. And all of it started by John Cook doing what they needed to do. Cloud burst onto site, dashing into it, keeping themselves, and it kind of brings them to how do I phrase this? It sets them up so that the players on defense for that B site are worried about that cloud-bursted player. You saw it in VCT. They initially try to go for him, and that buys them a split second. It may not be a lot of time, but it's just enough time to allow the rest of the players for your LVC attack to then step up in a normal fashion and find that kill as they're distracted. We say it in the same way in R6. When somebody tries to step through a window and you've got a trap underneath it, they have to look at it, right? And it buys you just enough time to go for the kill. And that's that same premise we're seeing here. John Cook steps up straight through B mid. He's going to try to head toward heaven. Ferdy does manage to find him on the refrag, but Reliable is there instead with the Ghost. And in a dangerous position as they attempted to rush them through B main, but it ain't happening. It looks to be it's going to be a very dangerous 2v4 retake has to be set up for this Butler Blue side.
Plant goes down for LVC once again. 4-on-2, and with shorties in hand for Icy, it might be a really tough task to try to accomplish. Just playing exits at this point is probably your best option. You're not anticipating to win out this round. You're just hoping to maybe worsen the economy for LVC, and that's really the gist of it here, especially when you are down on the odds by so much and time's already ticking, not favoring your side. Really nothing much you can do here. Reliable will get a nice tag team with him and Nyx up against Deathless, now forcing Icy in 1v4 as he is just sitting still essentially, waiting for someone to push him in towards the hell rope, but no one's going to be overly extending towards him, and he might just end up dying to the detonation of that spike. He'll run on it and would just get a little bit more credits for round number 3, as we'll probably see a full buy for Butler as they ended up losing 2 straight rounds in a row up against LVC.
Dollar bills, y'all. And that's exactly what they needed. They needed a little bit extra money. They managed to find one consolation kill, which is, just enough for him. Probably would have been a little happier with more, but it's not necessarily the worst outcome that comes forward. But another very successful round for LVC. Nothing too shocking. Round 2 is typically going to go in that favor. Unlike map 1, though, John. I don't know if you remember. I mean, it was 50 minutes ago, probably, but Butler Blue actually took round 2 after LVC took round 1, and so it was kind of it flipped. It was something that you're not necessarily anticipating, but now a full rifle buy will be able to go for Butler Blue, and LVC are kind of in the worst position, worse for wear, as they're going to now tend to go towards this A site. But a very dangerous position. If they try to go up towards Amp, they have to face one more that has a rifle, has a good position, and it's Icy, the player who's gotten an ace and played well and is continuing to play well as they step forward and find the opposing jet player of John Cook as the bird goes out blinding. Reliable is incapable of being able to find the kill because of it, and that just is a great getaway there by Butler Blue.
Yeah, great rotation by Icy, just right place at the right time. GeForce will not be as lucky though, as Claudio will shred through him. Icy with 3 on the round though, as he gets rid of Claudio and Ion, who even having backup from Ferdy, it's just Reliable. Now in a 1v4, turned 1v3 and 0v3, as Ferdy will end up trading for the rest of his team. And that was a much better round by Butler Blue, finally having those rifles to go tip for tap on the side against LVC. It'll finally score them that first round, and it's not looking all that good all of a sudden for LVC, as their buy looks to be a bit all over the place, much more of a save.
This entire game has kind of been all over the place. When it comes to LVC's attacking strats we saw in map 1, it was a go for first pick. If you lose it, then play slow, and they would push. But that's where Butler Blue capitalized on a lot of the mistakes that LVC would made. They were just pushed for that first kill, and they would find it. Typically, it was Icy who would do so. Sometimes you saw it was Game Man, and sometimes you could see it kind of work in a different direction for GeForce to step up, but ultimately it really came down to them finding first pick for Butler Blue, and then LVC trying to play slow, but just not slow enough.
Here comes the push right now for LVC. John Cook will start off the aggression with that Blade Storm. Claudio follows suit on towards Deathless with a quick headshot with the Singer in hand. Now to post plant. These 5-man pushes overall when attacking B have been working quite well for them, and John Cook scoring another one on towards GeForce. We're in a 5-on-2 situation. The best option here for Butler Blue might be just to try to save and not lose those rifles off the bat, but sadly Icy cannot do that. He's completely stunned by the breach ability, and Reliable will punish him for it. Ferdy, now 1-on-5 situation. He might try to find some type of exit frag as he'll get one on towards Ion Who, but that's really it. This might be the end of his tails currently, as everyone's just watching for him, waiting in towards the defender lobby. Ferdy shuts down a couple in towards, now 3K for him, but that's going to be all that he wrote, as John Cook will secure the final kill of the round. LVC up now 3 rounds.
Wow, and John Cook was unable to get away. That was probably the most successful we've seen Ferdy be. And for a map like this, that's not shocking to see your Jet player playing very well, because you gotta be really swift on the defense, and who's faster than a Jet that can kind of dash away, updraft, get a high ground, move exceptionally well, and man, just playing that so well with the high noon in the hands and working really well with being able to push them coming in from that backside of alleyway. That was an exceptional job, taking a lot of the weapons of the hand LVC, which is going to be able to help Butler Blue stay alive, and you're going to be able to see Ferty with that operator who played well with it last map, John. I think you can agree with me, but didn't necessarily frag out with it. They weren't the end-all be-all player, but they did their job in due diligence.
Nice entry, favoring the side of Butler Blue. You lose your Killjoy, and not too sure if he had his lockdown available, but that's the case, and that's a really massive ultimate ability off your arsenal, and you're already down that man count, as well as, once again, LVC, they're just putting all their manpower into one direction as they're wrapping their way around in towards A, perhaps for the lobby. They might just go right into A main, just try to blitzkrieg against Lemonade Man, as he's the only one there to try to counteract this push. Finds one on a John Cook, but is not able to find any more, as Reliable is there, and this overwhelming presence in towards the A bomb site will allow for a plant to come down. 3-on-4, as this could be a very easy retake for Butler Blue, so long as they play their cards right and have the coordination to do that.
I mean, they have a man advantage. They're working from heaven. They do have the blade storm if they do want to have it to be available to work with. They can. G-Force attempts to step up with a boost back. Unable to, however. Zoeon who finds that kill, but Icy is still alive. Still looking to work with it. Is going to throw out the Seekers. It blocked a couple bullets from Reliable, but it wasn't enough to get the job done. Ferty will drop down. Knows there's one player down below. He swarmed in the process. Has to kind of wait it out. Has to be wary. They're going to get pushed from behind as well. Just needs to go for another exit frag. Attempted a hip fire, but didn't click fast enough. And Reliable able to find the kill. I think they'll be able to get away from this one with due time. No, it doesn't even need to go off, and Butler Blue will be unable to clutch out that round of the end, despite having the man advantage, John, and putting themselves in a good position to do so.
It's just been nothing but full man pushes by LVC. We have really not seen them spread out, try to scout out for map control in any direction. They just come up off the bat. They're like, all right, I want to go B this round. Let's all go B. And they do that. We haven't seen a lot of play in towards mid unless everyone on the side of LVC is working their way in towards middle, as speaking of LVC, they're going to be deciding whether they want to go in towards mid like I mentioned, or just go right into B through garage. Maybe try to go up and towards B main, as you already have Ferty who's pushing closer and closer with the Blade Storm at hand. Ion is here to possibly deny it, but if you lose on that initial gunfight, this could be a very seamless flank, and oh no, Ion who being blinded off the bat. This might already be a great start for Butler Blue, so long as they can find another instant frag.
Ooh, lots of damage did go forward. He did see some free frags going back and forth. Icy was narrowly able to stay alive in that situation, as they did attempt to get rushed by John Cook, but still barely able to keep up. A lot of guns have been dropped now inside market. It should be an interesting position for this Butler Blue side to step up and kind of work with it. Reliable's flashing, count everyone with it, but Icy, the least flashed of all, finds their third, takes that Reliable. Lemonade Man will attempt to push NECC. Takes them out instead. Spike is trapped, completely cut off, and sorry to break it to you for LVC. Very dangerous position to push through, as this link position that these two are in going to be something very hard to contend. But if there's any agent that can handle it, it's going to be an Astra that can place down these constellations and just continuously dish out damage and make it impossible to sit still inside.
We try to gravity well out of position as they're playing so comfortably for Butler Blue, and there it is, Deathless. They'll score the last frag of the round, a very thrifty lead, and they'll finally upset the scoring by LVC. They finally punished LVC for just going for a one-sided push and just found a great flank. There was a little bit of coverage by LVC, but not enough to stop the overwhelming power that Butler Blue was able to have. It just comes down to that, really. LVC's been doing the exact same thing over and over again. Finally, Butler Blue has been able to read into it, so great job by them. Really cannot stress that enough.
I think one of the biggest factors for Butler Blue after taking a couple of round losses is going to be denying the Swift Rush, which obviously is going forward, as you do see your Jet player rushing in and attempting to contend, but Lemonade Man is there instead. It was a bit of an eco for them as they attempted to go forward with that shotgun. Not able to get the job done. Iron will be able to find Lemonade Man, but maybe just a consolation kill, depending on how the round necessarily goes out. They do have control of site, but Heaven control is still handily in the favor of this Butler Blue side. Icy's able to find one more. Reliable, not so reliable right now, as he's taken out, and Iron who is trapped in this backside of site. Elbow is completely a death hold for him, and G-Force just steps up, finds the kill, and look again, John. Guess who's the last one standing? It's NECC, trying to hold their own all the way up on this A main.
Got Sheriff in a Dream. Half armor of 25, and not looking that bright for him, to be honest. Maybe he could find some nice one-taps, but Butler Blue, they're playing back. They don't really want to overextend themselves, lose any more players than what they've already had, and only losing the Astra is kind of a big step up here for Butler Blue, and they don't really have to do all that much. They have Spike down inside of A main. It's going to be just a absolute death sentence here for NECC, and he'll seal his fate due to that Phantom just shutting him down a quick headshot. 3-4 as Butler are slowly and surely regaining the round count, and finally the patented 5-man trap by LVC that they've been doing time in and time through in the first half is really no longer working for them anymore, like I mentioned last round.
You notice that when LVC decides to push forward, they're not really setting up crossfires. They're kind of relying on John Cook to distract and then letting the rest of the team frag out, which has been what's happening. In a lot of the ways, they'll kind of ignore John Cook, and then John Cook continues to frag out and finds 8 kills like they have. But in a lot of ways, it's doing a much better job for the side of Butler Blue when it comes to setting up crossfires. When it came down to that last bit where there's only NECC left standing, they said, hey, let's not just peek this wildly. We'll have Ferty peek it first. They know the position. It's just an information game. And then you have one player pushing from D-spawn, coming in through that doorway to heaven. You got another player on that Raptors, that was Ferty. And then you had another player coming from behind on ramp. They had to completely lock down. There was no way they were going to let NECC get another kill off of it. And they were really biding their time and letting them walk and ultimately just pincering them off guard. NECC did not stand a chance. And that's something that Butler Blue has been doing a very good job of as this match and last match unfolded.
Rotate coming in towards A by LVC, a last-ditch attempt to try to put themselves in the post plant, and you only have the Astra just waiting in towards screens to relay that information. Luckily, he has some smokes in his fingertips, so he'll be able to try to counteract that for a little while longer. Get smoked across the board as well by LVC. Now he's play a little bit farther back, and he's getting naded as well. Now you can actually push in towards Sight Ion, who above near heaven will get rid of Icy, but Lemonade Man is still doing fine in towards Elbow. There goes the showstopper. It's just one player left of Ion Who, and the Sheriff will do its justice on the doppelganger of Raze. Plenty of time left to defuse, and that'll be an equalized round count for Butler Blue. They are playing these retakes so much better than what they were beforehand. They're finally getting a great read into how LVC is playing round after round.
Took them a couple rounds to get comfortable, but I feel like the rest of this one's still going to go pretty back and forth. Obviously, this next round may not go in LVC's favor, as the money is definitely not in their favor either, as the credits are looking a little thin. Their wallets may have a couple holes in the bottom as the loose change starts to fall through as the rounds go underway. But don't give anything up for granted, I guess. They've got 4 ultimates to work with. They still have the Blade Storm, and I think that's what John Cook's going to work with the entire time. They've got Rolling Thunder they can work with. They do have the ability to, lock down the site and work with it in that direction, and obviously they can Cosmic Divide the map and attempt to contend. Dangerous position for John Cook, steps up, right-click onto Deathless, does some damage onto Icy, but a Reliable who cleans up the kill instead. And it didn't take much for them to step out of the site, but now they're going to contend against the Operator trapped up in Heavens.
Still that man count, but like he mentioned, the Operator could really tip the tide back in the favor of Butler Blue. You're still sitting comfortably up above inside of heaven. Cosmic Divide comes in through, but what a shot by Ferty! Through the boxes, bye-bye Claudio. Lemonade Man steps up too. He's got backup from G-Force and Ferty, who is still a menace up above. 3 to his name. It's just NECC in the backup site in the corner area. Smoke will impair his vision, and Ferty just rushes him with the rifle at hand. They'll manage to succeed. Another round win in a row for Butler Blue, as they are just looking unstoppable against LVC.
And that's such a dangerous look for Butler Blue. When you lose 2 players on site like that, if you didn't see Ferty go for that Operator kill and find it to give them an entry, then I don't think we would have seen that Astral Divide go through. I do not think we would have seen that wall pop up there by Lemonade Band, but we did. We saw it go forward, and that allowed them to split up the map. So it allowed you for Ferty to find that amazing shot into Claudio through the box. It allowed for your player of Lemonade Band to step out from the backside of Alley and find that kill next to close box. I mean, there were so many positions that would have been just left out in the open if that wall hadn't come forward, and it was just phenomenal play style. Whoever's coaching them and sets that up in that position, that's the right decision to make. They looked hot. They definitely feel hot after that one, and I can't imagine how Butler Blue is going to continue to defend this and continue to dig LVC down into a mental deficit.
Nice lockdown comes in through by LVC. That could open up the remainder of the site, and you can't sit as comfortably inside of heaven as you'd want to because of that. Deathless just playing there to die. He'll get one on a John Cook. Not another one though, as Claudio is there with the Odin, and there goes the lockdown, detaining a single player. Not that big of a concern, though, but LVC might be able to possibly get a read on how they want to play this round out. The lockdown not doing as much as they would anticipate. They're not going to end up committing into B. Instead, they'll just try to win the race up against Butler Blue as they try to desperately get control of A, all of them setting themselves up inside of lobby. And I don't know if they're going to actually have anyone in flank watch. It appears that Asher might try to attempt that. But other than that, this is looking to be another great retake situation by Butler Blue, so long as they just keep playing quite comfortably and calmly against this push. There it is.
I mean, G4 is able to hold up on Raptors. John, sorry, not Raptors, up in screens. And you did have one player up in Raptors who was fell, but it wasn't necessarily the biggest deficit for them. But the Cosmic Divide does go down, and Ion's going to have to boost back to site as Nyx will begin the plant. He's actually going to plant behind center screen as well, which does allow for them a little bit of a safety, and they'll have to worry about crossing from that side of Raptors in heaven, but they'll be able to find one. Nyx capitalizes into 30, finds a second note. Icy to third! Takes out G-Force! They peaked all at the same time, but couldn't find the shots. Swinging in favor of Nyx. They're not losing that one in a 3v1. They failed a little bit earlier, John, but this one handily in their favor.
And that gravity well is on top of it, too, securing that 2K for Nyx, and then just enough time to eliminate the player inside the elbow. That was quite literally just a hair of perfect timing. If one thing was messed up by a millisecond, that could have been an easy trade for Butler Blue, but sadly in the 1v3, it couldn't come to fruition, and now we're back in another even round count. 5-5 going in around number 11, and oh boy, once again, LVC, they're just gonna try to rush right on in the side as quickly as possible, but if they don't check that upper left-hand corner where Deathless is currently sitting, they might be in for a bit of a surprising encounter up against the Sage player. And even having backup from Icy as well, this might just be a unwinnable push, and I think LVC has noticed that.
I'm starting to get deja vu from Seaside last map, John, where Deathless sat up on close box. They played the Omen, so they had the ability to teleport up on top instead of having to jump up like we see here, but getting a little bit of deja vu. The paint does come from LVC. They're going to throw some Nebulas down on the A side, give the temptation, and a couple of players for Butler Blue are actually going to start looking in that direction. No commitment just yet to move, because there hasn't been any noise inside mid, which would be a very pivotal rotate for LVC. They actually want to make that rotation. Instead, they're going to head through market. We'll be able to step towards mid. Ferdy is there, however, does have the operator in hand, is looking to find at least a pixel of a player as they attempt to cross. They'll bait out with Claudio first. There's the noise and the notification of that Odin being fired. Managing to find one, sees the gun of one up close, finds an advantage to draft away, but John Cook finds a refrag on a G-Force. Can't get away. The Vortex, extremely dangerous to step away from, does get blinded, has to drop down a Cloudburst. He's going to go ahead and make that step away. They start to get concussed by Reliable.
Manages to make it out in time, though. 4-on-3 situation as LVC. They are very limited on their options. They might try to go up in towards B, but you still have Deathless just waiting in the box corner. He's waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He'll find it. Down goes John Cook. Icy's still there from corner. Nyx will fall to the wayside, and it's just Reliable inside of mid with a lot more questions to have than answers for them, as the time will tick down to quad 0. Butler Blue will regain that round advantage, and not even able to kill the player with the op of Ferdy. That's got to sting as well. If Reliable found that frag, that would have been a really nice exit kill for him, but that's not going to be the case.
I think one of the big things I want to mention, John, when it comes to the way that Butler Blue have been defending, it's been a lot of locking down the actual entrances to the side. We noticed that they, in the rounds where LVC were able to step forward, where there was John Cook sprinting into the side and then Cloud bursting to cover their position, they were sitting a little bit too far back on site instead of having these closer angles where you do see Icy and Deathless kind of working together to try to be that pincer as they attempt to step in. And I think that's kind of been the biggest difference maker. But already, all the noise coming onto this A site, they're going to already know that there's a player stepping on. They do see the glimpses of it as G-Force is there, and we'll also see the head, able to find the kill as well. A second one as the flick comes through, but Reliable on A-ramp, able to take out first and a refrag. Icy finds one more. Dangerous position as G-Force attempts to step into Reliable. Reliable will win that engagement in a 1v2 setup and play. Icy in a firefight wins it. And we do not see Icy lose very many of those. Icy was 12-6 at the half. He was 16-7 at the half. And they've been playing extremely well and very well coordinated.
The smokes did come in to allow for LVC to get an assertive start in the objective room, but they lost Spike right near A main, and they also didn't really have anyone there to stun anybody out. Their only real stuns that they have is Reliable, and he has been reliable in that factor. He's been doing good in terms of getting kills when needed to and flushing out solo players. but that was really it. John Cook had quite literally no backup, as he was just one man arming it towards the objective room. And then as the rest of his team and himself had fallen in that 12th round, there wasn't really much that LVC could really do. They're down the man count, and the only one left alive was just one. It was just a lost cause at that point. But now as the sides end up switching in the second half, maybe we'll see a much better performance by LVC. Still a close one, though. It's only a 2-round differential here, but already a lot of differences being had by Butler Blue's attack, as they're playing a lot more separated in comparison to LVC, and they're going to try to get mid-control as quickly as humanly possible.
Mid-control is one of the biggest and most important aspects for this map, especially with the meta and agents that they're bringing to the table. You don't really have a Viper to lock down a lot of outlines, and it doesn't allow you to swiftly push towards A site. You did have the breach for LVC that they did work with, and it did work well for them in a lot of the rounds, but ultimately Butler Blue adapted, and it kind of swung in the other way. But now they're going to have to deal with the breach that's on the back side of this A site, sitting behind screen. Reliable is there, and does manage to find Deathless, but it doesn't seem to last much longer, as he'll be refragged back. Illuminated Mafan finds one further onto Claudio, who doesn't have the Odin in hand, which has been their weapon of choice for the majority of this game here, John, and they only picked it up in round 1. But NECC now in defender spawn, able to take out Lemonade Man. Dangerous position still as a 3v3 is here. We've definitely seen LVC come back from worse.
A vital kill for NECC. You still don't have control of sight, and the defender spawn is being guarded quite heavily, and so is screens by both Raze and Jet. Icy's the only one up in sight, and he can just play this one back. Time is on his side, and he just has to wait quite comfortably. There goes the audio cue, and from behind, Icy strikes upon John Cook and NECC. GeForce is there to help out as well, but Butler Blue will secure that first round win, and just the collapse into sight, it works so seamlessly for Butler Blue.
I wrote down in my notes just now that Butler Blue have been a team that's their chemistry seems to be a little bit higher here. They're really well coordinated when it comes to working together. Like that flank we saw there for Icy, and Deathless, that worked really well together in the first half. Butler Blue just are really well coordinated when it comes to engaging in pairs, and that's where we're seeing. I mean, it's something that's scary to be on the attack against as well, just quite frankly. And as more things go forward, a Hound will come out and attempt to step onto the site. John Cook's not able to pull out the shotty in hand. First, he'll be able to step up with the SMG and find the kill instead. Now heading towards back alley, maybe pushing this defender-sided spawn. Claudio is there, and he's going to get aggressive instead. Ferdy steps up, finds the kill. One player stepping down. That'll be your very annoying player on the opposing side, and Ferdy's looking to take out NECC. They're flanked in both directions. One will be felled, but first he just holds down the left click and walks forward to get the job done.
You mentioned it last round that the flanks were perfect by Butler Blue. That was LVC's biggest problem on map 1, was just having no flank watch, and now that is being just utilized perfectly by Butler Blue just to keep repositioning themselves, finding the entries off the bat as well. Ferdy is doing perfectly with the SMG, not even having to rely on an operator as of right now. This has just been a much better half for Butler Blue. They secured these first 2-round wins, but now that a full buy is in full effect for LVC, that might change, obviously, but the fact that they just haven't been doing all that hot overall, and they really just seem unwise of how Butler Blue is attacking on these first couple of rounds, that full buy might not even be enough to stop them from winning out this next round, and already losing Ion off the bat, allowing Lemonade to pick up that rifle in hand, might just spell defeat very early into this next round.
Lemonade pushes forward with it from mid, attempting to step towards heaven, John. I'm not sure that was the smartest decision. I would have handed the Phantom over to GeForce. I mean, I think he's still going to get it here. Indeed, he is. But I think I probably would have handed it over a little bit sooner. Yes, you can kind of pray for the refrag. He's already low, but give it to the person that has a bit more HP, and then have that person kind of be a bait, rushing forward with it instead. And I think from the information that Butler's been able to gather, they're kind of seemingly aware there's only one player. GeForce kind of spot the head there. I don't think they actually realize, but their teammate of Deathless will, and they're going to go ahead and ping that back corner, notifying the location of that opposing Jet. But first he is on the flank, on the prowl. Needs to be wary of the breach from behind and screens. They're full rotating now. Butler Blue maybe a little bit over preemptive in their rotate, but still managed to get a lot of the job done, but it's a 1v3. It does not look very well for this player of GeForce.
Not at all. Definitely winnable, but you are down on the man count quite a lot. Not entirely sure if there is one sitting inside of A. It might be an easy kill for Reliable, but he's not looking towards Elbow. It's a great wrap-up kill for GeForce. At this point, though, he has to stick the plan. He'll do that with the spike. It's now fully landed on the ground, and now he could try to just play keep away. He nades a little preemptively in towards Elbows. He expected someone to rush him directly into screens, as He's playing close for that push that could lead him towards this part of the map. But so far, it'll be a double push inside of Heaven, and he heard the updraft, but wasn't ready entirely for NECC just to strike upon him. He'll get a very easy kill, and he's just making sure this crouch button's working out just fine. It seems to have nothing inside of that key, so it won't be that difficult for him, and not a very difficult defuse task either, as no one's there to stop him. LBC will take their 6th round win.
Man, it's back and forth action here, John. I think we could still see a scoreline that goes 13-7. I mean, obviously with the fact that Butler Blue are able to pick back up rifles and full buyout, not having to worry about their SMGs they were stuck with after the second round of the half. And it can definitely flip back in the favor of Butler Blue, but we haven't necessarily seen how their attack has worked out with a full rifle buy. They knew what they needed to do when it came to having the SMGs, and they really worked in that fashion, and looks to be they're kind of trying to do a 2-3 split, 3 players towards this midsection, really hoping to deny Iron Who, maybe get a flank over towards Heaven, and it does give them a quick outlet to step towards that rope side and actually head towards A side instead, but double Vortex go down. G-Force will be able to get some damage off and actually get the kill off onto Iron Who, but they've also lost one of their own, their stage player of Deathless, who was fell in the process of pushing on the sides.
Great satchel to keep yourself alive there. NECC with 1. You heard the Seekers going in through in the background, but haven't been able to find that much success. NECC's down on towards G-Force as well. LVC regained the man advantage, and Spike is currently down in towards Market, but Asher will end up picking it on up, and a push comes in through by A. No one's really watching it except for the Killjoy, who's sitting up near ropes. That's really it, though. And if they don't hear that audible cue leading in towards A, this could be a very quick post-plant situation. And we almost saw Lemonade Man clutch out a situation just like a while ago. Who's to say that this round, having some backup here by the Sky, could end up actually guaranteeing them this round victory?
John, we are literally milliseconds away in each of those positions to having your breach player catch Lemonade Man off guard from the rear, and so close every time, but it didn't work out. But I'll tell you what, Icy, who's holding in the forefront, was completely ready for it, and Lemonade Man did not have the weapon out at all. Completely unaware to the position of where Reliable was, and the Frenzied Hand will be able to get the job done in due time, but a very dangerous position, now concussed, as you see your opposing breach is going to be able to use their utility in good strides, but Icy's currently trapped in Heaven. Looks to be Reliable is going to go onto site instead, same as NECC. He's going to go down into screens. We'll give Icy the ability to maybe step down. It was planted for him. We'll hop across. Bird will go out, hoping to blind, managing to catch one. The opposing player of NECC, who now has to step over towards Hell. Have to fade out the position. Does find one and just has to spray for the second. Couldn't get the spray transfer, but it doesn't matter. Butler Blue have it in just good time, and Reliable is unable to escape. 10-6 is your scoreline.
A very close call, but the post plant still worked out as Icy was able to barely salvage enough time or steal away enough time against LVC. They'll bring up their round count by a little bit more, and having everyone die in that current moment might actually favor out LVC a little bit more, as they did have a slightly better eco after winning out that past round. But I think the ultimates might have a bigger impact on this round. You've got the Cosmic divided by Lemonade Man. You've got G-Force with a Showstopper as well. That is a perfect ultimate to make a ton of space, and we might just see a very aggressive push, perhaps like Blue Butler, or depending on how they, or depending on what kind of intel they're able to gather up against John Cook and the rest of LVC. And there it is. Cosmic Divide goes in through along with a Sage Wall. It's what I was talking about much earlier in the round. And there you have it. You have complete site control other than John Cook trying to stop you from actually getting that plan down. But other than that, this could be a very quick post plan for Butler Blue now that John Cook is no longer alive.
And we'll go forward, and Claudio gets caught by the paint shells, which completely slow them down and make it impossible to deny the plant that went forward. They'll get Deathless after the fact that the spike has gone down. Great position now as they have themselves set up to defend from a very nice B-long position sitting in B main. They'll have the opportunity to try and contend. It was planted for them. You've got G-Force sitting behind in back pocket. Does manage to find one. A little bit of damage in the process. It'll be taken out with the paint, finding one more. Lemonade Man finding one of their own, but refragged back by NECC, who's stuck in a 1v2. They just be playing for time. Icy's jumping around baiting, doing what they do best. The arm is caught off by NECC, though. Sees the pixels, but I don't think this is going to happen. NECC is going to have to step away from Alley, work in a different direction, and maybe we'll actually see the push go through. No, we won't see that go through. The bird, the bird perfectly rounding those corners just to really drill it home. Hey, you got no eyes now, and you also don't got that round up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, the guiding light does not forget names inside of their notebook, so that'll end up lining out NECC at the very end. Not that much of a difference, though, as he'll still remain alive, keeping that rifle in hand. But he's the only one that can actually rock a rifle on this round. It's just Sheriffs and Spectres across the board, even Classics as well, as LVC are trying just to fully save up against Butler Blue's position. One more round, we go into match point favoring Butler Blue if they win out this round. Another one followed up. That's the end of the best-of-3 series, with Butler Blue taking it out 2-0. They might not be able to be stopped properly up against LVC, as they really have nothing going for them other than a possible Blade Storm. But if John Cook does not start out finding entries for his team, it might just not be enough to stop Butler Blue's dominating performance on the attack.
I'm very worried for Butler Blue attempting to push towards that A side. As you can see, there's 4 players teasing towards it. You do have your Rays over on that B side instead, holding up in heaven. But it's not going to be for much longer, as the caster's cursed will rear its ugly head, and Ion Who will be felled by Eliminated Man. And that will give Butler Blue pretty good control of the A side, but a very swift rotation comes through here. A missed right click, though. It will tag very little onto Eliminated Man, who stays alive. And John Cook's life will not last for much longer.
5-on-2 already, and that Blade Storm having no impact on the round has sealed the fate of LVC, at least on this 18th round. Icy, a beautiful shot on towards Claudio, having the guiding light to back him up. So to worry about NECC, who finds 2. Can it be 3? He'll get 3 to his name. It's possible he can get this ace clutch, but he's on such little HP. It might not be a doable round win for the lone man by himself. Having to do everything for his team to stop match point from coming underway. He might try to save this round once again, but the gravity well is having no impact. He isn't aware there's someone sitting above and towards heaven. This could be an easy frag for Deathless, and it will be. They'll get the last pick of the round, and match point will be sealed for Butler Blue. One more round away, and they'll bring us to a 2-0 victory, Scott.
Yeah, and I would say in a very stupid statement that LVC have the money to buy, but I don't think it would really matter now, would it, John? They have to buy. They have to commit to this. They used the Blade Storm last round, so you do see John Cook has to go in and use all their cash anyways. They only have 2 ultimates available for him. They have the lockdown they can try to contend with, but they picked the wrong objective last round. Maybe they didn't pick the wrong one, because that is where Butler Blue intended their initial push, but the very swift rotation came through for them and completely flipped in the other direction. Blade Storm now popped out for 30, attempting to push up this A ramp. Very nice situation. The showstopper is ripped as well as the Seekers. Eliminated Man finds John Cook, blinded by the bird, and Icy's looking to step up forward, but it'll be G-Force to find one instead, and Icy does finally swing and take out Reliable. NECC is in heaven, does take a nice shot on the Icy, removing them, but G-Force has the flank coming from screens. Could be a dangerous position. No one's in despawn. The last 2 remaining players, both inside heaven, and looking for any opportunity to find a kill. Butler Blue has not gone for the plant. NECC wins the fight against G-Force, but Eliminate Man, you can't miss that shot. Bad position. He finds the last. Ion Who saves the day, and Butler Blue are incapable of finding it. 12-7. Ion Who just testing out the crouch key button once again to make sure it's really working after that one.
Yeah, no sticky keys indeed. The Clutch King, Ion Who, keeping his team alive for a little while longer, and maybe they can actually reliably use those ultimate abilities that they had saved up. The Cosmic Divide could have really halted the side of Butler Blue and maybe have made that less of a down-to-the-wire situation. Maybe this time around it will rear its ugly head, perhaps, and in terms of ultimate economy, there really isn't nothing but a resurrection for Deathless, so it'll mostly come down to these gunfights to be had by Butler Blue to try to out this round. But so far, Reliable starts out with a great shot on Icy. Already Skyward in that entry. Not a bad spot, but there goes the resurrection. So we're back now, Scott, to 5-on-5.
Oh, man, I think right now, as of the current look, it's going to be a little bit more dangerous for Butler Blue. They need to get some refrags back. Claudio was able to find one, but it doesn't match much longer for NECC. One of their best players, Reliable, does find with the Classic in hand, takes out Ferdy, a 3v4. The Heaven push has been really shut down in pretty emphatic fashion right now, as LVC have, well, not with very strong weapons in hand, been able to close out a lot of positions. The showstopper was ripped, but Ion Who was incapable of getting up high enough to actually use it, and Eliminate Man is plenty out of the range of it, as they're going to send on the opposing side next to Trash. This push that has to come through from mid is not going to actually go forward, as looks to be they're going to put the other 2 towards ropes and just try to get some exit picks as the rotation comes through.
Not entirely sure I want to approach this. It's back to a B-sided push, and that's the proper call. You've got someone trying to watch the flank here. Claudio gets rid of Eliminated Man, though, before they can actually happen. Wall denying off the defender. Lobby push coming in through. It's just up to the player inside of the objective room, but John Cook is not going to miss his shots at all with the judge, jury, and executioner 8-12 now. LVC, they're slowly making that comeback, but I have to stress this once again, Scott. One more round and that's game over for LVC. They have to play this one perfectly once again.
I'm sorry, John, I'm laughing. You stole my line. That's my line. Just during execution, it is my thing. No, I'm glad to hear it stolen and yoinked away, you know. But yeah, I mean, obviously a different scoreline that we're going to have here in this one, as LVC have managed to get 8, and both teams essentially with full rifle buys, a couple SMGs, and then obviously a lower LMG in the process for the side of LVC. But both sides are still trying to just end this one off fairly emphatically. We know Butler really expunged and wasted a lot of their ultimates a few rounds ago, and it wasn't necessarily that fruitful for them, as they ultimately had failed to win it out, but it was mostly because of the phenomenal clutch we saw there at the end by Iron Who. It wasn't because it was a bad decision by Butler Blue side, it just came down to one individual player really pulling off a miracle.
See if this round will once again be a victory for LVC. Reliable will once again do his job, venturing out for his team. So that's a really good start. Well needed one on top of that, as seeing a heaven push coming in through towards B. Bursty with the first frag. G-Force responds on to John Cook. You regain that man advantage. Now you can try to go in for a plan, as you don't have to really worry about the heaven presence just yet. And you have someone watching up near Raptors try to shut that one down. Claudio tries to find something with the Ares, but it's unsuccessful. You're still down on that man count. Slow orbs coming in through as well. You're basically impaired in terms of mobility. Nothing much you can really do here with that lack of intel as well. You might not even know that someone's up above and towards Catwalk. Nix with one on the Icy, now another on towards Birdie. He might be able to clutch this one out for his team, as Reliable is still having an impact on the round as well. It's just deathless. 1 versus 2. Time ticking, favoring Butler Blue. He could win this fight against Reliable. He'll do just that. Only one more needed, and you still are down on the count in towards time. Nix will get the last one on the round, but is it down to the wire? He's got plenty of time left. Still a winning chance for LVC, as a great clutch by Nix will be had, and he's now re-earned that Cosmic Divide.
Man, LVC are really trying to fight this one out. They do not want to go home without a victory here. Maybe they're already home. This could be, you know, one of those colleges that play remotely from home, but they really don't want to go out without at least a map win in this one, and I think it's definitely going to show. But fruitfully for the side of Butler Blue, as they've been hemorrhaging the last few rounds and really falling apart in the last 3, they still are in match point. Nothing's going to change that fact, and they've got a few more ultimates to work with. Obviously, they can throw out the Seekers, and those can be a great job of determining where the enemies may lie. They have that Cosmic Deny to work with. I think that's going to be a big factor, but it looks to be this round already a bit of a bust, as John Cook rushed towards that B main entrance, finds one sitting inside that garage, and completely denies any sort of push that started for that Butler Blue side before it even seemingly had started for them.
Yeah, nothing you can really do when you only have sheriffs in your hands against full-fledged rifles. You've already lost 2 of your players. A Blade Storm popped. I don't know if that's the proper call here, really, as you're already down really heavy on the man comp. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. Maybe Ferdy will pop off currently on this possible game-ending round, but he hasn't found anybody. No one's overextending. LVC knows that they have a really good lead right now, and they just have to play time. They've already burned through a good chunk of the round, and if they just keep playing comfortably and towards both the A and B objective room, there isn't really much that Butler Blue can really do to stop them from just having themselves in towards a stalemate. Ion Who gets one on the Lemonade Man. 5 versus 2 now, and Ferdy is really regretting popping that Blade Storm, as he will not be able to carry it on and towards the next round.
Left.
Things are just not looking good for Butler Blue all of a sudden, as LVC have been really able to get an impactful lead up against them finally.
He doesn't necessarily have to use it, but will. Ferdy will be able to take out Claudio, and they may have some semblance of control on the A side. They're going to have to rely on facing against Reliable. As Deathless attempts to drop forward, the flash does go out, and it's completely denied. Ferdy now steps up onto the site, has to take out Reliable in the backside, knows where they are to a degree, misses the right click, though, and that'll be all she wrote for this round. 10 rounds now in LVC's book. They need to take these next 2 if they want to be able to bring us into the overtime, and I think that's a definite possibility. However, full rifles will now be in the hands of Butler Blue. They still have the Cosmic Divide. They still have the ability to pop the Seekers, but no Blade Storm, John, like you had called. Seemed a little questionable, but it did get them 2 kills.
Yeah, impactless kills, sadly, though, for Ferdy. I mean, you might be able to weaken the economy, but it's not weak at all. It's booming on the side of LVC, and they've got plenty of ultimates to play with as well. They've got the Rolling Thunder, they've got Cosmic Divide, and even a Blade Storm of their own, and think they're also close to a possible lockdown ultimate as well. Things are just looking better and better for LVC as time keeps on ticking. We're getting closer and closer to a possible overtime situation, and I'm not too sure if Butler Blue will be able to handle a kind of predicament like that if we actually get into a 12-on-12 predicament.
Looks to be that they're still teasing that double-sided push, and Lemonade Man attempted to step forward first. That's that Astra, and that's going to be that wall removed from your side. That's not good. Probably should have pushed with somebody that was maybe a little bit more, less important, so to say, when it comes down to that ultimate, but there's no way they're going to get that Sage Resurrection back in time either. I don't think that's up anytime soon, but the Seekers will be popped, maybe giving away a couple of the positions. Reliable still sitting in the backside of A site. Looks to be a heaven push coming through. Deathless manages to attack out John Cook that was sitting on site for B. B is essentially taken it in full control in the loving arms of Butler Blue. They'll plant for full control position when it comes to maintaining control from B main. Something we've already seen them find success with, but they found success with it due to the Cosmic Divide, and that's no longer available.
Ferdy just waiting near mailbox. If his position is not known by LVC, this heaven take could be a disaster waiting to happen. Cosmic Divide comes in through. That'll cut off the sight line in towards Garage, but that's really it. No one's sitting inside of Garage. Rolling Thunder will be attempted to come on through, but it will not disorientate a single soul. Great blind comes in through. Reliable markets off it. Won't find another one though. As Icy is there up above. So is Ferdy. Down goes Ion Who. And that's the end of the game as it's just nothing but red in the kill feed. 13-10. Favoring out the side of Butler Blue. They'll take the map scoring 2-0 in the best of 3, and sadly, we're not going to see the final map of Bind, Scott.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. Did a quick refresh there, because once I saw the round outcome, I'm going to make sure the camera is working. You can see my pretty face, but I swear, we'll get it figured out eventually. But yeah, phenomenal game. I mean, map 2 was a phenomenal showcase for them. LVC with the attempted comeback. They looked spectacular, and everything seemed to kind of come down to their somewhat lackluster performance in the first half. And that was something that kind of bit them in the rear when it came to map 1 as well. Their first half went really flip-floppy at the beginning, and then you just see the fact that Butler Blue just steps up and just goes, this is our map. And they did that in the second one too, but then LVC kind of returned a few. They need to be able to do that. They need to be able to keep that swing in that direction. If there was even a couple more rounds, a couple more mistakes, and if LVC hadn't made those mistakes earlier on in that map, it would have been their favorite. We would have seen map 3, and I would have loved to see map 3. I would have loved to have that because, quite frankly, that was a spectacular showcase to watch. Those two teams were at each other's throats and really playing to their favors.
Yeah, and I think that's it. I don't think we have an interview up and ready either. Nope, no interview. So that's going to be it. We'll get the next casters and rest of them ready for match number 2, which will be starting in just a few short minutes. That's been it for you and I, Scott. It was a pleasure being back here for NECC to start their debut matchup in Valorant. And yeah, we'll cut into that break and hopefully see you guys all in a short couple of minutes with a brand new lineup here to show you some more Valorant action in the collegiate scene.
will be waging warfare. We look at the veto, we look at the character picks and bans. There's nothing too wild here. No Viper has come out, which is surprising, but you do have the Astra on either side, so you do get that wall up and ult anyway, and the preference of a bit more smokes definitely is going to kind of come through here, because Ascent, it's all about control. It's all about pushing to get early map control, either A main or B main. Sometimes having control if you're feeling a bit ambitious in mid, if your Jet's really on par, and JRC is going to be the man to watch out for that. But for the most part, if your defending side is passive, then the attack is just going to walk all over them.
Occasionally that is going to be the case. I love seeing a Phoenix come out here as well. It feels like Haven and Ascent are the mainstays of Phoenix gameplay, because they're so good with those 90-degree angles where you can feel the real value that the curveballs bring. We are going to be seeing our UI disappear at the beginning here for a second. One moment.
Yeah, well, as we quickly fix the UI, we'll be able to get underway momentarily. We'll look at the buys, and we got two frenzies coming out on Pretty Boy and Wombat. I'm looking forward to seeing where they're placed and what sort of effectiveness they'll have here. But with only two players holding armor on the defender's side, it means a lot of utility is going to be in the hands of the SEC as they start encroaching into a preparing their hits and first engagement of this map.
SEC for now. Going to follow in the dog, obviously. Checking all of the corners is Wombat. Manages to find a turret, but not much more than that before it's eviscerated by multiple pistol shots. There's going to be tripwires here, waiting calmly for the entry, and already a member from each team has fallen on down, and it feels like St. Clair, they're going to be giving this one away for now. They're just going to slowly fade away, but they do have their Sky trapped at the moment on the other side of the choke point. They are going to have to cross over as Pretty Boy has a nasty little duel in mid. Isn't going to be much in the way of fatalities there until the Astra falls down.
Yeah, a bit of a slow start. Both players kind of get your pick. They're just backing off to mid. And that fact that Pretty Boy's able to survive is very impressive. We've got Wombat lurking in A, hoping that someone will overextend for a bit of information. Instead, they all coalesce back into main. There's going to be aggression from Amar, though, as he tries to just start clearing. He knows that Wombat's there. He takes a lot of damage to that frenzy, but he survives. He maintains the man advantage despite the low HP of two of the members.
Amar so low and is instantly just discorporated by Casper. Nice wallbang there with the Ghost. Looking to try and plant on default here. There we go. Lovely. Fire Striker playing from heaven. Manages to take out their counterpart, and they could be healed up here by their Sky. The Sky heal is so important in these pistol rounds just because the time to kill is so much larger. A cheeky little nade set up from hell. Does a little bit of damage and forces for Queen's University to move in a little bit more quietly. Now they are going to go down towards that generator, but they're just surrounded on all sides. A double turret kill. Timmy Turret coming out this early to play. That is a little bit dirty there from Vcan.
Well, Vcan, he's playing CF2 at the moment. Playing the engineer. It's down. He's ready to play, and he's ready to party. A wonderful little opening. And for St. Clair, that'll be the pistol round. While it was very messy indeed, the fact that Pretty Boy was able to survive that long and mid definitely is going to weigh heavy on their conscience, but the reality is they were still able to convert the kills. They were still able to hold that site despite the perfect flash coming in from heaven, and with that, they were able to secure a site, more importantly, a round. With us moving into the bonus from this side, it's 5 Spectres wielded, so they really are here to just farm some cash against the collection of pistols from this side of Queens.
I mean, Vcan did come from Fortnite, so it's no surprise they would be an expert builder, right? Is that a shorty inside there? It is. The ring out of the shotgun is more than enough to try and deter any aggression in forward. Zed is going to have to back off for a moment, but sucked into a Molotov right now. What a beautiful combo of utility right there. The Gravity Well and the Fireball combined for some early damage here to Queens. Fire Striker trying for the jump peek at the back of mid.
Chelsea getting that first blood, and as they just cascade onto the safe side, tripwires, because only he's a classic to try and stop him. What can you really expect from him? It is just a butchery, really, of these defenders, and for Queens, it's just going to be a matter of getting the round over and done with, moving to your weapons, and trying to keep your confidence as you move into the third. Pretty Boy left in a 1v5. I mean, one kill would be nice.
Oh, they weren't noted, but Blossom managed to hunt them down, and this gives us a moment to take a quick look into some of these player histories, particularly Blossom, previously on the semi-pro Overwatch team GOAT, so that's a good level, a good caliber of player. That's kind of our benchline here for St. Clair's versus Queen's University. In our previous match, we saw Butler coming out, Infinosa saying, you know what, maybe these guys are looking towards the top of our Champions division, give them the pedigree. But some of these players have attributed to them, especially people like Blossom. I'm expecting for St. Clair to come out swinging and swing continuously for all of our weeks moving forward in the championship.
No, you're absolutely right. And with a few Vandals in position, Queens have just gone for the aggression. Amar, beautiful opening there, and as Casper falls, he's relatively unscathed by that engagement, despite having Blossom watch it to try and cover his teammate.
All right, Cheeky Odin right now, posted up outside B long. Standard server play, some would say. Amar with the Vandal here. If they can establish a sightline, they may be able to get an early pick and try and make it even more desperate on the side of St. Clair. Still playing with this bonus. St. Clair are expected to lose this on a sort of quantitative level.
Fanshawe's going from short, trying to follow it out. Wombat aware of the presence, but he hasn't been able to commit to it yet. Instead, that Soba won't be able to get that yet. So Wombat has some aggression to worry about. Emma, there's his second, there's his third of the round as well. Seems to be going downhill, Harry.
This is the kind of aggression that you want from your duelist, ready to take a swing here on an enemy that was previously noted. Blossom playing behind that wall. The armor is gone, so is the life. That's going to be 4 from Amar. Can they convert it into an ace? Everyone closing in from all the different sides, and there we go on round 3. Mr. Deepak coming up big on the Phoenix.
I tell you what, as well, these were just straight angels. He didn't need utility. He didn't need the help of his teammates. He goes straight out to the bare bones. He just walks around and he kills people. A wonderful little opening for him. And of course, he's got the first ult up. He's ready to run it back. And no one is really close to combating that. Maybe Blossom, if he's having a successful round. Maybe Wombat as well. But for a just instant runner back, he can continue the aggression. Amar, of course, his background is CS, so the kind of holding angles and clicking on heads is sort of where that comes from, to just play in mid. And for a Phoenix, it's an operator that suits perfectly. Pretty boy for some aggression in B main. He's going to hope for a bit of control here, but for the most part, it is just prodding and poking from either side to kind of size each other up.
More equal buys for now between these teams. Long sightlines being established by the drone. It's being pushed down mid right here. Irish Striker's going to identify one. Seems they won't note the second in mid, though, and that might lead to some over-aggression. Full Blind's going to connect with Vcan, but unfortunately can't be followed up upon. So for now, all's fair in love and war. Amar Deepak is going to fall down midway through their ultimate. That's going to be expended, but their life will remain able to play. They are going to lose their armor, so it'll be a tiny bit more fragile, Kramer.
Will be, and it looks like the whole side of Queens are sort of sharing in the complicity of that ace by Amar here. No one wants to overextend. Everyone just wants to take the duel once St. Clair commit to their attack. And 45 seconds left. St. Clair, they need to start selecting a site. They need to start moving somewhere. And with that pick in mid from Casper, it looks like the B site is suddenly looking a little bit appetizing, at least for the Vcan, as it may turn into a very elaborate ruse as they stack 3 players at A main.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, they're pressing 2 players onto B with the intent here for a very, very thorough fake, because the spike is still on A, but the spike is quiet as well. They've put a lot of their Ashe utility up towards A now, including 1 smoke going in towards Gardens, but still, Vcan's being an absolute menace here on the B site. It looks like there's going to be a free plant after Tripwires has fallen on down. Dare the Jet run through this smoke is the question. JRC for now going to play a little bit more quietly. Blossom didn't even catch any of those. Lovely stuff, and guess what? Didn't see coming up behind him. This has been a masterfully executed fake here from St. Clair on the even purchase. They'll walk away with plenty of rifles to their name.
3 ults come up online, only 1 player falling. It means they're going to be sort of economic haven that they'll enjoy. And for Queens, instant buy comes out from them. Vandals all come out, and it shows that they're feeling pretty hungry. They think that round could have been played a bit better, and understandably so. Once you lost the mid control, the kind of usual reaction is to split your players to either site. Unfortunately, they rolled the dice a bit with B, and it meant that there was only 1 player to stop them. Once he fell, the A site was a free plant, and from there, retakes just hard to follow through on. As well, St. Clair proves very obviously so. But a pistol round.
I've got your trail. You should run.
All right, a little bit of information gained right here, and plenty of information and intent's going to be given away now by the Seekers, and of course, in tandem, so many other ultimates. They've used the Hunter's Fury, they've taken care of the big fragger himself. Deepak is gone. 1 player has been detained. They may well have been in Gardens, but there's going to be plenty of cover there from the incoming Astra. Pretty boy will be saved for now. Knight in shining armor in the case of Zep, as Fire Striker wants to try and play this from heaven. Going to be detected. They are going to be pinged by that Molotov as well, so moving forward is becoming increasingly dangerous here as Casper just continues to absolutely rack the brains of Queen's University with utility and with damage as well. Still, Wombat and Casper trying their best to fight this back, but Timmy turret strikes again. The third kill in 5 rounds, Kremer, as St. Clair exacerbate their lead.
That turret is doing better than 3 of the players on Queens right now. It is having a solid game. I mean, just pick it up. What a game it's having. And I mean, it kind of speaks to the quality of Sinclair's site holds. I mean, even there, Queens were trading beautifully. They got onto the site, 2 players down, they were a man up. However, the turret being in a good position equalizes, and then they can take the 2v1 on the last player in heaven. It's beautiful teamwork, which really comes from a very well-oiled team. They're looking very effective on their attack, and once again, we see them not choosing 3 out of not 12 players. They're instead going for a 5 rifle setup, and against this shaky buy of Queens, it should be a fairly easy 5th for them.
Check out this spike play, though. If Vcan falls here, this could be very bad news for St. Clair. Vcan's going to slowly edge away from that angle. Doesn't want to risk losing Spike in the sight line of that Sky, and that would allow for almost all of Queen's University to rotate over and play a defensive hold on the Spike itself rather than on the site. For now, though, it remains safe, and mid control is very thoroughly established in favor of St. Clair's. Wait,
This has been a said he's got a pretty good position, but look at the exodus of players here. Mass stack onto the A site, and well, for St. Clair, having players in mid, this could be a free site again. And if they can outmaneuver Queens for what could be 3 rounds in a row now, they're going to be heartbroken. They'll be shattered, at least in terms of confidence and in terms of psyche. As Casper shows that it's suspected, but the aim isn't there.
Didn't have the weaponry to really tear through that many people. The full split onto B is going well, and well, Sky might be looking for a little duel on A as well. Just try and mess with people as they rotate. Speaking of messing with rotations, Dex here, ready to try and catch that jet, but they're surrounded on so many sides. They've only got the Sheriff in hand, but they're good for 1. Could they be good for a second? You bet that they will. Go on, Dex, give it to them, son. Queen's University now, they've made it into a 2 versus 3. They've got a Cosmic Divide as well that might make this slightly more doable, but Casper lies in wait, and they've already noted Fiery Striker. If they can retrieve some weaponry here, it might be advisable for Queen's University to look for a save.
I tell you what, Harry, if those 2 Sheriff kills were closer to the site, I wouldn't have minded seeing them go for the retake. However, because they are on the other side of the map, it is going to turn into a save, as Vcan is going to go on a little bit of a hunt. He's wary of the close members. He sees most of them. It's messy, but it works. And like that, it'll be a 5-1 lead. Of course, though, they're only against Sheriffs. It is just a matter of letting that round go through, moving to rifles, and then trying to shatter your opponents. Of course, with all of them around 4.5k, an op is still out of the question, at least for now, but I like how we see a timeout call thing. You need to remember, this is St. Clair's map pick, so they are on their home ground. They are feeling very, very confident indeed, and for good reason. They're well versed on this map, as we've seen, but for Queens, if they end up losing this map, it all comes down to momentum and saving it and saving your confidence when you move to bind after this. Of course, it's a bit early to say that. We haven't seen their attacking side yet, but that's got to be nagging at the back of their mind that you're still on uncharted waters, you're still on your opponent's home ground.
It's interesting to see where Queen's University decided to sort of like pitch their final battle in that last round, where they were both set up in mid. Evidently, they were looking for some exit frags and people who would try and exit through the doorway. But I feel like it was a very exposed position for people who were attempting a save. I'd like to see some harder 90-degree angles held where you couldn't be flanked on, especially from someone who was exiting the B site in a quite conventional manner. I think it's fair to say I wouldn't be upset here to see Queen's University almost over-invest ultimates to try and turn around the momentum while they have a significant gun purchase in their armory.
Well, with this rotation of ults as well, they've got 3 up, St. Clair. They're not going to have theirs till maybe mid-rounds of this round. So if they can drop them early, if we can see the run it back, oh no, sorry, not the running back, if we see the running back get forced to achieve by aggression in mid, maybe assisted by the Sky, maybe assisted by the Sova, then it would be a very strong position for them. Instead, Vcan take a straight fight, and once again, it's a bad advantage. It is traded, and luckily, the lack of damage, Pretty Boy keeps it almost entirely even.
Spike, thankfully, wasn't regarded here, so St. Clair still have Mystery on their side, although the Mystery is about to be all over. This JRC is going to be seen. Oh, I don't think that was a pop flash that was quite wanted. I think it might have even been inside the smokes. It didn't deliver a blind over to the defender of Queens. However, A numbers advantage, I'd say, Kramer. That's very much in favor of the attackers.
Zed, nice kill in mid. It's clean as well. A man advantage that is really going to be felt when Sinclair have to push onto the safe side. They do have a very slow take, and while Hunter's Fury comes out, it's starting to get a bit difficult now. We haven't seen a complete conversion yet. JRC falls and then Blossom does. What do we know? Caster's Curse, say it's all on one bat and a 1v3. And I tell you what, Harry, look at something thinks that he has the potential.
JRC there. Taking double damage because they were vulnerable from a gravity well, I believe. And that meant 160 damage from a single burst of Hunter's Fury.
30 seconds left.
Wombat playing a little bit of guerrilla warfare right now. Is likely going to be meeting up against Visova first and has to make a crossing over towards the spike. A nasty little double peek's going to be waiting for them. And they aren't even going to use for blind. It was a fake out, but Pretty Boy ain't looking away anytime soon. They are zoomed in on that spike and their trigger was ready.
That's the second for Queens, and I mean, this could be the inklings of a recovery of this half. Bear in mind, we're still about halfway through, so it can be recovered. But for Sinclair, if we start seeing them kind of approach on kind of 7-8 rounds, that's where the half becomes pretty dire. We're not at that stage yet. I think Queens still have the potential to at least put Sinclair into their place before they move to their half switch. Bear in mind they're on the attack, which is, of course, the notoriously hardest side to play. I think 5 rounds for them already is enough. It's now a battle of how comfortable they're going to be. For Abba, there's the aggression. They run straight into the Jet Knives. JRC, an opening.
JRC here needs someone else to take out that turret, though. They can't be affording to expend knives to destroy that, so they swap over to the Spectre instead. Maybe a little bit of damage taken here by Tripwires. They're looking for a nasty little headshot. And guess who delivers? Oh, it's an aerial bombardment, baby. And JRC is delivering them with the magic of next day delivery. Pretty Boy trying to play it from mid, but A site's already gone, my son.
Extreme precision from him there, and I mean, for Queens, what you did? You just had 2 of your players decimated. And a 3-on-5, I mean, sure, you've got the Cosmic Divide, you've got the Squids, but, you know, when Squids aren't enough, what do you do? Unless they find a killing quickly, they've still got players lurking in mid from Sinclair, so this is going to be a really hard retake.
Looking for an attempt to try and make the retake a little bit easier here with the Cosmic Divide, blocking off anyone who would be playing in a main, but it means that there's a little bit of a weird... Was that an attempt at a knife there from Blossom? Zed's going to punish it. Dex even picks up 3, will not pick up an ace and will not pick up a 4th either, as playing on the underneath in hell and around generator. Vcan was such a little rat getting it done. Yep. Beautiful play there, making sure they were so hard to discover. I can't help but ask if Blossom was going for that knife kill off the back of a Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, that was almost cataclysmic for Sinclair. Luckily, VCAN won the 1 versus 1, but that should really be a bit of a reality check to Sinclair that while they're winning, they're not winning by that much. You can't go for knives at this stage, and I mean, for Queens, I think I'm probably feeling a bit insulted, to be honest.
Maybe a little bit. 6-2, Grammar.
Aggression once again over to A. This time, Queens, they've gone for mid-control, and while mid-control suddenly established, there's no way they can stop this. They've got the attacking Killjoy, they've only got classics, and I mean, a few X's would be great. We do see Zed get 1, he unfortunately will be detained, but at this point, the bomb's already down. It's a tough fight from Queens, so you kind of mass rush into the site could be one of their only options here, but even then, Sinclair have got a very, very strong upper bomb position.
All right, moving through gardens. I like this. Some nice close angles to try and take advantage of rather than going for long ones. Casper's fallen down already, courtesy of Pretty Boy. Off on the flank right here, and now has the attention of the Killjoy. Picks up a weapon, but Vcan slightly faster. But Pop Flash even is going to blind several members of the team as Dex are taking their vision away, but they see plenty as they drop on down. Go straight into the crosshair of Wombat, and that's one deadly marsupial. And now you have to deal with the post-plant Killjoy. They can be a little bit annoying. They can be a little bit nasty. And that's why, as superstar as they are, Amar Deepak's got to try and run for the hills. But they aren't fast enough.
He runs for his hills, he runs for his lives. Unfortunately, it's just not enough. VCAN and Zed and Amar, these kind of 3 players, have had a very solid duel amongst one another for the majority of this game. Wombat kind of chimes in as well, but this 2-on-2 has been a really entertaining matchup to watch. All 4 of them actually have had some solid aim, and for VCAN, he's been coming out on top, but only just. And at 7-2, Sinclair, while they are kind of significantly in the lead at this point, you need to remember, almost 3 or 4 of these rounds have come down to 1v1s. We've got 3 ults up on Queens. They're going to be more than happy to commit them to confirm this round, or at least confirm a third. But for Sinclair, it's going to be a matter of battling it out to try and just match that utility.
We've got to remember that VCAN has had a second player on their team as well in the form of Timmy Turret, picking up 3 kills.
That's true.
Giving them a little bit of an advantage in that scoreboard. Nice evasion here from Dex. Doesn't get sucked into that gravity well. So for now, they will remain unregarded, unlike Amar, taken out by Blossom at long range by that Phantom. And now the Diaspora. Is that the spike on Killjoy? No, it's actually in spawn at the moment, but Killjoy's moved up very far here onto B. So much map control is being claimed right now, but they need to be careful. They can't be caught out in this area again. That's the second time they've lost a duel there. Look at the X's stacking up in Gardens.
The fact that Casper was able to survive to get that kill was just incredible, considering the damage was already done to Zed. And that's kind of speaking to Queens. That isn't even a map knowledge or kind of util usage mess up. That was entirely down to the player missing, and that's really where you start seeing players shake. It's where you see them sort of fail. And
30 seconds
well,
left.
for Queens, as they go for the rotation back through spawn over to JRC. Oh, he's just able to avoid it.
This is a nasty little angle. They might not suspect people coming through ramps, but no. We're up to that now, coming in from 2 sides. JLC on one side, a flanker on the other. They aren't going to be able to spot that. The rifle gun. The rifle gun? The rifle itself, Kremer. It got spotted. It's a gun as well. And JRC is going to pick up their 3rd kill here. St. Clair are tearing ahead. 8-2-2.
St. Clair kind of showing themselves to be one of the kind of course, we are in the Champions Yellow Division, and it looks like St. Clair are starting to affirm themselves as one of the best teams here. I mean, 8-2, granted it is their map pick, but we're at the stage where their confidence makes it seem like they're more than just a one-trick pony.
More than one trick in this pony. Speaking of which, what animal do you think is in the Saints logo? Is that a griffin over there?
Could we get a full screen version of it?
I think it might be a griffin.
It could be a griffin.
That's not a pony.
Cool.
Not a pony. And if it was, it knows more than one trick, so it can fly as well, because it's got wings.
Yeah, it's quite a cool logo as far as logos go.
You take those. Oh, Hunter's Fury coming out, wrecking multiple people. Deepak managing to play avoidance for now, though. And that's extra avoidance. Guess what? Dex was just waiting there. Yeah. Come and fight my mate. I'm ready. I'm waiting. Deepak's going to be able to heal up off that fireball if they so desire. They walk inside of it, but Casper's walking the line, and he's walking it dangerously. Down goes Phoenix. So they get themselves a 2nd as well. Dex is down, and they've absolutely torn apart the Queen's University defense. Everyone is isolated. No one gets a fair fight today. Fire Striker's gone down, and that was just gunfight after gunfight, all towards the top of mid, going the way of St. Clair.
4 ults now up on Queens, and I quite like what they did last round. I mean, for Amar to just debate the overextension of Blossom there and then to punish it was very, very strong on their part, and even being able to retrieve the Vandal worked beautifully. Unfortunately, once they had the Vandal, they didn't really do much with it, but there's the stages there of a very successful eco. Fortunately, didn't happen. At 9-2, St. Clair are looking very damn strong, but there is a glimmer of hope, and that being Queens. If they can convert this round, if they can find the pistol, then they actually have to pick it back into this. Early start, though, so it looks like it's going to be another attack.
Team clash coming through. Oh, no, that's illegal. That can't be right. Wombat gets Dex all the way through that smoke. Now going to be racked by these nano swarms. Takes plenty of damage. Can't heal themselves, unfortunately. But the plant is going to be done. VCAN getting that one finished. Tripwires falls on down. Once again, Queen's University, they're running out of players. They're going to be running out even faster. How did JRC manage that? What a spray control right there. I don't even know. I thought they were trying to move between the cabbages. But while you're eating your greens, you get stronger. That's what my mama says, and I think she may be right.
Well, he's had his greens, and he gets his meat as well there, because that was a solid shot. However, we have the half switch. This is where we really see if this will be a truly one-sided map. For Queens, they move into this with 3 ghosts at the ready to be wielded against the 4 over on St. Clair. And with this many ghosts, it really speaks to what will be a very aim-heavy pistol round. I think whoever gets a site, or if Queens can get to a site, they're going to have a very, very easy time holding it, because St. Clair, they don't have much utility at all.
I'd like to see our defending team here of St. Clair trying to take some longer angles rather than some tight 90s when they've got these ghosts. They have the ability to take these one-shot headshots at range. Of course, when you get closer, things like the Frenzy, things like the Classic become incredibly more dangerous because of a rapid fire or the right-click tri-burst bullets.
Pushes initial angle. Trip.
Okay, no flash on that, but now Wombat might be trying to bait them in. That's a triple flash right there, but most people turned away. Wombat's been identified in the corner, and they're left to just burn away at the hands of the Nano Swarm. Inside the midst of that smoke, there will be an alarm bot to make sure no one's getting cheeky and walking that. And question is right now, Spike's going walkies. Where are we going, boys?
Well, there's a flank straight away, and it looks like Sinclair. They've rotated a bit too soon, a bit too ambitiously, and that blind ambition may be punished as looks like the first kill will come through any second now.
Ace confirmed clear, but look who is lurking. It's the Sheriff in the back. JRC takes the swing. It's missed, though, and another. And Fiery Strike is just a touch more accurate. This open site is now going to be the territory of Dex. Queen's University have planted their flag. They've planted their spike, and the timer is going to begin to tick on down. However, Blossom with a good angle here. Dex takes down one. Pretty Boy another. 2 versus 1 now. This could be where Queen's University start to turn this around. Beacon's been noted in their location. There's no reason to take early duels here. You can simply wait, but you can't anymore because now Beacon has control of a spike. Tripwires is close enough when it comes to the Sheriff to land the shots. And Queen's University, they ain't dead yet, Kremer.
Yeah, the question is, though, was that the kind of whispers of a death rattle or the slow chance of a comeback? Because it was messy.
The mighty roar of a Wilhelm scream.
It's and while it may echo around the map on behalf of Sinclair, we'll see if there's more to come. It's another 5 Spectre investment from Queen, so they really are looking to farm some cash, and it seems to have just mirrored one another's buy here, because it's the shorties out on Sinclair as well.
Careful of Casper. I wonder if they're going to put a smoke on this angle right here for Casper to hide within with this shorty, but no such cover is going to be forthcoming at the moment. They can't destroy that alarm bot. It would reveal the shorty. There we go, sucked into the gravity well. They even had the backup of the lightning bolt if it was needed. The tripwire was just too fast on that. Beacon needs a nasty little right click, but they're going to be zoned out. These nano swarms, they're just so good. They're getting everything that they need to, even managing to force JRC away with that all-important Sheriff. Wombat's pretty good when it comes to that Classic there.
Fiery Striker. I think he's wary of players being in CT. He just doesn't know how many. There's that flash. That should spur on the attack. And that's a perfect shot there. A wonderful, wonderful use of utility from Queen's here. It seems to have done all the work for them.
Pretty Boy wrapped around behind, managed to catch JRC with their pants down, and Blossom is just shepherded into the waiting gaze of Fiery Striker. This has been one of the best rounds I've seen from Queen's University when it comes to creating some checkmate scenarios with their utility.
No, you're absolutely right. That round was all Zed and Fiery Striker. For Zed, just that suction at the start gets the first 2 players. It also is able to secure them that first kill. Tripwires, his nano storms were perfect. Fiery Striker with the shock darts at the end. They didn't even need guns, frankly. They could have done that with Classics. However, with only 1 player falling, great to a Vandal, you've got 4 Spectres now playing bonus as they get ready to what I assume would be very fast plays against Sinclair,
Oh no! The Odin's ready. Casper has it in hand. They can't fire back with rifles through that wall. Out comes the ping. I don't know if anyone's actually been lit up, so Casper may decide not to commit to it. For now, just playing a little bit more cheekily.
That they do. Wombat in mid. He's going for a bit of a peek. It's nothing too ostentatious, though, as he does just hope to lure one of these players in mid to try and take a fight with him, but at least on his terms. As Sinclair, they continue to just dump a bit of util, try to slow down the attack of Queens, but with limited control and BNA main, I suspect we should see an execution fairly soon from the Queens here.
It's interesting that the Sky has moved closer to that smoke that's now just been popped. Amar Deepak going to be using the run it back, wants to clear as much space as quickly as possible. May leave some burning bodies in their wake, but they can't quite get the fight that they wanted against Vikan. Will be summarily executed, and now Wombat is going to try and get a little bit more data about who is where. Vikan's just playing an absolute ratty angle at the back right here, doing their best Nats impression. They've already picked up 3 if you count taking out that Phoenix ultimate. Amar Deepak losing so much of their health to these shock darts. Pretty Boy's going to be a victim as well. Casper wants to rack on through with the Odin. And now revealed is Deepak. Is going to be swung on and is going to be destroyed. St. Clair are back.
The second we start speaking about the util usage of Queens, Casper comes out with a masterclass on Sova there. I mean, the Odin didn't do much, but those shock darts were just breathtaking there. Two, I think, perfect shock darts, actually. He tagged their remaining 2 members, and that just secured them a very free and very easy cleanup against the bonus weapons. At 11-4, St. Clair one away from at least confirming overtime, and they're looking to do so with, well, a full buy. With Queens, they are still having to show a few gaps in their economy, that being that Spectre on Tripwires. However, Tripwires does have the lockdown to assist them with an execution.
Secondary ultimate almost here in the form of the Seekers. I like this 2-pronged approach as well. Allows them to try and keep mid clean. They could even lurk here and hope for some rotations to move into their grasp. JLC playing it nicely, and now they've been noted here by the Owl Drone. Amar Deepak caught within the Gravitic field. However, this Killjoy gives no other option. You've got to back on out of this. No one's going to be detained. The spike will be planted.
Damage early on as well. Quick trades. We should lead them into it.
Alright, JRC playing from heaven, has the advantage of the high ground, and is more than able to leverage it against Tripwires here, avoiding the friendly flash as they try and survey the area below. But they don't know that both Dex and Vasova are lying in wait in gardens. That's a good spray that takes out the diffuser of Wombat. They're trying to play the time right now. They don't need to take the fight, but they send out the Seekers anyway. Find their locations, blast them away, and deliver the bullets that are needed. A tap on the spike to try and force a peek right here, and JRC's looking in the wrong direction. So too is Blossom, looking to what was previously done by Dex, and Pretty Boy on the swing is more than capable of finishing this one in the credit of Queens.
A wonderful bait and switch there from that side. A very, very solid round. And we look over to St. Clair, who now struggle a little bit economically. It's a sheriff out on Casper, and with limited guns to sort of pad to that position, I suspect we are seeing them, if they lose this, go straight down to an eco. So for Queens, this round almost counts as double here if they can convert it, but they too are struggling economically. Only a Bulldog out on Tripwires, as he has to use that utility for any kind of flankers. But Pretty Boy speaks into the one way, makes a kind of scared.
He was yanked into the one way.
Yeah, scared a little bit. May have to change his trousers, but he still survives. So for Zed, lucky in mid is going to be down to just trying to find his first blood.
Yeah, they ain't tighty whities anymore.
They're not tight either. Wombat.
Oh, I'll tell you what's tight though, those aiming circles. Wombat with the double wallbang headshot. Lovely stuff here from the sky. Play it like the duelist, and look at those rifles. So tempting, so tantalizing. Grabby hands come out. We need those, boys. And if we can use those, we can leverage them to try and turn what was a potential thrifty loss into a round win. Pretty Boy caught within the gravity well for now, but no one's going to be swinging off the back of it, and everyone else is just roving through like a pack of murderous thugs. The death ball on B will soon be coming into contact with the full thrust of a Queen's University push.
You know what, this murderous mob may turn into a kind of juvenile kerfuffle if they're not careful. They've been unable to get to the site. St. Clair already ready for the retake, and well, the outgo's good. It's going to be round deciding.
Potentially so. One in hell, so Fiery Strike is going to cast out alone for now, be the primary duelist, actually break down the door themselves, allowing for an entry from the enemies, and they may come to regret that as Casper drops on down with the Bulldog. Hell needs to be cleared, but the obfuscation is a little bit too much, and I believe the detained player is just going to be broken on down. St. Clair, they're going to take themselves a small tactical pause as they wait to unlock this spike. Why not? When you've got that much time, when your retake was that clean, why not take the time? Ready yourself. Have your unofficial tank ball.
Match
They
point.
retrieve the guns, they have them ready, and well, it means that this round's going to be a hell of a lot cheaper, as Queens, with the bomb plant, will be able to invest, but it took them a while to get here, but get here they have. For St. Clair, as they move into a full investment, the op finally reveals its head, and well, JLC, this will be the first op of the series. We'll see if he's able to use it. We'll see if he's able to wield it against this Queen's attack, as they stack up, prepare, and get ready to execute this ace site. They've got the Cosmic Divide. That's the only ult they have ready to be used here.
They turn away. They get two! JRC with the collateral, you dirty boy! What a showing from the first of the op on Queen's University. They just feel every single milliliter of pain that is added to them. JRC may well have doomed them right here unless they can do something absolutely brilliant. The Amar Deepak blinds themselves, and then Blossom makes sure they're blinded forever. A permanent loss of eyesight, a potentially a permanent loss of Ascend, unless Dex can clutch on up. You can see that JRC here, not in the ideal position. An attempt at a plant, but the spike leaves Dex so cautious. They're gonna make the swing right here, but there's too much coming their way. Casper came from the back, picked up two at once, biding their time. The good trigger discipline was so brutal. And now St. Clair, they're gonna be able to finish this one off.
What a way to finish the game. I mean, here's the downside for JLC.
Defenders win.
While that op shot was amazing, from here on out, whenever you use the op, it's not going to be as good. You've peaked at this point. It just doesn't get better than that, does it?
How are you going to like the first time we saw the op as well? They'd conditioned the attackers to not worry about these long angles because, I don't know, JRC doesn't seem to be the op kind of jet. You've got to really weigh up your jets when you're up against them, right? Like these guys are such hardy, courageous engagers. Some of them much prefer the rifle style. They're more like your kind of Dirkers, who you may find on a team like Fnatic. Some are a little bit more focused on the operators, like the Scene Edge you might see on something like Ascend. And they were like, okay, this is more of a Dirker kind of jet. They like to be a brawler. They like to go in and claim space. They're not going to be hanging back with the operator. So you take those peaks as if you're not up against an operator, and that's when you get punished.
No, you're absolutely right, and a lot of that game was down to Angels, which they were able to commit to. So strong, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how they're able to fare in our second map. Though, of course, our second map being Bind. We're going to go to a quick little break. When we return, though, the action will continue. Trust me, you don't want to go anywhere. a taste of what's to come, then we have got a hell of a good season ahead. Of course, we're about to move to map 2 between St. Clair's Saints and Queen's Gales. Of course, it's going to be Bind, a map which is a bit more positional heavy. A lot of the time, you'll see extensions into A and B main for control, followed by utility just to delay as much as possible to kind of hopscotch your way back to your site. So it's a very defender's tempo map, and for attackers, it's completely reactionary. So aim-oriented players like Zuma, we saw, and very much like Zed, we saw last map, are going to excel here. I personally cannot wait to see them play. I personally cannot wait to see our character selection, which should come up any second now.
Yeah, Bind is one of the unique maps, kind of like Split, in which Jett does not have hegemony. Jett is the most popular agent in Valorant by a fair margin, sitting around 80% pick rate globally when it comes to top-tier competitive gameplay. But they only lose that 20% mostly from Split and from Bind, because those are the maps where Raze really eats into a pick rate. We see huge amounts of utility value being gained from the explosives in places like both Hookah and Showers.
Of course, the Boombot as well is just an easy way to get through those teleporters when you want to go for that fast rotation through to short. So it is absolutely the pick to go for. And honestly, I would love to see something we rarely see actually nowadays, but Showers control is so strong. So I would love to see it come up a bit more. I would love to see one of these teams that could use that position, because once you do have that Showers control, you essentially can cut off any long teleportation. You can make sure that you have a flanking position on anyone who chooses to attack that ace site, and it just gives you free reign from a flanking position. However, we're going into our little character selection screen. As you mentioned, the Razes do come out. We saw a Raze and a Jett over on the attackers, so this is going to be very interesting.
Tripwire moving from Killjoy to Jett. What an interesting flex for a player to make. To go from Sentinel on Ascent to Engagement Duelist. That's very interesting.
That is a tempo changer, to say the least. And I mean, it shows that maybe he's sort of prepared something for this map, and well, I'm looking forward to it. Of course, in the way we saw Queen's Gals, dare I say it, decimated on our first map of Ascent. This is their shot at redemption. This is their shot at recovery. And this double duelist of Aimer and Tripwires could be very interesting indeed.
In a way, it might even convert into a triple duelist if Pretty Boy locks in the Sky that they're currently hovering. And it would be no surprise for the Sky to come out, but then you would be running a Sentinel-less Bind, and that might lead to a more aggressive playstyle where you're looking for things like Orb Control, where you want to see Tripwires playing down something like B-Long, and maybe Amar's going to be playing in Showers, and that would lead us to wonder, how is Orb Control going to play into this matchup? Are we going to see people investing resources in exchange for ultimate points, especially for things like Showstoppers and potentially even Hunter's Fury as well?
With such a attacker-oriented character select, it means that they're running a bit of a gamble here, where if they don't end up winning this attacking side by quite a distance, they've shot themselves in the foot for defending, because I mean they've got what, hardly any smokes. I mean,
passive
the odd
defense
flash
is going to be difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be all down to retakes, and at that point, having already sacrificed the site, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. I'm really surprised by this character selection. However, I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out on this attacking side. And I mean, with a shorty on Aimer, they're feeling confident, to say the least. I suspect we're going to see him blast back right to the face of one of these defenders.
Please tell me it's for double blast pack armor shorty.
Against 5 ghosts as well, he's going to tear through them. This is going to be
I'm hoping
disgusting.
We see the start. Yep, there it is in U-Haul, ready to suck in JRC. There we go. Right, let's get eyes on D-Pack here. It's going to be interesting. See if they can get this double blast pack. Go bunny mode. Otherwise,
Blossom, he's caught the Owl drone in the sack as he peeks out, sees him coming. There's a shotgun work though.
Tripwires also has one. They're going to be double shottying all the way into U-Haul, but no one's going to be there to meet them. JLC instead playing a little bit further back, and with the help of VCAN can just blast through multiple attackers. And now, this is the problem with a shorty plan. If it doesn't work out the first time, they're essentially hostages in U-Haul now, Kramer.
That they are. Of course, having seen that Showers is clear, it may alert them to a flank, but what matters now is these angels. And I mean, taking a fight with Aimer, he's going to be loving anyone who peeks into U-Haul.
No one can check into here shortly. That's a lot of blinding going on right there. Big value out of the bird. Striker, Tripwires. Okay, coming up on the board right now. It's ended up in a 2 versus 1 in this attempt for a retake, but Shorty moves in. Have a look at me while Fiery Striker takes the peak. Here's the shout of the day. And Queen's University, on their map pick, start off pretty well.
It's a solid start, and it's a way to almost redeem themselves from that first pick of Ascent. Now that they're looking hungry, now they're looking tasty, let's see if they can convert it. I suspect we're going to see another 5 Spectre buy. Instead, no, Amar goes that Phantom, a bit more beef behind them, ready to play the range game. And for JRC, instead the Bucky comes out. We rarely see this nowadays, and we'll see if it works for him.
Oh, okay, moving over to a shorty, but it's the same principle behind it, and that's that you expect Queen's University might play a little bit more, what would be the word, egotistically, knowing that they have a far superior buy numerically. Oh, that is potentially going to be a little bit of damage done there. JRC's already been hit multiple times, and a headshot with a Spectre, even though it does leave Pretty Boy low, will take him off the board. However, with these smaller armaments, Pretty Boy being low does mean that retakes might be slightly easier here, Kremer.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, for Pretty Boy to take a classic shot to the gob, I think it makes him a bit less pretty, but he survives anyway, and he's still ready to follow it up as Casper prepares to flash straight into this side.
Can here try to use the camera to ascertain if anyone was in the corner. They're moving in now with the classic. They know there's likely going to be presence in U-Haul. That's confirmed when Blossom falls on down. Tripwise has picked up multiple people. And the blast there from the Hawk gives away the game. Fire Strikers waiting for that swing with a Spectre in hand. And while Casper may have an advantage when it comes to wall penetration and one-hit kill power, going up against 2 here is going to be incredibly difficult. And hell,
especially when
that's a Phantom as well.
Yeah, I mean, Ava just swings, kills, and moves on. It's a very, very kind of the philosophy of Queens, isn't it? If it moves, it dies. If it dies, you move on. We see St. Clair move into another investment. This time, it's their full buy. This time, they bear some teeth. And while Casper is down to just a Spectre, the rest of his team do have that oomph to follow it up. For Queens, they're playing bonus now with 4 Spectres at the ready. No one has their ult up yet, and I doubt we will see it for a round. Maybe Pretty Boy if he's lucky this round, but for the most part, this is going to be aim supremacy with a scatterment of passive utility.
An unperturbed B site will be the target here. A little bit better when you know the enemy are likely going to be having those rifles. Few less open sight lines like you'd have on A. That's going to be a nice blind right there. It does confirm presence, but they don't know where the spike is at the moment. Hookah's been taken over, but exiting that is going to require breaking a tripwire. That's going to betray a lot of intention. Tripwire take out Casper first is so important, but Vcan playing within the tube is only good for 1. Wombat there, they peek out of the smoke, they will, and they're still faster than Deepak. How do they get that done? Wombat's reactions are just inhuman. Swapping out for a better skin, I respect it, bro. But now Dex could be in a little bit of a situation right here. They get 1, they get 2, they're just feeding themselves into Dex's crosshair. I'm next, bro, I'm next, get out of the way. This is a cue to be killed by Dex, and JRC is going to be pinged. 13 HP remains, 1 versus 3, and the spike's already been planted. I think it might be time to save this rifle, cuz. Oh no, he's been pulled out of the smoke.
The fact he's still alive for that long was incredible, but as you mentioned, everyone's feeding Zed. He heard the call, he was summoned. That pull was just enticing him even further as Queens go 3-0 up. St. Clair, they move to a reinvestment. This time, a couple of sheriffs come out. The odd judge in the mix here for Vcan, I believe that is, unless it's been sold. But either way, this is going to be a quick round for Queens to try and go 4-0 up.
JRC returning to the shorty now just makes me wish that there was the capacity for a save in that last round. Hero rifles better than none at all. But the cards have fallen as they may. Queen's University, as much as they had troubles on Ascent, Vines definitely seems more their speed, Kremer.
It does. Wombat goes for a peek. We saw Wombat with some incredible Deagle play, or Sheriff plays. Do apologise. Incredible Sheriff plays on that last round. We'll see if he can do so again now as they prepare for a quick attack over onto A.
Zed, though, they're smoker Dex. A lot of focus might be still pulled towards B. That keeps 2 people here, even if they do have ready access to the teleporter. It's going to be an attempt to sprint away as Tripwise is pinged by that recon arrow, but how many others were declared is the question. For now, just playing in cover. Ooh, has to dash away a little bit too fast right there. Well, Pretty Boy has found an angle onto Wombat. Clearing through the link is going to be necessary, utilizing that bird, and I think a full flash may well have been delivered to Vcan. If so, their presence will have been revealed. Tripwise playing it close, finds Blossom, lovely headshot.
Insane reactions for that one as well. And I mean, for St. Clair, that was their flanker. They've got JLC as well, but he's outflanked the flanker who was there to flank. What a round. And well, for Casper, with just a sheriff now, on the wrong part of the map. It's just looking out of there.
Oh, that meme in the church of everyone pointing guns at each other's backs, and then there's the sniper all the way at the top of the pews. That was Dex the entire time. Oh, man. Was that a double shock dart? Was that a nasty little bit of tech I saw from Fire Striker?
That
Tell
was
you what,
a
Queen's
nasty
University,
little bit of tech.
they're angry. They are angry.
They are. I tell you what,
They're
they've been pretty upset. They've been pretty upset about that first map, and this is their shot of redemption. They do so with a wonderful start, and I mean, this time Sinclair have their second bite. It's Phantoms and Vandals once again, and this time they do have that ult up on the Cypher to counteract the Knives of Tripwire, should he choose to commit them to this round. Of course, as the ults start coming online, Sinclair are going to favour a bit more well-off in terms of defence, because, well, they have the defensive abilities, whereas Queens, it's all on the attack. They needed this half to do well, and I mean, so far it's been a solid start.
Pretty Boy has noted the Astra's attention in the form of the stars towards the side of showers, and so it's going to be lurking here in case maybe they feel like, oh, I don't know, I could pick up that orb. I could get a little bit close to that Cosmic Divide. No worries, mate.
Out of charges.
Dex already down, courtesy of JRC. They've been a bit quiet thus far, but you know what? Things are getting louder. We've seen so many good shock dart kills from both Wombat and Fiery Striker, and that isn't set to end anytime soon, Kremer.
Well, for Queens, it's all down to if they can attack this beast site.
Ferrari peak.
Proving he isn't a friendly ghost, he is just extremely, extremely dangerous.
He's a deadly ghost.
He is a deadly ghost, and he may scare the life out of you. As Sinclair, they do have a 3-man advantage, so it is a matter of making this round clean. As Pretty Boy press the hot clips.
They're just winning every single gun duel. St. Clair have finally found themselves. Fire Striker able to avoid that, but now they've been noted. They're going to be able to be potentially double peaked here. Blossom's getting a little bit frisky with it, but JRC's coming for the finish with the headshot. A flawless round here from St. Clair, and when you're up against this kind of momentum, that's exactly what you need. You keep all your rifles. At best, you have to buy a little bit of armor, a little bit of util.
No, it's absolutely right, and while it hasn't quite worked for them, at least that round, that was down to Angels, and they're starting to bring more and more ults online now. They've got the Cosmic Divide, they've got the Knives. More importantly, we're going to see that Raze and Fiery Striker ult come out at the same time, which is really going to start being a bit scary for St. Clair on their defense, who too are waiting for their Raze and Sova to come online.
Getting progressively more and more dangerous. Out goes the dog. Let me get him. Find some peekers. Is going to manage to note Beacon here, but does not break the tripwire, importantly. Neither of these tripwires have been noted, and of course, this is going to be a nice little cocoon of safety for Beacon, as they do have cyber cages on either side of a tube, I believe, to make sure that entering it is going to be a dangerous prospect. Won't help if you blasted through the tube, though, so they have to play behind that. That's a lovely little couple of bounces. Pretty Boys already taken out their counterpart in Casper, and while Deepak is caught struggling, fleet-footed on top of that gravity well, they're quickly taken down. Beacon gets 2 before the wall comes up to obfuscate their escape. It's a quick hit and run here. Lovely stuff, and Queen's University may have actually just helped out Beacon.
Beautifully timed Cosmic Divide as well there. It just completely stagnates the attack, and while Vikan is low HP, he's able to run away without making any noise. It's been a massive miscom, though, from Sinclair. They believe they've just gone straight back to A. Instead, that bomb will go down, and there's not much they can really do about it, because Zed, he's going to blink a few times, going to rub his eyes and realize the site's just clear. There's no one
30
here.
seconds left.
And
Spike planted.
Very dangerous, Kremer. Very dangerous is that Fiery Striker has that ultimate.
Yeah. He does. We can. Looks like Camera's trying to aggress, though.
All right. Dex is going to be noted. For now, hit with the vulnerable. Those bullets are going to do even more damage as Fire Striker takes out JRC. Blossom's going to have to dive out of Hookah. And they managed to connect the headshot onto Fire Striker midway through the fall. They're going to tap the spike to try and force a peek from Dex. And Dex ain't having none of that. Astra versus Astra. Dex comes out on top. And while it was a little bit dirty for Queen's University, they've got their foot back on the gas.
Really, really solid recovery from them, and whilst they do have a little bit of money, it's enough to get them their guns back, and with 4 ults still ready to be used, I suspect this round is going to be absolute chaos, with 4 to expend, with 3 to attack with. Queens are going to be the ones in the driver's seat, and considering how Tripwires has only got a shorty this round, I suspect he is going to be ready to commit the knives to this round, as those, well, pesky little things, they have the tendency to bite.
They do. One shot headshot if you've got the aim, and you know that all of these players definitely do. for now. They're going to be backed off by a well-placed paint shell from the Rays. And Fire Striker for now is just trying to make sure that aggression into Showers is going to be met with even more aggression. JRC ready to meet. There's the showstopper, good to go. But off the first blast pack, they don't get too much. U-Haul's going to be clear just about when Tripwires falls down to Wombat. Ranged combat, so much more the domain of Vasova when there's walls between you compared to the Bladestorm. Queen's University end up in a 2 versus 3 and without spike control right now. Vcan can obfuscate all of this.
Scanning ahead.
Those early recon darts just going for info, but Casper through the smoke. Well, a Fire Striker in a 1v3. I mean, he has the ult to use, but does he expend it here, Harry?
I think this is sit back and see if someone feeds their life over to you. Speaking of which, Casper might get caught by the shock dart. I think they managed to get away from that just in time. The owl drone's good to go. The recon dart is going to hit. Fire Strike actually doubles back while still pinged.
30 seconds
Interesting
left.
here. Going to avoid thing. Oh, it was actually a fake flash. Lovely tech there from Casper. Clap, clap, clap. You tricksy ghost.
I bow to his convictions. A 4K from him there as he really delivers. Then he brings Sinclair their seconds, keeping relatively close to Queens though. But it's Queens that seem to excel on recovery from when they're knocked down. And if Sinclair can't find the conversion, they're going to be in the exact same place they were before, on their backs with another investment, and this time with one less ult.
All right. Neural theft, good to go. Same can be said, of course, of this Cosmic Divide. Very good for retakes. You can partition off so many of those ratty little sites that post-plant attackers can hide themselves within. Recon Bolt's going to get a little bit of additional information right here, and luckily, everyone's going to be able to avoid these shock darts. That's going to minimize the utility that's available for the defending Sova.
Ready for this attack, and it looks like Queens are just hyping up for just a straight engagement. There's a massive flank coming from the sky, though, that may wreak havoc on this attack. May throw a spanner in the works, we'll see if it does so.
That's a quick trade, though, considering the premium of positioning that Casper had. Going 1 for 1, maybe not ideal, especially when they had that ultimate good to go. Still, a lack of Sova information now might make it even more difficult to try and make this work. But Amar, they can try and brute force it. They've got the showstoppers, they've got the blast packs, and they know that Vcan likes playing in and around the tube right here. He's very confident to just sit in the camera and wait.
I mean, Amar, if he commits to the blast packs, Vcan doesn't have time to stop them. But the attack's coming anyway with 30 seconds left. Well, he's got to deliver.
What is that? Wombat just stands in the midst of the paint shells. Oh, those are going to warm my feetsies up, are they? How nice of that Raise to just be so helpful to a calm old man like myself. Pretty boy going to be able to get the plant on down, and now Deepak has found themselves in an elevated position from which to duel against their co-pilots. JRC falls on down, Blossoms all alone. And I don't know if being semi-pro in Overwatch is good enough to get you through this 1v3, mate.
Well, he's going to try and have a crack at it anyway, though. And that's a nice start.
Pretty boy goes down. No more flashes. No more recon off the back of that. But look at that star set up right there. That is going to be the investment, of course, of... Oh, no. Oh, they may have banjacked themselves. They may have done it so poorly. They can't shoot through. They have to go in and check.
Oh, that's perfect.
What is that? That is the most smart Astral Divide I've ever seen if it was on the other side.
Micromillimetric that had to be, and he did it perfectly. What an ult from the Astra. More importantly, what a round to win as well. You're in a 1v3. Spoke about being so pro in Overwatch. Well, it seems to have helped, because that was an insane round from him. More importantly, it's given them the util required, and it has helped the side prepare themselves for what could be another solid defensive round.
I'm sorry for doubting you, Blossom. Your IQ is simply too high. That was such a nasty little place to put yourself in. It was so risky, but it was so worth it. Gotta be cautious now. The Raze has the spike in hand. And given that they may be doing the initiating here, it could be dropped down on the floor in good time. Aren't going to blast back forward. Deepak's actually been holding on to this for a while, but they're going to be able to follow in tripwires. Here is taking out Vcan, one of the primary defensive bastions of this team. Their Wombat push for smoke. They're waiting potentially for a chance to plant. They hear that. The tripwires is just spamming into the smoke. They're not allowing it for a singular second. The spike has been planted as JRC comes around the back. The blast pack noise will be noted, and tripwire is going to be taken out. Dex now knows the location of JRC, but Amar Deepak's just going to be racked with the pain of multiple explosives.
Blossom can go through this round as well. Look at this conversion. This is beautiful so far.
Absolutely is. Fiery Striker waiting cheekily at the back with these arrows. The tap comes through, but it's not going to be a stick for now. Blossom's giving it another go. A double dip on the recon bolt. JRC walks for smoke. Bravery fills his heart. Courage fills his lungs. And the capacity to defuse is going to be close, but it is going to be good.
We're going to see a quick timeout be called, and honestly, understandably so. That's twice now we've seen a round that absolutely should have categorically gone in favour of Queens, just get snatched from them. And understandably so. That was impeccable teamwork from Blossom and JRC there to win that, what I think was a 2 versus 5 in an afterplant circumstance. And that's when all these aggressive characters from Queens, the double duelist, bites them in the back. They don't have the defensive util, and because of that, it means that St. Clair can really launch retakes fairly convincing fashion, as was just seen there. Of course, for us this time out, I suspect it's going to be a matter of rallying one another, because you're already a map down, and well, St. Clair, they haven't seemed to have rolled over and taken the 5-0 lead that you handed them.
Yeah, but we ain't having that, mate. No chance. You think we're any old guys? You think we're any old geezers? We're St. Clair's, bruv. Ain't taking that. And it feels like Fried at the moment, they're having some trouble because, well, Fiery Striker is having to play the role of Sentinel in these post plants, having to gather the information as well as try and get some chip damage off the back of the shock darts as well. And it means that they're often so close trying to interrupt these plants that they can't find a good place to use their ultimate.
You're absolutely right. And as we see Queens once again try a defense, what's interesting is that St. Clair, while they have been winning rounds, they haven't been keeping players alive, and because of that, they've got 2 Spectres in their midst. They've been suffering economically, and for Queens, all it takes is a little bit more pressure to just shatter it. It's holding on by a thin thread right now when, well, as Queens once again try to cascade to this B site. We'll see if this time it works.
Look at that cheeky old wire right there. Moving through the center of this could be very, very difficult to try and play with. This astral divide, this cosmic divide is bisecting the site, and it's allowing a lot of free space for VCAN. They haven't noted him yet. They didn't bother to check on the other side of that cyber cage, and Amar Deepak's going to pay the price for it right now. In the midst of everywhere, Dex just placed himself as a rotating turret and is punished for their audacity, as Casper's going to try and start this retake. The neural theft comes through. Locations are noted. VCAN needs to move away and avoid the Hunter's Fury. It's just going to harmlessly bounce away onto multiple people as Casper tries to pick up the frags. Fiery Striker needs to get a double here, but they can't get past Wombat. I've never seen a Wombat be a bouncer, but I trust that they're good at it.
I imagine a Wombat bounce would actually be absolutely terrifying. I imagine
Clings onto both sides of the doors. You're not getting through.
Yeah, disturbingly muscular Wombat that sort of like lazily slaps you out of the way.
That's Wombro.
Yeah, I mean, you've been wombatted, I guess would be a term it would coin, but I'm probably having nightmares actually thinking about it, but hey.
Probably have trouble reading IDs, to be honest.
That's the downside. They wouldn't be able to fill out a health and safety form. St. Clair and Queens now equal at 5-5. We now see a full blow from either side. Still SMGs from JLC and Blossom, but it's nothing compared to the scattered physicals from Queens. So we see aggression over on A.
Oh my goodness, Blossom just tore through him before the Boombot could even get something done. The Boombot's getting so rambunctious. Almost goes for a second here. Bottom's going to have to peek Casper, but of course there's outline. They saw the outline of healing, but they haven't noted Casper. How has this happened? They're still incognito in the back. They grab one, they grab 2. Wombat's got themselves a third, and finally it's Pretty Boy with the classic who manages to take out their counterpart. They're going on a jog now. They've got the spike in hand. Out come the Seekers. Only 2, of course, as there are only 2 enemies to track on down. They are going to take down that tripwire. They probably could have avoided it for now, but they will get the plant at least. And now we're going to move into a 2 versus 1 with plenty of utility with that dog still good to go, but no real capacity for a flash for another 10 seconds. So I'd like to see them be a little bit more patient here. But why be patient when you could win those or lose them?
Wombat, another recovery from him. Wombat is proving to be an absolute fiend so far. He has delivered time and time again for St. Clair. And as they get that defuse, they take the lead now. And that is awful for Queens. Bear in mind, that's the 4th round in a row now that Sinclair have won a retake. But you need to remember, because they have this double duelist, because they have such aggressive stances, it means that going to a defensive side, they needed to win the attacking side, because the defensive side is going to be even harder.
I'm going to be very upset if Deepak doesn't use his ult this round. He's had it since like round 4. We're now in round 12. All of his ults need to be used.
Waiting for the special moment, isn't he?
It's for special occasions, birthdays and the like. That's a Christmas ultimate.
It's bring out a Christmas pudding. It's carried by the rocket launcher. That's how it works here. Well, the Casper, look at the aggression here.
All right, Tripwire's going to back off for now. Casper might have even been a friendly. A little bit of gravity well right there. They do the damage to Tripwires, and there is going to be a slight bit of noting here. So much utility invested here by the defense to try and claim control of mid, including that Hunter's Fury as well. Defect's going to be revealed, and well, I guess that.
Did he get the ult?
Yeah, that ult's going to be it's going to be saved for Valorant 2, Kremer.
It could be saved. You know, we have split if they end up winning this map, so you can use it then.
It's going to be saved for Valorant 2 or map 3. That's the question.
Whichever comes first.
Spike down.
Dex falls on down. Queen's University slowly running out of members, but they've managed to equalize here off the back of some excellent gunplay from Tripwire. Wombat's getting a little bit tricky with it. Will they be able to avoid getting pinged? Even more blinded, Tripwire knew exactly where they'd be hiding out. The Hunter has become the hunted. And Blossom, for now, is all alone on this side. They have some backup coming through from Casper on Hookah, but they're consistently smoked off here by Tripwire. There's still no plant because they can't risk leaving one of these angles uncovered. They know that Casper will peek it in just a moment if they dare try to plant. It's going to be inside tube. Blossom picks up one. Will they grab themselves a second? They're surrounded now. Is this another flash that Tripwire can avoid? An updraft available, but you're not going to want to use it for combat. You're going to want to use your gun instead. And Casper is just a little bit faster.
These clutches from Sinclair have just been phenomenal. Another retake won by them, and well, there wasn't a bomb plant that round, but it doesn't matter. We have the half switch, and Sinclair moves their attacking side. We have Queens
6 in a row, Kremer.
6 in a row with now Queens defending with 2 duelists. This is really going to be a very, very tough position from them, and honestly, if they can convert the pistol round, it's their ticket back in to equalize, but they still face the same problems once the main guns come out, once the Vandals come out, once you see maybe even an op in the hands of JRC. We saw how effective he was with it in the one round he used it over on Ascent. Right now, I worry for them. However, they have the skill, they have the aim, and if anyone can do it, I think it's them.
I looked at the team rosters, Kremer, as we started off the adventure of NECC Valorant. I had a look at St. Clair and I was like, this could be a team that makes a deep run. Amar Deepak's going to try their best to finish it. That's their second headshot here with the Sheriff. And guess what? They've just been presented with a spike in their grasp. Somehow in the midst of all of this, Amar's come alive. They're going to build up to that new ultimate a little bit more quickly, and hopefully this one's going to get used.
Well, Dex is also able to double down as well. Pretty boy. Yeah, drive-by onto Wombat there. As Queens, they convert that pistol round, and as we mentioned, their aim is good. Well, that definitely shows exactly why the Sheriff on Aimar, a wonderful pickup used to a beautiful degree. As they now go for their second round by. Spectres come out, there's that Marshal on fire as striker, and Aimar, they consider just holding on to the Sheriff.
Yeah, putting the aim in Amar Deepak. Smile.
Yeah.
Spelling was never my strong suit.
It's the dyslexic caster strikes again, right?
Fiery striker here with the Marshal is very interesting, especially when you look at the side of St. Clair, because none of them are going to have armor. That means everyone is body shot. That's essentially an operator this round, but with a little bit of a higher rate of fire.
Yes, but that's a strong opening.
Look away,
That's
children!
nasty.
That's illegal.
It's a beautiful opening, isn't it? And I mean, for Aimar, how does he begin to stop that, you know?
What do I do? What can I do? It's impossible. Amar's going to be pinged multiple times, and as he turns around to take out that dart, Casper is going to be the one to put him in the grave. What a round thus far from Casper. Pretty boy going to try and get a scout done with the dog. Fire a striker, some quick scopes could be on the menu. Is it EA o'clock is the question. It's time for Pretty Boy to come in and get the backup. Even more dropping off, they're still accurate enough. Casper's picked up their third, but is finally put in the grave by Striker. Tripwire has found Wombat stuck in their new home. That's going to be a nice little defuse there for Queen's University.
Solid recovery from Queens there to win. I think it was a 2v4 there on the conversion. Pretty boy top writers, all of them just show up and they just kill people is what they do, Harry. And, well, with the equalizer at 7-7, both teams now pull out their big guns. We do have those Phantoms and Vandals being revealed. Over on St. Clair, no op yet, though, unfortunately, as instead Queens, they mirror it alongside the safe weapons of those Spectres. Bulldog out on Amar as he does have to commit to a bit more utility. We'll see just what they have in store for St. Clair, though, as they prepare a bit of a default.
May well have been picked up by one of their compatriots. As we head into round number 3, remember last time Amar caught out by that recon arrow, but this time Wombat's going to be putting all of their focus in towards Hookah, and we've got to be so careful on this swing. If they get detected, they'll get blinded and swung upon by 2. However, that's a very good recon arrow. If they didn't destroy it in time, the boombot will go wide and the blind will be good, but that space cleared, Crab.
An incredible opening so far, and it is all down to just util and zoning at this point. Pretty Boy dancing around this smoke looking for an entry, though.
Or they catch him tapping the orb. That's one down, but Vulcan's there to get the trade. Pretty Boy wanted to get out before losing their life, but unfortunately in their panic, that's when they were at their most vulnerable. And also leaves VCAN free to grab that orb. And now we can weigh up our options on the attack here if we're St. Clair.
All quiet on the Western Front as we wait to see just where Queens commit to this attack. And, well, where they commit to their defense, actually. As St. Clair looks to just bombard their way up from long.
Triple knew that they were going to be pinged by that. The alert was showing, but still, they maintained their composure. And now they've got to worry about a meeting here on A. Everyone's teleported through, but look at where Casper is. They were playing guerrilla warfare this entire time, and there's no more time for monkey business. Dex, for now, keeps himself concealed, will be hit by that Seeker and hit by even more in the form of bullets. And St. Clair suddenly have themselves a 3 versus 1, but Casper ain't waiting. They're going to take the fair fight. They're going to take the duel, because that's just what Casper do. The honorable Ghost.
Yeah, there's no friendly left in him. Going 19-11, he is easily the man on top of this team right now, on top of this server. And even over on our first map, even on Ascent, he was playing very bloody well, but he's just woken up at this point. This is a player who is on a rampage, and, well, if this last couple of rounds have shown anything, he doesn't like taking prisoners, Harry, as he gets ready to commit to another attack, this time towards A, in which Queens, with only the odd Spectre, the odd pistol here or there, are going to try and stop them. But he's had success with this Sheriff in the past. The question is, will he have that same success now, and can he mimic it?
We know that Amar aims. Some would say that's where they got their name from, but others would say that that's baseless conjecture.
It's all speculation at this point.
100% speculation. But you know what? Speculation is a distant cousin of facts.
Therefore, any speculation is fact. As one back, he speculates a couple of shock darts onto these players' backside, and through the smoke, he may be able to convert it into it.
All the smoke speculation came up good as Casper just rushes on in. The brawler that they are. I've never seen a Bruiser Sky before, but Casper's making me into a believer. Pretty Boy's going to be pinged up in heaven, and thus comes the star. Will it be a gravitational well, or will it be a smoke? The smoke is the choice made. Outcomes for Pop Flash, but everyone can look away in time. It's a slaughter on the site. Kramer as VCAN picks up a 3rd. A flawless for St. Clair now. They've got momentum shifting in their favor.
The Butcher's Bill comes in, and not a single man from Queens stands again with no weapon to save, no money to hold on to. They invest everything in this round. They do so with that op available on typewriters. They have the Phantoms, they have the Vandals ready to be expended on St. Clair. The question is, can they shut down this op on typewriters? It'll be the first time it's revealed on the side of Queens this series. It'll be the first we see of it on this map. Do St. Clair expect it?
We've seen surprise operators get some real value before, even if only once. JLC is going to take the peek, but takes it too slow. And Tripwire's like, thanks for that, mate. I'll take a life, and Amar will as well. Now they're going to get traded out, though, by VCAN. A little bit too big for their boots, not realizing there'd be a second there. Have a look at VCAN. All by themselves on B. They have a spike in hand, and Wombat may be sending out some speculative shock darts that are doing plenty of damage to Dex. But the worries on the other side. That's a full delivery of the dog. 30 damage done, and Tripwire's ready to try and finish it off anyway. VCAN, I'm afraid you've arrived a little bit late, mate. Your friends are dead.
While his friends may be dead, VCAN does still have a chance here. He knows he has the spike. He knows where one of these players are.
Has a cam too.
Can he convert it? Yeah. Now, there is the ult on the sky. They can commit it from Queens, but do they risk committing it in what will only be a 1v2?
Great hiding there from VCAN. I don't think they want to play the spike here. They want to play the duels instead. They might know Fire Striker's rifle, but no, it isn't a great angle. Pretty Boy, though. Oh, the jig is up. You never could get past Pretty Boy. He just bats his eyelashes, takes down Vikan, and Queen's University are back in the game.
Pretty much to almost flirt with the enemy there, holding that angle from heaven. However, as they leave Sinclair with another investment, they have the money to do so.
Are you an angel or are you just camping heaven?
Yeah, I mean, there is a heaven to fall from, so it's absolutely likely. As Queens, Guardian comes out on tight righters now, unable to save the op. He's going for the next best thing.
Oh, okay. Judge, in fact.
Judge is a bit of hesitation. It is a weapon of choice, but a judge is definitely one that is to be feared, especially on this close angle of U-Hauls, especially when Sinclair are congregated, coalesced, and stacked into this short angle.
Oh, they're taking a wide swing, though. They need to give us up rather quickly. They can't hold this angle, especially against all of this. They're moving their way out of this Viridic field, but they will be able to stay alive for now. U-Haul is known to be a danger site, and this boombox could potentially be avoided. Tripwires looking for something here, but Blossom's too quick to connect. Oh, and Dex, just checking that sightline, were you? A bullet's still coming. You better believe that they are. Caught with the dog out. Casper, I'm afraid. This ain't time for petting. This ain't time for zoology. This is time to dance, and this is time for war. Blossom trying to camp out near the teleporter right here. May well have saved additional pings from that recon bot by taking it down. The full blind is delivered to Wombat. Down goes the smoke, and that could obfuscate a full send into TP right now. And yes, the sounds will ring out across Vine, but the teleporter has been taken. And guess what? A dog came through too. Aw.
Yeah, I mean, that dog buys a lot of time as well for them. That nade is going to do a fair bit of damage, at least on the first impact. They tap that bomb once. They get ready for the follow-up, but there isn't any just yet. Instead, we see that first fight taken, but with no kill yet. It's down to the retake of Queens.
Pretty safe angle to try and deny these swings. Wombat's only got 6 bullets in the chamber. They run out, so it's time to swap to the classic. No. The lack of reload may well have been your doom. The rifle has been noted, though, and now Blossom's left in a 1-versus-1 for Sinclair. And oh my goodness, the accuracy is just sublime. Oh, Crema, I think I'm getting the case of the vapors.
Yeah, I mean, that is a chilling moment for Sinclair to win a round like that off of Blossom's perfect crosshair placement. On top of the fact that, to be honest, Wombat took a fight he shouldn't have had. Of course, he could have played it a bit better, but it doesn't matter when you got Blossom. It was essentially your safety net at this point. Queens, 2 rounds down. Sinclair, 2 away from victory. Who's going to win it first? Who's going to convert it first? We'll have to see, because for the Queens, they do not have the money to do so. They go for the save. Sheriffs come out here or there. I mean, we see Amar, he's like hesitating with his investment, but the reality is they just don't have the cash.
Cash ain't there. The ults maybe, though. You can still do some good killing with the old showstopper. That much I can guarantee. Where is Amar? Back at B side right now, but it's going to be the combatants on A who are going to be seeing most of the action. Tripwise picks up Vikan. Not too bad, just racked with classic bullets. Walk the smoke at your own peril, I suppose. Tripwires for now, just playing it campy. It's going to be peeking into Blossom, and well, don't test him. Do not test this man, because he will not miss.
Yeah, it's Blossom's at the point now where he kind of bats his eyes, flicks his wrist, and someone dies. JRC seems to do the same thing, though. The nades both get exchanged by Heaven, unfortunately for feedback. It's just a quick little death. Leave it all onto the sky. And for Harry, I'll admit, I think Sinclair may have this game on wraps, despite these teams being so closely matched. Just smoke.
Oh, hello. Pretty Boy's just playing around the edges of a smoke. They're just edge dancing it. They've got themselves 1. Could they get themselves a 2nd? There's a recon ball. Pretty Boy. Oh, Wombat has to just go back to basics, bring out the classic, and hit the right click themselves. But that was some great edge dancing on the smoke right there. Just a little tap in, a little bit of ballerina play from Pretty Boy. And that's done a little bit of economic damage.
Swan Lake, eat your heart out. However, unfortunately, it wasn't enough, was it? It was a bit of economic damage, but against the side who have won the last 2 in a row, the last 4 of the last 5, they have money. They can invest. They've got ults up on both Vikan and Wombat to combat the 3 on Dex, Amar, and Fire Striker, which means that we should see a fairly chaotic round here, as it's going to be rifles around the board as they all look to battle it out for this 19, or this 20, sorry.
You've heard of Dancing with the Stars, but when you're tap dancing around a smoke with a sky, that's Dancing with the Stars. Oh, I hate myself.
That was really impressive, by the way. I was really happy with that. Good job,
well, I'm glad you were. I'm so fired.
Someone has to enjoy it, right? The start of the show is us laughing at our bad references and poorly timed movie quotes. You see JLC short out my typewriters though.
Wombat, not getting too much here off the back of that. Maybe it is at least space cleared. Tripwire just playing a little bit quietly in the back, waiting to come in as a reinforcement. But you can see once again that pesky Sky. They've cleared through A. They managed to make their way past the Astra, but Vcan doesn't know. They don't know that Astra's going to be waiting right here. They believe that it's cleared. Still, the Astra's waiting. They're going to wait a second, and then Dex manages to get down the spike. The jig is up. But Casper, for every unnoted flank, there is yet another one. They're so clean when it comes to this rifle. Their accuracy is just untoward. 30 HP left and only a couple of bullets, so they can't be out Tripwire in this case. But guess who's waiting if not Dex? Queens hang on by a thread. And it's because they just did not note that lurking Astra. Every flank has an equal and opposite flank, it would seem.
For Casper, I would be livid if I was Casper. An incredible round from him there. 3 kills in CT, only to be mitigated by Dex doing the exact same thing over in your own spawn. 4 ults up from either side. This has been a very aim-oriented map. I would love to see some of these abilities get dumped because we've seen Amar and JRC both hold on to the showstopper for quite a while now.
Oh, you're trying to make me run out of breath, are you, Kramer? An 8 ult round, is that what you want?
It is.
JRC, with the judge.
I love a chaotic one.
Is it Bunny? Could it be the energy? 2 blast packs in the hand.
I've got your trial.
There we go. There's the Seekers. That is going to give Neopsite, but guess what? Amar doesn't care. They're getting blinded here too. They're just onslaught with so much utility. They take the turn, but they're not quite quick enough. Vcan has fallen elsewhere, and as someone reloads their rifle, JRC is more than happy to execute. They've run low on health. Fiery Striker trying to play from the top or the back of the pings, but can't connect the bullets that they need to. Speaking of connections, guess who's turned up if not Tripwire? And even underarmed right now, St. Clair are still doing damage to the defenders. Everybody's missing the rifle bullets. It's a Matrix impersonation. Tripwire's caught out off on the side, and Wombat is not going to be able to survive against the onslaught of Pretty Boy. That's a full blind going to be delivered, and the bullets in short order. Queens keep it tight, 11-10.
I tell you what, we talk about how Casper's kind of been the playmaker for St. Clair. Queens, while they don't so much have a playmaker, everyone pulls their weight. Even Amar and Fiery Striker, who have had a bit less impressive game than, say, Typewriters, their kills have been so impactful. And because of that, I've been able to keep it so close, purely because everyone can deliver. When called upon, we saw Pretty Boy this round. Earlier, it was Dex. Before that, it was Typewriters. It is a very strong delivery from Queens in terms of teamwork and consistency, whereas St. Clair do have that flashy ability. Well, let's see if there's any flash left in Queens as they go for the knives on Jets.
Knives expended. Pretty Boy, even after using that bird, is still quick to the trigger. And we've got to give some additional credit as well to Typewriters, right? They moved over from the Killjoy onto the Jet. They weren't the be-all and end-all of duelists, but they've managed to play so well in this map, and it's evident why they choose to go for this Jet.
And they do. Typewriters just trying to follow it up. Hasn't done so just yet. Instead, it's almost silence from St. Clair as they try to leave and lead St. Queens into a false sense of security almost, but that's the start of them. They congregated into short. We see Casper go for info with that Sky still. He knows players are backside, he just doesn't know how many, and I think 3 is going to be a bit of a surprise though.
Big blind right there. That could be a lot of damage done. The Sheriff's coming on out, and Casper just connects headshot after headshot. When it comes to the Marshal, that is obscene stuff. Doing their best Yay impression right now. They're still alive. They still maybe have the capacity to loot up a rifle. And over Amar, playing with the Vandal, potentially, and Hookah, no utility remaining. No blast packs for an entry, no boombot for an angle clear, no grenade for the same. And Casper, they're happy to just sit back here. The scope is good, and already down is that Cosmic Divide, forcing for Dex to take an unfavorable peek right here. But they weren't checking it. Why was no one checking it? This is absolutely blasted right now. Casper has 18 HP left in a Marshal, and now Dex knows they can just hold the fuse because Amar's good to hold that angle. I can't believe that no one was checking one of the few areas that could have been populated, that could have been potentially pushed through with that Cosmic Divide. Off the back of that, Queen's University, they've tied us up.
a really poor round from St. Clair for the first time in quite a while, actually. They seemed unbeatable, but Queens have done just that. Three in a row now, 11-11. Winner guarantees overtime. Loser fights for their lives, and well, they do so with five rifles on either side. Viken, the only man with an ultimate, kind of in sight at the moment. Casper and Wombat, close enough, but the reality is St. Clair, they need a very effective reveal from the Cypher. And, well, for Queens, it's aggression in long this time. Suspected, but will it be stopped?
This round could mean everything, Kremer. Out comes the flash. This might be the last full buy for either of these teams. Pretty boy, going to be able to grab the ult orb here and move closer to those Seekers. I think Casper might well have been noted. Oh, the shoulder peek. Dex doesn't dare take the shot. They're too afraid of losing their life because trades are in favor of the attackers right here. The Spike has coalesced its way over towards A, but still a heavy lurk on B. Might force Tripwire to try and take the teleporter instead. They will weather a tiny bit of damage from a grenade to avoid being revealed in this place. And they are going to have their friend take out that boombox. Still, such slow movement on A. They're trying to bring so many more people over, but Dex has fallen down to Casper. Eternally the playmaker. That's going to be a second ult or claim. That's going to be Deepak moving in, but they're shot out the air. It's skeet shooting for Vikan. That's why I had his hat on. He needs to not be looking into the sun when he's shooting down birds.
Spike planted.
They've done just that, and with a 5-on-3 after plant circumstance, they still have the Cypher to try and detect these oncoming retakers of the Queens. If there ever was a time to do the impossible, this would be it. They cascade onto the site, they launch their assaults. The question is, will it stop St. Clair, and will it give them that lifeline?
So much rest in the hands of Tripwires and of Pretty Boy. That's going to be no pings gained off the back of that. The fire strike is still good for 2. The full clear of U-Haul. Can they get more than that? He's come alive in the final moments. And now they're up against 2 all by themselves. And they know that they need to save this rifle. Like we said, Kremer, this round could have been it all. And that's why Wombat's on the chase. They're desperate for the kill. They want to be able to take away that rifle. And despite the heroic legend that was generated by Fiery Striker, that rifle is gone.
I love the fact the timeout's called here. It breaks the success of that from St. Clair. It means that they take a moment to calm down. It means Queens get a moment to just brace themselves for this next round. Bear in mind, they're moving into this with such a poor buy that St. Clair, they're the ones who should be in the driver's seat. However, while they may be in the driver's seat, that doesn't mean they control where the road goes. And for Queens, this is their moment to shine. I'm really looking forward to seeing if they can deliver here. And honestly, that last round, it showed that every single member is able to deliver if given their chance to hit the podium. And for St. Clair, will we see another engagement? If there's a world where if they don't get that opening, where if they don't get that first kill onto Dex, they lose that round.
I choose to believe, Kremer. I choose
how often
to
can he do it?
believe that Queen's University have been scripted to get them an overtime. Our first time casting NECC.
Yeah.
Season 1, day 1 of Valorant Live competition. We'll get ourselves an overtime. I can't think of a better way to do it. Queen's University have the win off the back of this.
Just checking the scripts. Yeah, it's meant to be overtime, so we should be good.
All right, thank you, script writers. We appreciate it. Let's see if St. Clair and Queen's University are going to stick to it, or if St. Clair are going to go rogue. They've certainly got the weaponry to make it happen. Blossom's the only one who's slightly under-equipped with their light shields in conjunction with the Phantom.
Amar with that Sheriff. He's going to have to deliver with it. Casper, aggression in showers. And bear in mind, this is exactly what gave him the man advantage last round. This time, Dex hardly wants to fight him.
Dex, they've been noted. They only get a single body shot off. Casper, their reward is a free orb as well, so that's 2 points towards those Seekers, and that's going to be some extra worry towards A. And with that rotation, you've pulled away numbers. You've allowed for a 4 versus 2 on the site. An onslaught of epic proportions is going to be prepared here by St. Clair as they take down Tripwires as well. Amar is desperate to get into the midst of this, and Fiery Stalker is overwhelmed. You can't strike back with a Marshal when you're being flooded over by the St. Clair tide, and I think the tide might have finally come out for Queen's University because Blossom's still alive. The clutch machine remains. Pretty Boy on the side, and Blossom kills the last hope that Queen's University had. 2-0 to St. Clair.
An incredible series from both sides there, and I tell you what, St. Clair's, they put up a hellish fight. Casper, in particular, on that final map was just incredible, proving to be the just incredible stoppage to these members of Queens. However, credit when credit is due to Queens to recover find them move to Ascent with such incredible tenacity. It really shows that they are the makings of a true team to fear.
I had a great time casting this, Kremer, but after such a massive game, after such an important clash between these two titans in our championship bracket, I need a bit of a break, and I imagine everyone else does as well. So we're going to cut to a quick intermission.
folks, welcome back to the NECC. My name is Seymour alongside Chad. Lantis with a rematch number 3 of today. Chad, it's going to be a great one. We got NJC, I am pretty sure, up against, I just slipped out of mine, Champlain College. So that's going to be the match that we do have today for match number 3. Already been through 2, and it's been a pretty steady day. 2 O's all around. How are you doing tonight?
Doing great, and I'm so excited about the opening day of this inaugural season for the NECC Valorant League. These are going to be a great showing of events because I'm so excited to see how these players will actually perform today going into the opening day, because we have a whole lot of weeks ahead of us to see how they adapt and improve. But out the gate is a very exciting thing to see. Wait, so you can hear me now? Okay.
Okay, wait, no. I think when I was trying to disable my window camera, I accidentally hit the mute my mic. Oh, man. That's tough. Yeah, I'm good. Apologize for the mistakes, but we are back now with the NECC match number 3. It's NJCU up against Champlain College, and you might not have heard me last time, but this time we'll introduce ourselves. It's myself, Seymour, alongside Chad Lantis, here to bring you the match. We got Ascent coming up first. Chad, let's talk through this again.
Yeah, unfortunately, we dotted our T's and crossed our I's. That wasn't the right way to do things, so we figure it out now. T's are crossed, I's are dotted, and we're able to get into the match pretty soon. It is going to be on Ascent, and we're going to be seeing the classic Sova pickup, as we always would expect pretty much on Ascent ever since the game came out with that map. So that's going to be picked up, as well as some initiator options for both teams. The old school Breach has been making a big wave coming back in. The change to where the utility can actually destroy devices, like you can use an Aftershock to destroy a lockdown from the Killjoy. Big deal. So that's a really useful tactic to use, and they decided to do that over things like Sky for more flashes that could be maneuvered around walls, more nuanced like things like that. Love seeing that. And then, of course, other staples such as Duelist Controller, Sentinel of each side.
It's going to be definitely interesting to see how they integrate this breach, because we already saw the Agent Select a little bit earlier. We know they have the standard Sovas. We know that they're bringing out that breach. And we were saying, like, the day that I don't see a Sova on Ascent is the day that I make a big ruckus about it. And aside from that breach, really everything is standard coming out there. I was talking about St. Clair, how they won earlier in their matchup. They were running the Astra, Sova, Sky, Killjoy, Jet. That's the normal composition that you usually would see these days. But I'm interested to see how they do integrate that breach with that kind of old school composition.
Yeah, for sure. And that is an option that gives you the ability to lock down like Catwalk. If people pushing up there, just shut that down instantly. I love seeing breaches that hang out near towards a tree location when defending, so they can just shoot their fault line all the way over towards Garage. So if there's pressure happening on Garage going to the B main, then you can just assist your team from across the map essentially and buy time, slow down the enemy's approach, and allow yourself to be able to rotate over and support your defensive line over there. So I'm interested to see where they position the breach on the map as well, on defense especially, which I always think is a little bit more tactful. I saw one of my favorite players to watch the stacks over in South Korea on Vision Strikers plays breach on Ascent all the time and has some really interesting setups with the flashes, especially towards wine on defense, but that's not going to be the case now. And the breach is going to be on attack for the first half, pushing into the A main, and surely going to just flash them in. There it is.
It's usually that breach jet combo that entries in. Instead, it's going to be the Astra running the Ghost Suerte to take that first blood of Ascent. And since then, stalled out from these attackers. They're going to be using this Owl drone to entry in, get some information through trees to get onto there, but they do have to deal with this Cypher first if they do want to get this Spike down. As soon as he peeks out, he's going to drop the Killjoy to get them on the site. Spike's going to go down a 5v3 for the retake, make it a 5v2. As NJCU, they are not going to allow Champlain College to even set up for this. They're taking the fight to them. Joy's in a little bit of a hectic chaos. I love this play from NJCU. The pure aggression to not allow Champlain to do anything.
Yeah, they were stalled for a second because of Cypher traps, trapwire, cyber cage, everything like that. So the Jet had to go right back and they had reset, activate again. But the pick from Astra on Cat allowed them to have the angles on site and still maintain control despite the stoppage that Cypher provided.
Well, here comes this retake. Savvy inside heaven. Too many angles to take care of, so it is going to be another one for May. Joey all alone. They know exactly where he is. He gets through that door, and it's going to be New Jersey City of University to put their first on the board, and a few are going to actually die to the spike, so quite possibly might have to see a force buy coming up for NJCU instead of going for those ghosts.
Yeah, luckily it's pistol round, so you're not losing a ton, but yeah, the ghosts are sometimes like little bonus with like light armor going to that second round, and you can try like cheat for like getting the Jet an operator or something like that. But no, they're just going to fully buy up for Spectres full armor, and they just want to win this one out as clean as possible and try to use this buy up to try to beat out the rifles for the following round. But of course, first things first, you need to win this next round.
And you want it to be clean as well. This time the Cypher's relocated to a close position to the right. Maybe going to sneak away with one. Not going to check it. It's going to be greedy. But DNL still going to drop 3 in a row. As clean as ever for New Jersey. They're on the site. The Spike's going to go down. And you can look at the positioning of Savvy and the Omen. as they're both on different planes, able to pinch this out, but with the guns that they have, with the utility that are in their hands, it's just not enough to get through this buy-up that you see from New Jersey City. As it is going to be made to put this one through. 2 quick rounds on the board and a very clean one. Exactly what you hope to see from the Armor and Spectre buy.
Yeah, I drew very clean. CCE, they tried a little bit of a cheese, like a lurk, and try to get some angles, things like that. But in JCU, they were too aware of it. And I love the fact that when they had the entry go on site, didn't check the right angle, went straight to the tree door. The other 2 following up did check their right, did clear out DNL. So nice job of everybody making sure they cross their own T's and dot their own I's and make sure everything's checked out. Clean entry for sure. And they're going to need to maintain that cleanliness if they want to beat out the rifle buy-up of CCU.
You should run.
CCE.
Exactly, this time to be. As you're using the lockdown to initiate onto the site, it's going to force Champlain off for the retake. Make sure that they play this 5v5 in that sense. So the spike's going to go down for New Jersey City. And you're looking at the setup for the retake. They're already here. Champlain College, they can initiate right away with their whole team. And they're going to use the Trailblazer to lead on into that. Not going to find anything inside Garage. I'm really looking at Sebi to play contact here. Lead his team into the site. It is going to be DNL actually, the first one. The slide out from Greedy. He's going to create the trade for Sebi, and it's back and forth for either side. A 2v2, and the last 2 players for New Jersey City, they're off-site. They have to get back into this because Sebi's going to stick this defuse. He has a Mega to back him up. The Shark Dart is not going to make that in time. Atlantis, that's an insane round. Sebi, he was not giving up.
Yeah, a bit of like a ninja diffuse situation. And a big part of that too is DNL got a trapwire on stairs. So they knew nobody pushed out on site. They had control towards that side of the entry. So they can just walk right up and challenge from the stairs pretty freely at that point. So they're able to win out the encroachment onto the site, set up the 2 versus 2. And because of the timing, it was a little bit of a guessing game for New Jersey to see, are they going to be sticking this or not? And they decided to play it safe, end up fragging out as they've been doing so far this map. But the objective, the tactical prowess of Champlain going for that risky stick. They say pros don't fake, and they're looking to be pros right now.
Yes, they are. May, she's looking over at B to try to find an opening, but Champlain not going to deliver any information. In fact, it's a 2-1-2 split for these defenders, making sure that that Sky over on benches. Luxy can just make sure that nobody's crossing through that catwalk. So they have trees open, but Greedy, here's a Mega on that TP across. Instead, it's a fake. He's going to go right back into this. Are they going to cross out there? The Cypher's doing so good at making sure that they can't get into this A site without burning some utility. In fact, it is going to call for a few players on New Jersey to back off and think again.
Yeah, there's no like Molotovs or anything like that to really punish the stall and be a main, but some actions happening regardless, and 2 opening picks are in New Jersey, opening up the site unless Omen comes up big here on the lurk.
They don't expect Omega. He did TP back in there with the Judge, able to find one, but when the dust settles, the Spike's going to go down into 2v3 for this retake, and Sebi and Joey do it again. Then Greedy takes him right on hand, right on that front line. Greedy's going to find another. Sebi making sure he's still into it, but the collapse out from New Jersey is going to close the round out 3-1 as they do take things back into their own hands. Only a little bit of a hiccup in that last round, back to a 2-round lead.
I'm loving seeing what Greedy's doing on that jet. It's the former Overwatch player, and you can see exactly those old school skills of Overwatch. Like old school nowadays is video games. Old school is like a year at this point, how fast esports is developing. But really back in the day of playing Overwatch for Greedy, and a lot of high action, high paced tempo in that kind of games going into this game, taking that high action, high tempo pacing into a jet, perfect agent for that, and doing such an amazing job creating space for the team so far to allow the rest of the team to follow through and completely set up for holds, takes, everything that they want to do.
It was just eating that turret. No worries in the world. The Bladestorm in hand. Looking to take it, but Bladestorm's on either side. Sebi, though, the first to strike with the ultimate. Can Greedy come away with this? Has snuck through, but I'm sure that they heard that one. Still going for the shot. Finds Joey. Second one, maybe. Zebby to fall, and it's all Greedy. At the moment, the Blade Storm a little bit too strong to handle with the legs of Champlain College. If he finds Lux here, that should be do or die for this guy in a 1v3, as you are able to take down Greedy there. Maybe recover the rifle that they did have. In fact, it was just a Spectre, so as soon as you peek out, Suerte, she's going to put this one through. 4 rounds now for New Jersey City.
Greedy popping off, just that's that Overwatch stuff right there. Just going high action, high pace, getting 3 quick kills right in the middle. A big part about how this all transpired is you just now see more rifles getting in the hands of Champlain. Even though they won that round on the anti-bonus situation, they all died for it. So they all had to rebuy again and then lost the following round. So they had to go into a save after that. And that following round that they did lose after winning, they didn't have the best of buys, things like that. And it was New Jersey who had to buy up their own. So they just had the economical advantage, but now it's a little bit more balanced out. Champlain has a nice position to try to bring this back now, but now it's Greedy also with an operator in a hand on attack, which is not something you see all the time, but this player's been popping off a little bit lately. Might be able to do so again.
Dodge the shock darts, but again, we saw this, the lockdown to open this up.
Such
This
a
time they
close
combo
angle.
it with the Cosmic Divide for New Jersey, trying to put Joey in the blender. He still comes out with one, but the lockdown, it's going to contain him. Omega has snuck through into the back corner, makes sure he comes out with at least 1 kill so that the retake is a little bit even for the side. DNL the spray, not going to connect, and Greedy finds the last one, so that's going to be another round for New Jersey, investing 2 ultimates, whereas you saw Luxy, you use the Seekers to get back into, is not going to help you one bit at all. You would have hoped that DNL finds that kill on the backline, but it's just the star power that you see from Greedy and the amount of strategies you see them combining their ultimates to get onto the site and make sure that they have a strong setup once that spike's planted. I'm loving New Jersey right now. They're looking very composed.
Yeah, Mega did their best efforts to try to teleport to that back site and make a surprise. Oh, I wasn't locked down. Surprise, I'm in Boathouse, but didn't get enough to be able to hold on to the round while the rest of the team was falling off to the wayside of New Jersey. And yeah, Greedy is doing an amazing job entering site, but the rest of the team is doing a fantastic job of following it up. Lurking on the scoreboard a little bit is multiple members above Greedy on the frags because they're just doing such a good job, especially with right now, seeing them follow through on the Aftershock, taking so much site control.
Great away, not wasting anything at all. On the opposite end, the Hunter's Fury from Joey. It does take down seriously. So you got Omega trying to creep in with the classic right clicks, makes it a 3v3 to give a little bit of a chance to the retake for these defenders. But Spike yet to go down, and the rotation's gonna be in hand for Champlain, so they will be able to initiate right back into this right away. Instead, when you're going up against this advanced riflery like this, it's a little bit tough. So Justin's able to take down Luxy, put him, Joey, into a 1v3. No utility to use, just a Sheriff and a Dream, and you can see that that Dream is put to rest for 6 rounds now for New Jersey City.
If Champlain had better weaponry like rifles in hand that round, I think they actually might have run away with it because New Jersey, they went on site with the Aftershock, but they didn't have full control of tree with that smoke coverage. And while they had overall control of the site, they didn't have to do a great job of clearing out back of generator. Beautiful job by Champlain on the side of Sebi and Omega especially, who just came up big with 2 frags and make that a little bit of a winnable situation for the rest of the team. But it came down to inferior weaponry on the economy kind of situation, so they weren't quite able to fall off that round, but they did show signs of being able to be competitive in these defensive sites and then make those retakes happen. It's just New Jersey, man, they've been so good at executing on site, and they might have been a little bit slack on that one because they knew it was going to be an anti-go, but now that it's going to be rifles, they're expending the information of the Owl Drone, getting Hunter's Fury opening pick on Omega, which is one of the bigger fraggers of Champlain, and they have opening access to A site yet again.
You see how patient they are, using every single bit of utility that they do have.
Oh my
DNL's
gosh.
gonna eat
The
that
read.
to the face. That is so clean from New Jersey. They're looking unstoppable right now on a sense, and you do have Sebi to come away with a pick of their own, but I mean, the damage has been done, and Joey once again in a 1vx situation, being that Sova anchor over towards B. What kind of damage can you see from a May? She's gonna drop. 1v3, you have the Vandal, not a lot of time to work with since that's planted, and you have to get rid of most likely all 3 of these players just to get to that spike. You got the sonar dart. There's like, you would have maybe hoped to have the shock darts and the Owl Drone to give you that information, but with what Joey has, I'd like this call just to play for some exits.
Yeah, 1 versus 3. They have a good setup right now. You have no idea where they are because you have a recon bolt, but like that kind of tells you the enemy team where you are as well, usually. And just there's no time. You got to fall off. Greedy able to keep the operator, a couple of rifles as well for New Jersey. Right now, we're kind of seeing a little bit of a reason why you see a lot of Sage and Killjoy as the Sentinel on this map instead of Cypher as of lately. Cypher is doing a great job of stalling on the site as far as the tripwires, but once those are cleared by just the owl drone or shooting it out, standard kind of a situation, it's making it really difficult for the Cypher alone to hold sites. There's no Molotovs or slow orbs to really stall the push onto the site itself. And there's no like free info with like a turret you can swing off of, things like that, because you can use the camera, but it's not as easy as a turret swing, and they're having a hard time slowing down that just oppression onto the site that New Jersey is doing. They're doing an immaculate job with the Sova information, jet entry, breach follow-up. Everything is just going great for New Jersey.
Definitely taking a page of the book of the early vision strikers, breach jet combinations off of that, and I love it. It's probably one of my favorite ends of Valorant, favorite times, you could say. And I think Champlain College, yeah, definitely the Cypher doing the job at stalling, but after that stall is done, not really any force to push back these teams. But Joey, look at this play. He's going to get aggressive. He's going to come away with a kill onto Justin. So at least one, getting rid of that breach too. You're not going to have the shocks to initiate into that. It might be able to successfully slow down for this, but instead the attackers, they're going to drop that lockdown again to get them safely into the site after the time is gone. And you can see that nobody on Champlain College are back in that boathouse to maybe sneak away with not being detained.
I like the timing as well. They got the smokes down as soon as that lockdown finishes. They will swing in with full access. The smoke doesn't cover the market. He gets 2 kills anyway. Greedy is just popping off right now.
You can see the amount of solo skill that Greedy has coming from Overwatch, and you see it a lot in teams like first to come to mind would be FaZe, you know, like a lot of ex-Overwatch pros on their team, and just the amount of sheer skill that they have as in their aiming at all angles, not just kind of left to right. They can aim up, down, everything. Greedy is on it, and you can see that skill is in him, and he's showing it off on this jet right now. 12-4 with that operator. It's insane to see.
Yeah, definitely very flashy plays popping off. Somebody else I want to talk about, though, Suerte. She is doing an amazing job at 14-1 on the Astra. Astra naturally is not a flashy character, so if they pop off in frags, it's not as easy to see, especially because she's not put into clutch situations. The rest of the team's doing such a good job, but she's holding down lurks. She's coming up, falling over on team openings. She's just overall being so solid as the rest of the team is doing the same, as yet another 8 entries coming in with a beautifully placed Cosmic Divide done by Suerte herself.
Spike planted.
Another flawless entry too. I mean, yes, Champlain College are on a little bit of a weaker buy with that Chico, but even still, nothing, not a drop of damage to New Jersey with that. And they use the Cosmic Divide to get them on site as well. You got Stephanie with this Blade Storm, so you're going to use that flash to get you in there. Can you take down Greedy? It's a little bit tough, and you got the backup from Justin. You walk right into the line of sight of that operator. You're looking at 9 right now for New Jersey City. And honestly, at the end of this, they look like they're going to come out with a lot. Oh, Joey! Oh, he's letting them know that the law, it's a little bit on edge with the Sova here. Can he find enough when seriously crosses that crossfire, but not going to come away with it. It's going to be 9 rounds safely secured for New Jersey City, but I mean, what a shot from Joey. You expect that as many times as he's been in these 1vx situations, he's bound to pop off at some point.
Yeah, Joey doing a great job, and honestly is put in those tough situations where it's 1vx, like you said, so you can't really blame. That's one of those worst feelings when you're in ranked and you're just like, team, what's going on? Team, are you okay? Like, what can we do here? I'm just going to go on a 1 versus 3 and hope it works out, I guess. But yeah, it really is just New Jersey doing such an amazing job. They're executing so flawlessly so often, and that was an anti-eco, but still they're doing it such a good job of executing, rinse and repeat. No reason to really be slack on an anti-eco situation. You got to keep up that prowess, and a little bit of damage going out from Joey at the start of this round with that classic auto spray. One of the big reasons why you see Sovas is getting that early information with the darts and then just spam through these thin walls. But nevertheless, it's Suerte still getting the opening frag for the team.
And she has been on fire looking for those first bloods, and you can see that off of that, you've already drawn Sebi for the rotation over to the market. as you take a look at your minimap, and you can see that spike on player number 7, May. She's taking it all the way back over to A, where they're looking to overpower Omega and get it down again while dropping this. And the Cypher utility, again, it's just not going to stop them. This time the Killjoy ulti, the lockdown, it's going to be dropped on A. The cross into that. You do get one for DNL. Are they going to spot Omega back here? Because he is not trapped by this lockdown. He's not going to be detained at all. And in fact, May, she's going to check it. She's going to clear it on out. The spike's going to drop. And again, it's going to be Champlain College at the disadvantage for this retake through Heaven. And Justin, he's going to take down the operator. So again, all up to Joey with this Odin.
Yet again.
How many times are we going to see them in this situation, Chadlantis?
Yeah, just such a hard rotation from Joey that really just indicates that Champlain needs to try to figure out some way of like reallocating members across the map. They've done basically the same allocation of agents on their map for the defense every round. And it's just New Jersey saying, yeah, we beat the Cypher every time. We're just going to keep doing it, I guess, if you guys aren't going to change anything differently. And Champlain isn't, and they keep losing rounds. I would love to see, especially Joey showing this light of being able to get these frags to the team, allocate them over towards A site, use the shock darts when they get caught by those traps, or use that Odin to spray through that heaven thin wall when they get caught by the trap in main. You can get a spray down when they're caught by the cage and make them forced to not be able to push through that hail of bullets, basically. Gotta do something to mix it up. And finally, we are seeing the Cypher go on a B site. So yes, love this. Please make the change, and it's now happening. And this actually might be a time where Sync or New Jersey goes to a B side again. No, the spike's going to go to the other side.
You can see
that would have been funny if they went back to B.
It's one of those times where you're like, oh, we're going to change things up finally. And then they're like, okay, we're going to read your change. You just go to the B side this time where the Cypher's sitting. But no, they're setting up for a default again. Once again, looking to just relocate some members for the side of Champlain College. But with that Owl Drone, it should give information to New Jersey City that they have swapped the Silva with the Cypher on each side. But they do seem to pick that up, and now you're going to see that spike get picked up, and they are going to relocate to B, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they've been looking for those opening picks, which mostly has come off of Suerte's back, just getting those big opening frags for the team, lurking through mid a lot, especially. It's going to be greedy. They realize the Cypher is on the site that they want to execute on now. The spike is still on the other side of the map. They might be able to just rotate off this very quickly, especially with Seekers being spinning too. They have plenty of time.
You didn't know the Cypher was there, now you do. And the spike yet to rotate out. I'm looking at Omega, player number 1. He's tucked away over outside the catwalk. He's got to back up Joey on the site with that operator that they did carry over into the last round. And Joey, he already takes down Suerte. So when this rotation does come through, they're going to have a 4-on-5. And if you're not checking Omega, it could be another player to bite the dust. Omega, big 1-on-1. May checks it, a little bit late to it, but Omega as well, late to the call. So it is going to be now 3-on-4. Champlain at the disadvantage as the tides have turned.
Yeah, big opening pick on Suerte, that big fragger for the team. That was the shining light. Joey came in big for the team, but then Mai checks the corner, and that's continuation of crossing those T's, dotting those I's. I'm just going to keep using that terminology because it's working out perfectly, and it's accurate to this situation. Justin now in hell, trying to work on the swing from the drop, and it's going to be Champlain getting caught by surprise.
You see how comfortable Greedy is there, but the fight back from Champlain, a 1v2 for Luxy. Seriously, he's going to put him in this situation, and you do have the post plan for that Silva. He's going to take the contact on that, just throw a shoulder, wait for May to relocate, and the pinch, it's amazing. You make sure that Luxy turns their back, 11-1 for the half. That's nothing more that you could ask for this team here. New Jersey City, they look lights out on Ascent, well practiced. They have the strategies, they have the plan, and they are executed from start to finish.
Yeah, Serial, we actually got some little tidbits of information about each of these players, and the one we got for Seriously Serial on the side of New Jersey is he can actually solve a Rubik's Cube. So taking that puzzle solving knowledge, just putting that into Valorant, solving exactly how to work around that Cypher immaculately, realizing Cypher relocated B site is actually a little bit of a better hold for Champlain there because they finally made a change. Let's go ahead and make a play over A site where the Sentinel's not at and just execute there because we've had success there anyway, and now we don't have to deal with the Sentinel anyway. So good puzzle solving skills overall from the side of New Jersey.
Shorty actually dodges the flash, but walks into the rest of the barrage of Champlain players. So they come out with this first one, but they do not check Justin in this backline. Raining Terror with that Ghost comes out with one, combined with Suerte to double down. Suerte pushes him to 3, but as the spike drops for Champlain, they get onto the site. It's going to be a 2v2 on this. It's May combined with the Sova. Seriously, Serial. The Owl Drone. Is this a puzzle that he can solve? The classic in hand. You know where both of them are. Finds the first one with the right click, but now 1v1. Luxy down low takes the contact shots and the right click headshot, making sure to secure the 12th round for New Jersey City and successfully retaking that A site, something that Champlain College has struggled with since the start of this game.
Yet another puzzle solved by Seriously Serial, being able to win out the pistol round while already so dominant on this map in prime position to finish this off in a nice, easy 13-1 kind of situation for them. And Mai did a great job too of pushing out through the tree door and just swinging at the same time that Serial challenged a person on back gen. Beautiful crossfire setup, allowing at the very worst case scenario 1 versus 1 ending to that round, which Serial, of course, closed out. Is all down to Champlain to be able to bring this back in 11 straight rounds. There are all match points for New Jersey just to bring this to overtime. This is a very rough first game of the series, but it is a series, so even if they go down this round, they still have another map to try to play this one out.
The aggression too, right through A long. You do have Garidi pumped right onto the edge. And a little bit of a buy-up as well from Champlain. You do open up through Market. Now, a 1 player left alone on an island. It's going to be May with the Spectre. Able to find 1. The spray. Can you take down the second? DNL, you know where he is, and there you have it. He's going to take down that Killjoy. You're losing players fast. You got to get the spike down. You have to set up this retake because it's do or die right now for Champlain College here on Ascent. You got to lock down a whole 11 rounds in a row. They push the aggression right back in to A main or B main. They actually have a crossfire set up now with this. Joey's going to be forced out of the site. 65
damage.
HP. Those are both of our spots. Some nice double peek from New Jersey. So 2v1. They have site control. You can just take this 1v1 onto DNL. Well, the retake is there. Grady successfully watching over his teammate's shoulder. You're going to lock down the 4K into the round. 13-1. A statement out of New Jersey City University in this first one. We were talking about this the first week of NECC. You're going to see a lot of teams coming back look good because they have returning rosters and they have that synergy. And a lot of new teams, they might look a little bit shaky at first into the series, but it's the growth that we're looking for. And I was looking at the wrong camera, in fact, but that was a great round 1 or map number 1 from New Jersey. I need to see a little bit more coming out of their opposition.
Yeah, I mean, also their opposition on offense, we didn't see a whole lot of, which we might not on the second map, which they're starting on defense again, if I'm not mistaken. So it might be another one of those issues where it's just a stomp on the 1 half and then goes on to where we can't really see how they are on attack. Maybe they are attacking focused team. Who knows? Because they just lost a pistol and lost the round after that against economical advantage. Would love to see them on attack when they can make their own tempo happen, especially with rifles in hand. But also I'd like to see them going to the next map, making adaptations a little bit faster. It was the very last round of that half that they finally made a switch up, realizing things weren't working out the way they wanted to. And it didn't work out then either, but they at least tried something different. They at least weren't just running it back over and over and over. So hopefully in map 2, if they do fall behind a bit, they make changes faster, or more hopefully, if you're a Champlain fan, they don't fall behind and have a very much more successful map 2.
You're really looking for that. I want these teams to try new things, and I want them to fail, but fail forward. Learn from what you're doing in this. It's going to be great to see how they grow into the second map. We're going to cut to a short intermission, and when we come back, we'll have map number 2 for you. Stay tuned for some more NECC Valorant.
Folks, welcome back. It's Seymour alongside Chad Atlantis. We're here bringing the NECC match 3 of the day. NJCU up against Champlain College. Map number 1 was a statement out of NJCU. Champlain College, they were a little bit late to the call, Chad. I mean, they had a little bit of instances where you could see that they were trying to kind of maneuver around things and figure things out and kind of grow past what they were, but they just came up short time and time again. I would like to see them try new things coming into Bind as map number 2. How are you feeling about this pick?
I'm feeling really good about it if I'm on the side of NJCU because they came out swinging 113-1, one of the fastest maps I've ever casted, honestly. And Champlain, they were a little bit slow on the mix-ups on that map, but they definitely made some more mix-ups because they did do some roster changes going into map number 2. They swapped out about half their entire roster actually to get more playtime for other players and also see if maybe on different angles, different players can grow in the roster and they have more success. Perhaps different synergies can go through, things like that. I'll be very interested to see how that actually shapes up going into this next map of Bind.
Well, it could just be figuring out the synergies of everybody. You got 3 out of the 5 players new into this one, so that is going to be an interesting case. Like, how are these players going to pair up compared to the old ones? Or maybe these players coming in are the old roster or have already played together. We don't really know because it's like the start of the year and they're just figuring things up in synergy. So it's kind of in that spot where Champlain College could just be placing players in and out, trying to figure things out and iron out these new freshmen that are into the roster, because you do have a couple of freshmen back into this now as they're changing up. 2 new ones in Tug and Passenger. They are both in their first year for this as well. But how are they going to pair up with the players who have already played in the collegiate level as well, who have already been through the ringer for some esports? But it's crazy to see. I would like to see them see this change kind of pan out to Champlain's way. Hopefully it's more much closer game than the first.
Yeah, hopefully. And esports is such a young sport industry kind of thing where you don't need to wait for your body to develop physically, things like that, like a traditional sport like football or something like that, American football. But in esports, it's a young player's game, really. So just because they're freshmen, and typically in traditional sports, like, oh, they're freshmen, are they really going to be able to step up? Oftentimes, freshmen are the best players of teams.
They're cracked.
Esports, they're cracked. They have that young energy. They're crazy hand-eye coordinations going through. Somebody also who's really good at the game is Joey, staying on the roster for Champlain, was the person who was in a really unfortunate situation of being like in a 1vx situation many times we saw in that first game. But when they were able to get into a pretty straight up situation, find those 1v1s, things like that, actually found pretty good success. Even in that last round of the first half that they did make that mix-up happen, was able to find that opening pick onto Suerte from New Jersey City University that was that like big consistent fragger, wasn't doing flashy plays like Greedy, but on the Astro was still being very consistent, getting lurk kills, getting first bloods, and being able to follow through on sites, things like that. So getting that first kill by Joey is a really big shining light for this team. They kept their in-game leader DNL and brought in some fresh blood to see if they can mix it up a bit. Going into Bind, there's no Yoru, which is like the kind of the one map that you can actually see this person. It's like a buzzword agent name you can just throw out there. But we do have Cypher yet again on the side, but this time on New Jersey's side. But they also are the ones getting the first pick, entering onto site right away.
Well, this time, instead of a Cypher, they got the Killjoy to lurk into the B site. Gravity Well actually gonna hold him still, so the Paintcans can maybe find it. 2 health, make it 0. And seriously, Serial, it's really opened up this site with a bang. You're gonna get this plant down for the spike. You got a 5-on-3 for the retake. Passenger leading the way into the elbow, blocks out onto the flash, but not able to recover after that and find Greedy. In fact, Passenger falls, leaving Joey in the back line in a very dire situation. This is 1v5. It's looking like New Jersey are just going to keep the pattern going, looking for this opening pistol round into Bind. A lot of changes into the agent select that I was excited to see, but I'm going to need to see Champlain College use them to their advantage in that sense. And I wasn't too fond of the way that they were set up in that defensive end. However, NJCU, they countered it perfectly.
They really did. I'm very impressed with how coordinated they are on these executes. This is not a pug roster. This is not just a random ranked match or anything like that. These players have actually worked together and coordinated and labbed how to execute on site. You see the paint shell in the back of the site while they're also smoking off other parts of the site and executing and looking at certain corners that were not checked by utilities so they can check it with their own guns. They're just doing everything pretty systematically, which I love seeing, especially as a color caster. Like, yes, good coordination analysis. Love this so much. It's not just going out there and first going into a death match or anything like that for NGCU. And that's exactly a big part of why they're being so successful so far.
Ooh, Tug lands the headshot, but not going to follow up with the second one. Run over by the Spectres again. New Jersey, full site control with the spike going down. You can see this time around Champlain College, they do have the numbers to retake this site and the rotations there on time, but Greedy with the Spectre going to mow him down as they line up. Make it 2. Can you find the third in the end? The reload's going to come through, and the peek onto Passenger. Joey back into old terms, back in that 1vx situation. Slow rolls into the site, right into the hands of Seriously Serial, and 2 rounds in a row, as quick as ever. Very clean from New Jersey. They have yet to drop a player. They've yet to die.
Yeah, this is even more flawless than we saw in the first game. Joey still being extremely unlucky, just picking the side of the map that is not being executed on. So always having to rotate against overwhelming odds is so tough to do, especially more so on a Viper. Can't use any forward information gathering for himself. It just completely guesswork going into sites. And speaking of not using a Sova, it's going to be New Jersey City that's not having a Sova unbind, going with a Sky Pick. One of those maps that you can actually pull that off pretty well. You can just flash out and get a lot of information for Hookah and then control that very easily, as well as pushing up through B long. So that's exactly why they're challenging for B a lot. Very good domain for Sky.
Let's see these rifles. Pack and punch. Passenger. He is able to find Justin, but the follow-up from New Jersey, they're into the site as quick as possible. They're closing the gap. Greedy with that recovered Phantom is able to find another one, but with these lurking players for Champlain, they even the odds for this. So this is a great chance for Champlain to put their first on the board.
I love how fast the spike plan is already taking down, and they're still clearing sight.
They are, but with this, I mean, they are set up on these headshot angles, and they are really taking it to Champlain College. One Phantom there. Joey! 1v1 now. Are you going to find Mai inside the tunnel? It's a very close 1v1. The peek is there, and Joey, the clutch master. How many times do you have to see him in these situations? And he is able to come out with one at the end. 3 kills into the round to put Champlain College on board. Last time this was the same pattern, Chad. I mean, it was New Jersey. They found the first and the second, but when you went into the rifle round, that's where Champlain found their first onto Ascent and their only round on Ascent. Yeah. I would like to see them follow up now with it.
Yeah, you try something enough times, eventually it's going to succeed. So Joey finally able to clutch out a round, which we've seen the capability be there for Joey. It's just that also New Jersey is just so clean with their post plant that it was actually kind of surprising to see that Joey was able to find 3 back-to-back 1v1 scenarios and just cleaned up with that rifle in hand versus SMGs for the most part on the side of New Jersey. But yeah, like you said, only one person alive this time for this one victory round for Champlain. Last time everybody died to the final frags and New Jersey was able to lay through. So still their economy is not looking amazing going to this next round, while New Jersey, they are able to fully buy up against Champlain's weakness.
And Greedy back on this up.
Yeah.
Take for these players. Oh, he doesn't spot Joey. And how Joey is showing up for his team. First blood into the round. You drop not just the superstar Jet player, but the operator as well. So that is an expensive kill.
So it's the less of the New Jersey just rotating off towards B site. Okay, Joey's the raid boss for Champlain. We figured that one part out. So they just want to play away from him, get access on the site, and try to make it like a 3v1, 4v1 kind of situations like before. But the rest of Champlain, they have pretty good weapons in hand, and now they have that Killjoy. It's a big part of that. What we saw in Ascent that they couldn't do stalling tactics with no Molotovs or anything like that on site. Now they can.
Serial off the blast pass, shots a little bit tough to land from the air. Drinkwater's able to take down 2 into this entry. A 2v2 into the site now is New Jersey, making sure that they keep it even, make it a 1v2. Mai, are you able to do it? 1v1, the spike's gonna go down instantly, and look at Joey back in this clutch situation, this time in Hookah. And that should give away the situation through the Cypher cage.
Could hear that reload.
Joey's got to play this good. Mai, a little bit tagged up. No need for the Viper's Pit, just a good old-fashioned backyard brawl into the B side. You can see both players, they don't want to make this first move. Finally, Joey, he has to push the aggression at one point. She's going to turn around the corner, but Joey, again, he does it. He's going to find a second one for Champlain College, even us up on the board, and make sure that the energy is still there for Champlain.
Joey's just popping off, does not want to get 13-1 again. It's almost like a speed run in that first map, but they know the side of Champlain would switch out some players, get new fresh look, new blood, hot off the press, and they're looking good with the Drinkwater, especially on that Killjoy. While Joey's the one getting those clutch moments, it's Drinkwater being a big step up for the side of Champlain on the site, using his Molotovs and the other Killjoy utility just to stall New Jersey a little bit, enough for the rotations to come through and enough for allowing Champlain to be able to find those frags, find those crossfire situations to not let New Jersey just do whatever they want. And now is Champlain in an anti-eco situation, which might bring us to finding them in the lead for the first time in the series.
Now look, Joey, you used the Viper's Pit into this round, but look at every player from New Jersey. They're going for another B hit, so that Viper's Pit right now, it's not doing anything at all. In fact, Joey should probably realize this at some point and end up rotating. You're going to need that information at some point, but New Jersey, with these pistols out, looking at the back of this Blade Storm, already Greedy has found one. With that, can't take down the other one. It's going to be some successful shots from the Killjoy in the back line to even them at 4. You've yet to see Joey rotate off of this, and New Jersey, they haven't found enough of damage onto the site.
Joey's like, yeah, they didn't full commit on B side, so I'm just going to hang out here as the anchor just in case they rotate, and that was a beautiful decision done by him.
100%. Now you can hold this close angle with this Phantom. As soon as they peek into you, they can go to their death. They're running into the grave that is this Viper's Pit, and it is proving to be well handled by Champlain College. Now looking for the advantage into it, but you know how dangerous this can be. You saw it in Masters all weeks long with this nasty Marshall and those headshots, and it's going to give the opening now through that Cypher Cage for Justin to take down DNL. They get into the site. They have to worry about this pinch. That's L with the crossfires there. Tug's going to put the nail in the coffin, and that's the first time ever that we're seeing Champlain College now in the lead.
Yeah, honestly, that was a lot of it on basically doing a 4-1 setup on defense of like, Joey, you're doing great. You have a Viper's Pit and a one-way for showers. Just hang on A site. You'll be fine, bud. The rest of us are going to go on to B site and just hold the line with Molotovs, smokes, whatever we can do to stop the push from New Jersey and try to bait them into the Viper's Pit setup. And that worked out beautifully. They were able to get trade frags, but that went in the favor of Champlain because of the setup that they provided. They forced out the rotation from New Jersey and went right into the waiting arms of the trap. Beautiful job by Champlain. I will say, though, that was an anti-eco situation, so I want to keep seeing them do those kinds of maneuvers, but do that against the rifles as well.
For an anti-eco, I mean, that was expensive. You have the run it back and the lockdown still from Champlain College. Might be looking to use one of those to keep them back into this round. Looks like A-site is where they want to go. Greedy looking to get in through this toxic orb, but the rest of them to tumble on in. Look at overpowered D, and now that's going to be seriously serial on the opposite end of that. The trade there for Joey. 4v4 now, but Spike goes down immediately out of this team. You can see that they are decisive as ever, but like I wanted to see the lockdown now to get back into this. It'll force off New Jersey from the site, and this retake is now going to have a little bit of spacing to it, Chad.
That lockdown buying so much time, but it's still a 3 versus 4 situation. These still have to find the frags.
You do. And they burn the run it back. You found the kill, you even it up, 3v3, and now the time against you. You have to close this gap immediately. You got Greedy backed off of the concussion from the Astra. You see Tug taking that first contact for the team, not able to come away with the kill. Passenger, they line up. 4-2, can you find the third one as fast as you can? There's no time for the defuse. So Passenger has to run off this site, but you're not allowing any rifles to move through for New Jersey. You're able to cut them off immediately from that one. However, for New Jersey, they do even us back up at 3.
Unfortunate for Champlain, they do fall off the wayside, but they still have economy to still be able to do a pretty decent buy up here. Not as much as they'd want. And especially if they're going to value so much economy going in the way of Joey with an operator in hand. So Bucky's a rifle and Bulldog for the rest of the team. And Joey they're saying, you know what? We're going to put all of our faith in your hands, bud. Just get the operator, find some big frags and make it happen on A side. He's still allocating a 3-2 setup. Joey just completely set up on site where the rest of the team is trying to hold off this opposition of New Jersey, who are looking like they want to just full force onto B side, especially with that opening frag.
Talks about this Bucky. Tucked away in the corner. Just waiting for them to push on in. But it's Bucky versus Judge, and you can see one is a lot more expendable than the other one. Passenger looking to block off from Hookah. You got the showstopper inbound, but not the showstopper that you want. That is a messy take into the site. It's going to give Passenger a little bit of leeway to take these gunfights. That is chaotic as could be. And the entries from New Jersey City. I think that's the most mistakes I've seen out of them all night.
Yeah, and honestly, it's also just a really good response by Champlain as well. This Cosmic Divide too, just cutting off a lot of forward angles and passive angles that could be done. 1 versus 3, nowhere for Siri to really look at to try to find a fight that's a 1 versus 1 quick entry. It was a 3v1 just swarming by Champlain. They sensed that blow in the water and they found their prize. It's a tied up game. Not only that, but they then now find themselves in the lead 4-3 yet again. Lead by 1, but they want to get more than that.
It's small, but it's something compared to map 1. I mean, it's definitely away from that 13-1 that we've seen, and with these players kind of mixing into the rosters from Passenger, Drinkwater, and Tug, I mean, they are definitely making a big impact into this game.
Yeah, they're definitely showing up, and on this map is a new map too, so perhaps their ascent strats aren't that greatest yet, but again, first day of the season, plenty of time to work that kind of stuff out, because what they're doing on Bind is looking so much better.
Here comes the entries. The anti-eco DNL is going to take down Greedy for that first one. Just snuck into the Astra Stars. The right click lands on the head, but the spray's not going to be there, and Passenger with the backup is able to watch his teammates back. You do drop DNL, but with May being the only one left alive, that is well handled anti-eco from Champlain. A big difference from the last time.
Yeah, they're looking better and better. They're firing it up right now, especially with Joey having that operator holding down site. New Jersey, Suerte, try and get those smokes down to try to push off Joey's just Overwatch situation on a site, but it's just not enough. The rest of the team is showing up for Champlain. It's now on New Jersey to have to figure out what they can do to change things up and adapt in the moment. We talked about how Champlain was a little bit slow to do so in map number 1, and it did not work in their favor. Now in New Jersey, they're going to have to do it themselves. They tried the A site, didn't work again against Joey, who's just so good. That was Eco though. Now with the full buy up, they're going back to B, which is where we commonly have been finding them, and it's still Drinkwater finding success holding them off.
The Nano Swarms, they didn't even have to do the damage. The gun did it for him. And the escape as well. Such an artist in that sense, but Greedy held the crossfire for long enough. The patience pays off to even us at 4 for these players. As they are dedicated to this, the lag from the op, and Joey's finds another one. Suerte on 2 HP, still pushing into them, able to spray down Joey for another one. You get the entry into the site from New Jersey, and they weather the storm for a 2v1. Spike yet to go down, as they have to recover from Hookah. You got DNL versus Greedy and Justin.
Something that might actually work against them is Greedy just use Updraft and Tailwind just to grab the spike faster. We'll have to see if that actually ends up in a situation where that could save their life later on in like a 1v1 situation against DNL.
You got 2 stars for DNL to use as well. He uses the smokes to block this off, make it a little bit easier. In fact, he's going to cross opposite side of elbow. Make sure you close out the cubby and get this information. But Justin, another flash. They know exactly where he's flooding through. You can set up this crossfire play for the 1-for-1 trade. Justin.
Ooh.
Playing with fire into this team. Sneaks on through, but Justin's going to find it. He's going to close out the round in New Jersey City. They put up a 4th round, closing the gap. This is a close one, very different from Ascent, and the back and forth shots from either side. I mean, you saw the setup that Champlain had. They had the entry kill. They had the first blood, but it's Greedy on that cross. I mean, he's 12-6, Chad.
Yeah, 12-6. This player is that star player that we saw from the last time, Suerte, not finding as much frags, but I mean, to be fair, not the duelist of the team either. So their role is more so for the utility for the team. And they've been doing a great job overall for executions, but they have shown a little bit of slip-ups here and there, and it's just Champlain finding those opportunities that the other roster set wasn't able to do on these sites, the way they've been setting up, especially with Tug off, to the name, tucked, I guess would be the different word, into the cubby, but Greedy actually finds that frag this time. The Hunter's Fury comes through long, finding a lot of space to just push off New Jersey, but doesn't even matter because that star player, Greedy, finding a second frag as well, just being unanswered so far.
Unanswered and into the site. DNL stuck in the gravity well is going to fall as well, and this is looking picture perfect right now. They're checking the corners. They're making sure they have everything tallied off. Passenger's able to drop that operator, but not able to double down onto the second one. So Joey again left alive, 1v4. You might be thinking about going for these exits and saving this Vandal into the next round because your economy is still not the best at that. And I mean, you have to give it to Greedy in the sense, I mean, if you're the side of Champlain College, that Hunter's Fury, you would think would block off that push into Garden. But the fact that you can updraft on that jet, you're able to dodge it, land on the opposite side, and peek into Drinkwater, who had no idea he snuck on through past that. It was a perfect opening for Greedy and was able to just minimally sneak through the cracks of armor that Champlain College were putting up.
5-5, all tied up. Joey, the last one alive yet again, but is able to keep that weaponry to the next one. Justin kept that operator for Greedy as well. So they're going to be looking just as good this round as the last one, if not better, because of how the economy works out. And Champlain has asked themselves, do we force like a mostly full buy both rounds in the situation, or do we go for a little bit of a half buy just to guarantee we can get a full buy next round no matter what? Because there's only 2 left on this half. It looks like they're going for a little bit of a safer economical play. And Joey will be yet again the raid boss situation with a rifle in hand and reallocating him over towards B site. I love that they did this because they have to make some adaptations. Unfortunately for them, this is when New Jersey is actually attacking A site instead. It's going to be down to Drinkwater and DNL to try to use that utility to stall the approach while the rest of the team rotates through, which they're able to do so successfully. 4 of them are going to be here.
Again, looking to open this one up, is able to find Tug with that fadeaway into the back line. Very low as well. Drinkwater closes off for that, so no more Bladestorm on board for this team. The lockdown from the defenders too gets into this. Oh, he didn't spot that. He didn't see the rifle of Justin. I don't know how, but it's a big, big unfortunate play for the side of Champlain College. And the lockdown not able to detain them, but gives the spacing once again for this. Drinkwater sneaks in through the cyber cage, but Mai able to read that one and sniff out that player. 2v3 now. This hero rifle hasn't shown up on the board, and in fact Joey is gonna fall, so it's all up to Passenger with this classic. Marshall in the back pocket, but with these close situations, you know you're just gonna go for that secondary. An easy round for New Jersey City. They get on. It's just business over at A. As soon as they overwhelm and get that spike down, they're able to set up once again, and their post plans have been impenetrable.
Yeah, that's Suerte right there again. Even though she hasn't found those like big pop-off frag counts that she did on Ascent, still they're consistent. Found that raid boss of Joey, put him down, so the retake dreams were just shattered in that moment for Champlain. Even though it was a 2 versus 3, the 1v3 was even worse off for Ware. But now it's going to be a full buy up and an operator in the hands of Tug this time. So we'll have to see if she can find more success than Joey did. He found some overall, but started falling off, holding off and B long. But again, with Viper's Pit placed and B short as well, this big hold from 2 players is going to amount to not much because this is going to be New Jersey attacking on A site.
And immediately they get in. Uncontested. From Champlain College, Drinkwater might have the opportunity to pick up, pass and find a kill. Suerte a little bit awkward, but still finds the kill. In retaliation, it's New Jersey 4-2, so it's a 4-on-3 in this post-plant setup, and they use the Cypher ult as well to get the information of where this retake is going to be plateaued from. You do have Joey on that lurk through the back. I would like to see DNL and his compadre on the opposite side wait for this flame to come out through, but you see that Greedy set up waiting for the Viper to pounce.
1 enemy remaining.
Not a lot to go through. You have the 2 players on site. They drop. Joey finally peeks on out with the 1v4. It's not going to happen. A 7-5 round to end out the start of Bind. As we swap sides, Champlain College a lot better from map number 1, but still some mistakes that need to be patched.
Yeah, problem with having Astra on this agent composition for Champlain is they don't really have an easy way of flashing through unless Tug is there for them. Because commonly what you do with the Cosmic Divides is you set it up and then you just send. Commonly we see it with a Sky, so you can just throw the guy in light through, very easy. But you can do it with a curveball as well. Throw a flash to the other side and just challenge from there. Or you can just try to set up like a gravity well to try to pull somebody through and unexpectedly. So surprise, you're on this side now, we can shoot you down, which I would have loved to see done against Mai there because that was a perfect moment for it. But obviously they don't have the full vision we do, so that just wasn't going to happen. So it's kind of tough to work around Cosmic Divide for this composition for Champlain overall. In that kind of situation, they can do setups with a Viper's Pit, things like that later on, especially if they are able to find frags to start off the round. But Suerte and Greedy are able to get 3 of their own to shut down the hookah transfer that Champlain was trying to find, and only 2 people left alive. They don't even have Spike in hand. That was dropped in hookah. They have to rotate around and try to find those frags and try to get it back to make this round winnable.
Suave with the shorty. Greedy now with that ghost in hand tries to go one-on-one, toe-to-toe with Joey. Able to sneak out at least with the life of the Jet, but you got a minute to work with now, and you have to clear out so many different angles. The rotation through the TP is going to be there. Drinkwater now knows, and there's so many angles to check, so many places to cross through. It's going to be hard. Task to have. Suerte now pushes right into that Drinkwater, trying to swap to Mai. Can't make it happen. New Jersey, they take another pistol round, 8-5. Now they go as they're able to successfully now get that buy up into the second round of the half and look to take their lead to the next level.
Pistol rounds are just the classic momentum generation. Champlain was able to shut that down because of how they were transferred through the back-to-back Joey clutch rounds. Don't know if that's going to be able to happen a second time around because it's lucky enough they were able to find that twice in a row as they did. They're going to need more than just Joey clutching up if they're going to find that momentum of their own. And now they drop the pistol round for the second half when they're already down on rounds 5-8. This is a far better map than the first time already. So they already are showing signs of improvement, which is looking good for the future of this league for them. But they need to find a little bit more success now. Try and make some more adaptations. But running into Greedy's Marshall in hand against no armor players on the side of Champlain, it feels like an operator, but all the shots have been missed so far.
Trying to make the best cosplay of Ye as he can. Instead, swaps from the Marshall to the Classic to clean up shop with Suerte on the crossfire. Everything falling apart for Champlain now, and Joey again on the backside of this. I don't know what needs to change on this attack. It's a tough one to have happen. If Tug can start cleaning up, if she can start finding those entries on the Phoenix and generate these run it backs a lot quicker, you're going to have a lot easier on the entries for the site. But you need to start seeing the flashes paired with the Viper walls to kind of get them into the site. And DNL, definitely, you want him to keep Greedy in check with these off angles, off the smokes.
Yeah, so the first round was a pistol round, so it's a little bit, you don't have to worry about long ranges as much. And that last round was an eco round. So why you really want to see people really try the best to try to play for the win? That actually, if anything, is a more impactful your utility usage for trying to win out that round. And we didn't see it there. There's a lot of dry peaks, and against somebody like Greedy and the rest of the star talent on the side of New Jersey, you don't really want to just dry peek them on angles. You want to try to use that utility just like you just said. And Joey setting up that Viper's wall. Very good setup for a site, but it is a little telegraph, of course. 3 people already there for the side of New Jersey. Joey just trying to sneak in and try to just cheat out a little bit of an angle. Couldn't find much success with it. If anything, fell off on the wrong end of the trade.
Look at Justin with the Spectre. Look at a rain terror into him, but Passenger with the proper read takes it down. That was the right as well into this, but Mai, in answer to that, finds Tug trying to entry into the site. It doubles down with Seriously Serial, so that's going to be 2 players off the board with Champlain. They get the spike down, looking to set up on these post plants, but you can see the aggressiveness from New Jersey. They have the crossfire set up to deny the players exits into this and burn some utility. A perfect pinch for New Jersey now into the starting with Greedy. Excellent shots from Passenger. Headshot onto that disables the player inside heaven. Now you have to worry about U-Haul, Seriously Serial, and Mai fighting out of it. Joey knocks down the first one. The trace back and forth, and New Jersey actually come out on top when the dust settles. It's seriously serial with plenty of time to get that defuse. And off the back of that, you're going to also grab a Phantom off the dead body to take into the next round.
Gosh, it was a 3v3 situation. Everybody was kind of positioned to make a swing off of each other, but the tempo was just in favor of New Jersey. They were just a little bit faster on the jump, and Joey, despite his best efforts, finding 2 kills at the very end there, but there's a third one swinging at the very end, taking him down. I gotta say, though, the change up to the roster are looking really good. A lot of these players are performing really well, especially with winning out a lot more gunfights than we saw on the first map. To be fair, the utility in execution was so clean by New Jersey, it's kind of hard to even find gunfights that were straight up. But this time around, it is definitely a better order for Champlain. The greed pays off for the greedy player. It's the first kill. Tur gives away the Killjoy's location.
You're already down your Phoenix too, so no flashes to get into the site. Joey's gonna bring a Viper Spit to maybe open up through this plant, but look at this, through the smoke, DNL and Drakewater, they find their graves, and Joey as well. A flawless round for New Jersey. They put themselves on 11, and as they swap over to defense, it is strictly business for them. You got Greedy, 23-11, My 15-8, seriously serial 12-7, and you look at the people at the bottom, they're not even doing that bad either, because it's the Smoker and the Initiator. They have their jobs, they're doing it, they got the assists, they got their kills when they need to. I mean, New Jersey, it's aside from just the aiming game for them, they have the utility locked down against Champlain College.
It's not just the frags as well, it's just the utility usage overall has been better for New Jersey, just the control, and that kind of translates to those frags on top of things. But considering utility being mentioned, it is going to be a lot of ultimates close to being achieved by Champlain, 1 to 2 ult points away for pretty much all their members, except for Joey, who just used off that Viper's Pit. So they will have some options to work with, at least in the next round, but still, this game is slipping away from their fingers. They're finding more success, but it's just as quickly falling away. 11-5. New Jersey has a nice lineup with Justin finding 2 frags right off the bat.
By the time they run in, they find these kills. They're down 3 players. Champlain really on their back foot here. If DNL can get this plant, find a kill, you're going to have that Astral Wall to work with, but you got to take down Squirty. On the back line, ready for it. The peak comes on out, and that headshot from the Vandal packs a little bit more punch than that Lonesome Spectre. Drinkwater, 1v3. What can you do in this situation when your team is backed against the wall? Not a whole lot. New Jersey, they put themselves on series point now, 12-5 on binds. They're looking amazing, but like you said, you're moving into this next round. You have ultimates now. It's force an OT or pack it up and go home for the night right now for Champlain College. You got the 3 ultimates, the run it back, the lockdown, and the Hunter's Fury. You need to see some success come out of them.
Yeah, there's even these little things that you see. Like, we're talking about a lot of macro stuff because that's this thing that is a lot easier to talk about, and overall it's more impactful. But those little things, like the micro moments of like DNL jumping out of the nebula, making a little bit of noise, allowing Suerte to be like, okay, they're right here, so I'm just going to do this jiggle peek around the corner and be ready to take the shot. So just these little things as well as the big things is all accumulating to New Jersey finding a lot more success overall. But Champlain, they clearly learned they're adapting overall. So this is a game that might not be going their way, but it's definitely going to be a nice future for them regardless. You know, able to get it. You got that ball. Made it.
And he gets the wall. So this rotation A, if you can combine it with this Astral Wall, could give you side control. We kind of look at Greedy holding on. This has a gap through the smoke. Oh, Joey aware that there might be a player aggressive there. Only throws a shoulder. The rotation's out from Justin for New Jersey. You have the backup, and this is smart from Champlain. They're going to pack their bags, head back to B.
They'll be running right into the Cypher, though. The camera and the tripwires are going to give away their entire position, as well as the stock screen if it goes up. And she's going so aggressive on this position. Will not be cut off by Cosmic Divide.
And they know the Seekers, they've been pulled, so the Seekers are hunting them down. They know exactly where these players are coming, and that it is going to be a B hit. Nye set up great on the front line. You've got the lockdown to worry about, but you've already found 2 kills. Tug with the run-it-backs, able to trade out 1. And on the flank, it's DNL to take down Greedy, so it's even for the spike plant if they get it down combined with this Asher wall, but the lockdown doesn't last long enough to hold back New Jersey. They get back into the site, they shut this down, and they take week 1 match against Champlain College very convincingly. 13-5 on Bind, 13-1 on Ascent. Strictly business out here for New Jersey City.
Yeah, cut and dry, clean with it was New Jersey. It wasn't as dominant as the first map that was feeling kind of like a speedrun situation, but it still was dominant nonetheless. It's a team that I would be a little bit concerned about going against, seeing how not only were they able to win gunfights very concisely, hit the headshot very fast, things like that, but also as a unit, as a team, they're executing on site very cohesively, which is awesome to see of a young team, a bunch of collegiate players. So moving on to the league, they're probably going to look great week to week kind of a situation. Champlain, on the other hand, they showed signs of improvement going into the second map. They were willing to make some roster shuffles, things like that, to try to mix it up, find some success one way or another. And they started finding some things here and there, but overall, they're going to still need to make a lot more changes and improvements to themselves, to the roster, whatever it may be, moving forward. If you want to find more success against teams, especially teams as strong as New Jersey.
Very excited to see the growth over the weeks coming for NECC Valorant. But after week number 1, we see what we have now. Still 1 match to have after this intermission coming up shortly. It's going to be Sac State Hornets White versus CSUDH Gold. You got to look out. We're going to have 2 new casters chat. It's been fantastic being on the mic with you, and I can't wait till next time. So everybody, stay tuned for the next match coming up for NECC Valorant. We will be back shortly.
And welcome once again to the final series of this evening. Of course, we have a brand new set of casters. Once again, my name is Orbital. With me is Vincent, and we will be ending week number 1 of the NECC Valorant season here. And I'm very, very excited to bring it together to bring you Sac State Hornets versus California State University Dominguez Hills Gold. Vincent, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling ready to go. You know what? I think this is going to be a good one. I got to cast the Sac State side quite often last during the spring semester, and you got a whole lot of returning players. Whereas for me, CSUDH, I haven't seen a lot of them. I'm really excited to see what they have to offer, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And like you said, we're getting to close out the broadcast day here, which means West Coast teams always bring the excitement later in the day. I don't know why it is that way, but it really is. Orbital. I've been on these late night games quite often, and you can take it from me. But talking players, let's talk players for a second. I said we have some returning names here for Sac State at the very least. The Hornets, Sora, Oni, Omi. All players that have come back in. Big ones to look out for, though, for me, is going to be Sora.
Yeah, Sora is one that we've seen really rack up those high-profile kills. If you were watching at the inaugural season of NECC just a couple months ago, it was fantastic, right? Just a star player and being able to bring the team together. Actually, I'm honestly, yes, star player. I want to see a leader now a little bit, right? Bring that experience into the team, be able to show off a little bit there as well. But for CSUDH Gold, I mean, they also got some players of their own. Right, I think one that we kind of want to take a look at, I think, is Z-Frame, one of the few that I think might be returning to the squad. Or not Z-Frame, sorry, a few others.
Yeah, I mean, listen, for me, Z-Frame, Mashu, maybe the two to look for, but coming in, it's really hard to say because a lot of these players we haven't necessarily, at least I haven't seen before. So I'm excited to look out and see what we get. We're already into that agent selection here, Orbital, and well, I'm looking at a very big difference here. Number one, where the heck is the controller other than this Viper? It's a solo Viper on Haven. We haven't seen this since, back in the olden days.
This is like 2 or 3 patches ago, it feels like, right? It feels...
It's like beta.
Yeah. It feels... I didn't want to go back that far. But at the same time, I think this is something that I personally really, really like about Valorant, right? You get this kind of tempo shifts and changes depending on how the players have enjoyed the game. And it doesn't... I don't want to say it doesn't influence the game, but it doesn't influence as much as you might see MOBAs or anything like that, right? This is still at its core base a shooter game, and it's all about how you use those utility pieces. And if you feel more comfortable utilizing the Phoenix, if you like utilizing that Killjoy, right, over some of the more prominent meta picks, that's just how your team plays it. And it brings so much diversity, it feels like, right? Teams are a little bit, it's easier to bring a sense of diversity and a sense of your own unique personal meta.
I don't know if I love it. I think that it's interesting for sure, but on the attack in particular, I think it's going to be difficult. We'll see how it goes down, though, because we're underway. Sac State, you're on the defense, while CSU DH Gold on the offense. As they look to be heading over here towards the A site, are CSU DH. They gotten an opening duel here. Z-Frame taking those shots, but not getting to connect just yet. Baiting out the information on the ult orb, but again, nothing doing just yet. Everybody just kind of holding and waiting, and well, they found something, some sort of opening, because everybody's rotating off on the CSUDH side.
Yeah, and that feels bad, right? Because they wanted an opening frag, and in a pistol round, I always feel speed is a little bit better for you. They didn't find anything. They didn't even find the tag on the Jets, so...
Oh, and, well, there we go. Opening, duel, Sleepy Sun to take it. But Carbon here, look at this. It's a fantastic flank, but no! That was sucking. Gets the frag, and it makes it a now 5-on-3. California State Dominguez Hills really in trouble as It's Mr. Man looking for an answer, whilst Mashu and Savo go on towards the site. They're met with an Nano Swarm and a whole bunch of bullets to the face. Now Savo just trying to find something, unable to find anything. She goes down. The rest of the frags come in, and it is the Hornets to take out this round, and round number 1. Really good stuff. They take it in dominant fashion. It's a good look, as I'm not sure if we've gotten our good friend Orbital back. Orbital, you back in?
Oh, yes, right. I am. I'm coming from outer space. It's a little bit difficult in my satellite, so...
understandable.
Yes, but NECC coming out with that with 4 members still alive, I think really shows a lot of great patience, right? Most of the time, especially on a pistol round, you might see teams try and rush in for that retake, try and rush in, just take the fights as quick as possible because it's pistol, right? Not too much to lose. Instead, Sac State Hornets played it a little bit slower, made sure to slow down the tempo, and did a retake with all 5 members available. It gave them so much pressure, and I really like to see that kind of patience, that kind of team coordination played out here. And with the garage play coming in, Oni might be the recipient of one, gets a couple tags on Z-Frame. Z-Frame going low, and that's the final headshot.
Quick little opening duel working out well for the Hornets. This is just a bit of an anti-eco round. Vegas Hills have very little to work with when it comes to weaponry and guns of their own. So realistically, this is about getting a little bit of economic damage done, saving up for the next round, and trying to find a plant if you can on the attack.
And it hurts, right? You're questioning this C-long play. You're like, is this really going to be worth it? And they are going to cheat up. Carbon's going to come around the corner, take out a turret, or try to, but Jet gets a nice watch, as that is going to be an assistance with the blind. And a beautiful spray down nets to CSUDH Gold.
One enemy
sitting with
remaining.
only 2, and they're going to get prepped on pinch and secured. One left alive, is able to take one with them. Mr. Man is going to get pistol whipped in the head. Mr. Man goes down. Once again, Sac State Hornets White coming away with 4 alive.
You know, all I could think of when you said that was like, if you played any of like the most recent COD games where you can like melee, and it just pistol whips. That's exactly what
it felt like it. You know, jump straight into that smoke screen and just put the barrel straight in there and just go, yeah, that's the kill, right?
Yeah.
Just finish it off real clean. It worked. Feels mean though.
Yeah, I know it did. Well, and of course, the reason I thought about this is it was so ridiculously OP in like all of those games. It feels like, especially like Black Ops 4 or whatever. But anyway, back to Valorant. It's an interesting position here because, of course, CSU, they have the weapons. They bought in here fully, but Sac State, they haven't yet. It's just going to be their bonus weapons. They bought in with what they wanted last round, these SMGs and the such. And Sora up close and personal.
Oh.
He gets barrel stuffed straight in the face by Carbon. No chance for him to find anything. Mr. Man finds the follow-up. One player still left on site, and that is quickly going to be a runaway by that Jet. 3 on 4 here, and Sac State gonna have to put together a retake.
W keys always work great. Z-Frame gets 1 before losing their own life. 3 versus 2. Sac State Hornets White going for it here. They're going to take their chances, splitting in from the top side of Heaven. 1 in the wings, and they are going to jump in now. Jump down in the corner. Around the box they go, and they find Sappho. That is 1. He's going to be down. Question is, can they get the defuse off? Wall of fire is up from the Phoenix. Good little burn to Mashu, but it's straight through. Oh, Zawaski is going to go down, and Mashu feels great. Now in a 1v2, can they make it happen? Can Oni make it happen? Gets 1. Has to pull out on 4K if they want the win. And yes, he's a foot. And that is going to be the finish. Sac State Hornets take the extra round 3-0 to kick things off.
And here's the thing. Here's what happened. Big mistake from Mr. Man on the defense of the site was peeking wide. No need to be peeking that. You wait for the tap on that spike. Instead, he takes the fight, and it's all over. It's only a matter of time before, you know, we see the quick flick, well, and the fake, by the way, from Oni there to pull out the last player and find the 1v2 clutch. Really, really big mistake from Mr. Man, opening things up, and it's Sac State Hornets who take control off the back of it.
you know, mistakes can be made, but it's all about how you capitalize on the mistake. And so far, it is Oni picking up a kill with that running back. That is going to be a huge advantage for the side of Sac State Hornets White. And so far, they are showing great dominance to kick things off here. Now they're going to actually jump into the fray and chase in, and they are rewarded. Dawaski is picking up 2K. One left alive. Sappho is the only one remaining. Comes around the corner, is met with 2 barrels, and Dawaski is going to finish off with a 3K. 7-1-1 for the Jet. 6-0-2 on Oni. So many Sac State Hornets White members are exceptionally on point today.
Yeah, well, not only that, but the economy. It's absolutely just going gangbusters here. As Sac State, they're loving life. They didn't lose a single player in that last round, and that was an anti-eco. So now they go up back against the Rifles. And, well, what can they do? They did win with limited weaponry. Now they have the full weaponry at hand.
That's just sad. There is no chance, right? CSUDH Gold are currently sitting in that ping pong scenario, so every round that they have weapons, the next round, if they don't win, they are going to lose. And with how hard Sac State Hornets White are pushing, or were pushing, they have to be aware, right? This is their chance to keep racking up those rounds. Play this one slow because they have the weapon advantage. CSUDH Gold, though, I like the slower tempo. They say, okay, we got pressured last time. Let's look and hope we can get an open frag. In the mid there, oh, a nice peek does mean Sky gets away with their own life. All eyes towards that mid. Nice line goes out, and that's gonna be the door. Z-Frame, though, takes out Sleepy Sun. That's the one that they wanted. CSUDH Gold might have an opportunity in a 5v4 garage, causing a few problems. Seekers going out and straight through. Not much going, and Oni is down.
Down, out for now, courtesy of Sappho. Nice little opening duel, but it's Baines on the site who has something to say. And another returning player, though, down to Carbon. Now it's on to 2. Good news is that, well, Dawaski does have the potential Blade Storm, but they're met with the lockdown, and that makes life even more difficult. They can find Z-Frame right now. They could open things up just a little bit, but Z-Frame wisely falling back, not wanting to give that opportunity away. And now this retake looking so very difficult. Really just kind of waiting out to Mr. Man swinging and finishing off both of those frags there on the corner, making life miserable for Sac State. It's California State University Dominguez Hills to finally get on the board. It's 4-1 though, and another bye forthcoming here for the Sac State Hornets.
Yeah, they only lost 1 though. I think they're feeling okay, right? A 4-round run at the beginning of game 1, I think is always going to net you a pretty nice advantage. They're still going to go back. They're still going to have the weapon advantage. Plus, they have 3 ultimates, right? They have their own Seekers. They have their own Lockdown and their own Blade Storm. Everything is working in their favor to bring the momentum right back. Options are available to them. They're still going to play the low. I like this beast setup, but oh, Carbon finding a nice headshot onto Oni. I mean, CSUDH Gold might be able to get a little bit bolder here in the 6th round.
Well, remember, this is Sac State's pick here on Haven, so got to keep that in mind as we move forward. Like you said, a man advantage now for the CSUDH side of things as they really take over this C site. Spike plant going down shortly thereafter. But now, it's not only just that Blade Storm, but 3 other ults to come through. And the first of which is already online. That lockdown is in, and Sora looking for the entry.
Yeah, every single member of CSUDH Gold have gone ahead and relinquished that site, and unfortunately the Spike is actually in a little bit awkward position. Not optimal for defense, but Z-Frame is ready and waiting straight up, then boost up, can't find the kill, and Dawaski is able to find a knife. Can they follow through with a few more? 2-on-2, it's coming down to 1, and that's going to be 2-on-1. Hornets White with 1 left is going to take the fight to them, tries to get straight, and Mr. Man says no. CSUDH Gold pull off the defense, net 2 in a row to maybe start the comeback.
And here's the other thing about that one. They used everything. Did Sac State, the running back, the Blade Storm. They used the Seekers. They used the lockdown. It was all utilized, and they got nothing out of it. Really frustrating position if you're a team on the defense to use all those ults, get nothing out of them. Now it's just Sora with the Viper's Pit who, like we said, a player to look out for, but having a bit of a slow start here early on. That said, plenty of time to get back involved. And CSUDH this time with the weapon advantage. Tapping heads is Carbon. And, well, Dwoski is lucky to be alive.
Dwoski lived because a sliver of wood said, no, your bullet doesn't do a full 100. That was a stroke of luck. Is able to get healed up by this guy. So Sac, State, Hornets, White are going to be able to have all 5 members for this defensive, and CSUDH Gold. No, they aren't going to get that opportunity again. Last time, they had a great push into C. They had the weapon advantage, and it was an even weapon advantage. So not too much in their favor, but this one trying to slow down the pace, trying to shift up their tempo. They haven't attacked A in a long sight for a very long time, so maybe cheating over towards that direction. Sac State Hornets White don't get a read.
Read just yet. There is a player on that site. And you see the operator in the hands of the Jet. CSUDH kind of playing around at C, keeping at least one player here left alive, and man, that is just playing with fire. Nice little pop flash there. Carbon coming through, though, is met by the gun of Sora. In fact, Sleepy Sun getting involved as well. Sac State not out of this yet. Their money, sure, not great, but now that's right. Needs to go down very quickly. Just 8 seconds on this clock, and it's really going to be a matter of time. I think it's going to go down, though. No denial utility left. And Z-Frame, just barely gets out of there, but now he's stuck in a 1v3.
Yeah, and with that spike going down and already a snap, Z-Frame knows that it's really just not going to happen. They get the defuse. Hornets White go ahead and claim that 5th round. It wasn't easy, right? Dropping down in a 2v1, and they lost one on the back end. Still, though, a round's a round, and they enjoy it. CSUDH Gold press for time. That's kind of what happens, right? When it drops down into those, final 10 seconds, when you're forced into those situations, it opens up an opportunity. And Sac State Hornets White are able to take it 5-2 here. Is a great kickoff. And now that they have the Viper's Pit in hand, this could be an even larger escape. And that means Mashu says, no, we're done playing. Odin is out. Odin is out and ready to play.
Brr. That's what I've been told the Odin goes. Love to see that thing come out here early and often. Round 8 coming underway. Carbon, an opportunity. He tries to dodge the flash. That was really intelligent by Carbon. He just missed the timing. So, to those thinking, what the heck's he doing? He's turning for what is an inevitable flash, but he just gives the timing a little bit wrong. If we look, there's 2 players pushed up, and they win the gun duel. Fantastic as well. I love that they're falling back. This is so smart, Orbital. This is magnificent from Sac State.
Yeah, they are playing this smart. They got the pick. They know that the weapon is out. I wonder if they actually knew. But they're going to play it a little bit slow, and around the corner to go. Oni takes out Carbon, and that's 2. Now CSUDH Gold are on the run. They are questioning which angle is a member going to pop out next. Where are they going to get stung next? So far they say, well, we didn't see him put up a nest inside of our own base, so go ahead and go back to our spawn and just sit there for a while.
I mean, listen, it's safe right there. I can't blame them. That's another swing, maybe unnecessary, you could argue, from Sleepy Sun, but another trade. Trades at this point highly favoring Sac State. The reload, they're going to catch him off. That's unfortunate, but another good trade by Beans, and he's got them both. Double kill there by Beans, who's picking up a couple of kills in a row and putting Sac State back in the board in the form of 2 rounds back-to-back.
With Sac State Hornets White now having those 6 rounds, everything after this, right, is that bonus. It's going to be a nice little relieving of pressure, right? That safety net gets larger and larger with every round you win. And with how dominant they are in the setup, it's starting to make me realize, at least CSUDH Gold, they're starting to rely a little bit heavily on those ultimates, right? Relying on that lockdown if they can. They do have the Hunter Siri. If they can be able to find their mark, they might be able to open up a possible gap. And you can see it. They are chasing down into A long, and I think this is the right call. You use that Hunter Siri, go ahead, open up a shot, try and clear out that space, and try and chase in. They're gonna take their chances, gonna split short and long. Can they make it happen?
A good question. A lot of the utility is really focused here at the A site for this Sac State defense, but Let's see, the dash goes in. Z-Frame looking for the headshot, and he's got it. Follow-up as well. Massive shots there from Z-Frame, and he puts him on the map here at CSU Dominguez Hills. Really looking strong as the Seekers come forth and try to find some value, but those not really going to find anything other than information. They know that at least 2 players are coming from the same angle, and the Nanoswarm's holding off the heaven push for just a moment.
Surprised if he does. Yeah, I thought he was going to use it, and they're going to use it to split. Beans is going to go ahead, open up. Are you kidding me? Sac State Hornets White find a fantastic chance. Z-Frame, though, all alone with 1 member left to help, is going to pick up a 3K. Can they get more? It's a 2-on-2 situation, but with this under 3, are they going to be able to catch it? Odin's going for the defuse. If they don't spot it out, they're not going to get it. Z-Frame is going to take out Sleepy Sun. That's the one you want. Oni is going to snap up, and that is the spike going off, and CSU DH Gold this time. The time limit is in their favor, and they keep it within 3 here in the first half.
What the heck, man? What did we just watch? What a fantastic opening from Z-Frame. I wish we could see that one again. And I mean, geez, like, the double kill. Easy does it, but he doesn't stop there. He gets another double there as the entry comes through. Sac State doing a really good job of equalizing things, making life miserable, but it's ultimately going to be the Hunter's Fury that wins out the round for California State Dominguez Hills. And now with that one, it is an answer back against the Sac State aggression, but it's still 3 rounds the deficit for CSU, and that is a problem.
Yeah, this is a rough time for CSU DH Gold. They got the win, but it was a little bit rougher spot. So we'll see if they're actually able to manage. If they can get 2 in a row here, it should set them up for a chance at moving into that even 6-6. Sora, though, hiding off on the edge, is going to take a quick peek. There's going to be a little bit of a wall going through. Z-Frame, though, through a little bit of a wall, is able to pick off the head of Sora with the attacker lockdown going down. They are going to net an A-site chance. The rest of the Hornets taking a chance outside. 5 seconds before they can enter.
Spike planted.
Yeah, some time to kill, and kill it they have. Nobody detained on that lockdown from CSU. Now it's Sac State's turn. They have a lockdown of their own, and well, there it goes. Now it's time for the tides to turn. It's like some aggression being dialed up here from Z-Frame and Mashu. Good timing, but it's not working out in their favor. It's Sleepy Sun with the frags, and Sleepy Sun with a double. Everyone going down, and it's immediately a Sac State victory right after CSU DH pull out the heroics, pull out the massive frags. It's all Sac State once again.
And honestly, I'm loving this. Sac State Hornets White, it's a very difficult thing to do. But to basically go in and say, all right, we are not going to win some of these pushes, go ahead and fall back. That's something that I really like to see teams do, right? Give up on those initial takes and be able to retake attempt with all 4 or 5 members available. I think that helps a lot. It really gives you a lot more entry opportunities. And Sac State are putting it to the test here, right? Every single time they've done some of these retakes, they've always had 4 or 5 members alive. They haven't tried to chance it in awkward scenarios. So this is why they're currently 7-3. They have such a fantastic lead, and they're hoping it continues on and on for the rest of this game and the series.
Well, Z-Frame doesn't know. Z-Frame had no idea. Unfortunately, Sora caught out with his pants down as well. It's Oni with the return frag. And now Sac State in a 1-player advantage once again, but make it 2. Jaworski just pulling things back, and just to cover over the eyes here of CSU, as they are now caught from every single angle, trailblazer, guiding light, everything going forward in order to catch him off guard. But now he's got help. Now it's Oni who's come in, and well, 2 angles to watch for Mashu. Gotta line them both up. That's a great guiding light. 1 for Sleepy, making a double. Sleepy always coming to play. Up top of the leaderboard there for Sac State. The Hornets, they're 11 live. Living good, 8-3.
Living La Vida Loca right there. That snap from Sleepy Sun, that is like the worst feeling to ever watch in a death cam, is your teammates there, right? But you see the swap, you see the flick, and Sleepy Sun picks up a double. You're like, dang it, we could have taken 1 more down, just couldn't have it happen.
It's like the slow-mo moment, right? Like you're like, no!
It is, and there's a reason Sleepy Sun and Oni are currently topping the charts for the team, right? 12-5, 12-6, these two have definitely stepped up as well as the rest of the squad. And it's fantastic. Oni, again, with the first blood on Z-Frame over there in a garage battle. It does leave C-Site pretty much completely open, but you always got to be worried. The Killjoy utility is laid down. That's going to be a pop of the Nanoswarm. I think was actually utilized, but it was taken out right away. On the corner to go, Beans, oh, Beans, no! Beans was caught sleeping. Sleepy Sun, though, is going to come around, who is definitely not asleep, takes out two, puts it into a 3v2 situation. CSUDH Gold are giving it their best attempt, but with the Cosmic Divide up, Oni is going to find a separated Sappho with the run it back, is immediately going to take it out. Mr. Man, though, manning up here. Oni, though, closes it out with the 3K back and forth the entire round. Means it's 9-3 going into that final round.
A little bit dicey there on the run it back, you could say, but hey, it worked out, didn't it? Oni with a fantastic frag late into the round. And beyond that, I was really loving the Cosmic Divide usage from Mr. Man right there. I thought it was really, really good. Initially, though, it could have been further to the left, all right? It could have been a little bit further to the left. The reason I say that is because it looks to me as if it just kind of gave entry to some of those defenders. But hey, a good idea, a good look. It got him on the site, but man, does Sleepy Sun ever not get a double kill? I don't think it's ever a position where he's not getting a double kill. Fantastic start here for the Sac State Hornets on their map pick.
Yeah, and especially on the defensive side, right? This is now their chance to set the tempo, set the pace of each round. And I really want to see how they take that chance. This is a 3 garage stack with 1 flanking into B. And instead they are going to chance to A. That's going to be a tag onto a little bit of Carbon. Carbon taken down, I think, into the single digits. Has to try and heal up, but Beans doesn't let him. That's going to be Carbon going down, and they're immediately going to flood right in. Mr. Man is only able to take out one. Sleepy Sun gets a kill, and it's down into a 4v3. CSUDH Gold are going to give it their best shot. Into heaven they go. Turret is going to take a couple shots at Z-Frame, who is now down at 63. A lot of low H members. Flash a double kill with the shock dart. You do not see that every day. However, Oni is ready to go in a 1v2 situation now. Hornets leave one alive, and Sora is going to run away, is going to play for time. Sappho has to be on that chase, and that hurts. Mashu with the play, but the rest of the team can't follow up.
He's got the snake bite. I wonder if he's waiting. No, he's already thrown it. So it's going to hold off the time, and yeah, it's got to be Sappho. She's just waiting. Got to wait for this to be done and over with. Now, finally, she can get on, but the time is taken away, and she's off the spike, and unfortunately, the clutch going the way of Sora. Double digits for the Sac State Hornets as CSU Dominguez Hills are down, and they're looking like they might be out here for map number 1, because 10-3, that's a tough comeback.
Yeah, it was, and honestly, I just want to put emphasis on how well Sora played that last round, right? Just playing that pistol round very, very well. It's how you play the time, it's how you play, you know, that push and pull between what you have to do. So very, very well done to secure that round. Now you have the weapon advantage, and Z-Frame actually going for that Marshall, which we've seen every so often, isn't going to find any opportunity to get a shot off. Actually is able to take a snipe, 50 damage on Oni. Though ready to go with their own, and it's gonna get tagged down. Z-Frame, 3 bullets, 3 hits, 1 kill. That's what you love to see if you are CSUDH Gold.
I mean, I don't know. It could be a little bit better, but you know, math is math. Kills are kills, and I like that. Defense here for CSUDH, though, not looking good. The mathematics not working out in their favor as it's 3-4. And, well, the attackers move in towards A blind onto Z-Frame. The guiding light is perfectly placed, and it makes it very difficult for that Marshall to get involved as Strike goes down over at A, and Oni is ready and waiting for the rotations of Mashu and friends. It's now 2 players left alive. It's really just about exits at this point. CSUDH Gold really struggling as, I mean, they're, yes, saving this round. This is the right call from them. I got to respect the fact that they're going for the buy in the next, knowing that that's their only chance for survival in this game, but it's still a really difficult task.
Yeah, and with Dwoski kind of flanking you, giving you a hard time, it's only to be expected. That Sac State Hornets White are going to come away with that 11th round. It's 2 rounds now from losing on that first game. Yes, you were saying it before, right? This is their map pick. It should be expected that they come out with a win. But with a win this convincing, it does have you questioning, are Sac State this practice on the other maps, right? That is something we'll have to kind of check. Now, with 4 Phantoms and a Vandal in tow, we are seeing them put up their last front. They have opted and said, hey, look, even if 2 members have to go with light armor, we're going to give it our best shot here. CSUDH Gold pushing in a little bit stronger on the A-long site is going to open up, but Oni finds one, Bean finds a second, and immediately CSUDH Gold are put into a 5v3.
Quick as you like. This is just devastating for CSUDH. Oh no. This might be like over match point potential on the line here if they don't put the 3v5 together. And well, here it comes. Z-Frame with a nice little opening. Finds success, and there goes the lockdown. That's from the attackers. That means that they're gonna have to make their move fast or wait on the lockdown. The timing of this is perfect from Sac State, really forcing them, CSU rather, to make a hard decision. And in fact, it's a split decision. 1 player goes down, 2 hold back and wait, meaning that now it's a 2v4 retake.
I think they're going to try and actually save here, give themselves the best chance that they can. Yeah, they're just taking pot shots in. And as much as this hurts, I think this is the right call. They're going to get split. This is a crossfire chance, and they do pull it off. Sappho is able to take out Sora. Yes, you get 1, you lose the round, but you save 2 very important rifles, well as full held shields. So yes, it is going to be a rough buy. This is going to be a very rough time for CSUDH Gold, but you made the best out of a bad situation, and you leave yourself with at least a few members with a full stack to try and make the epic comeback.
An epic comeback it would be, though. 12-3. 9 rounds to go to overtime, and, well, at least 2 more after that. That would be a truly impressive look from the California State Dominguez Hill side, but I just don't know. And I certainly know what Sora's been doing. He's been tapping heads, getting in the DMs, making moves, and living life as Mashu on the site tries to defend, but it's again Sora, the player to look out for, who we talked about in the opening stages here, coming alive at the last moment. Oh my goodness, Sac State, they're ready to close this out now.
Yeah, the faster they close it out, the better it feels like, and they're going to go ahead and watch Trailblazer go out. Sleepy Sun can't fight 2, though. Z-Frame, with that Spectre in hand, is going to find 1. Question is, in the 3v3, what can they do? They're doing a 2-1 split, 2C long, 1 long connector. And they're going to try and spike it. Okay, they have to enter in at the same time, though. Pushing at odd times in 2v3, and that's going to actually favor Sac State, and that is going to be the win. Sac State Hornets White take game number 1, 13-3.
Oh. Quick and easy. Easy for Sac State, that is, as they walk away with that 13-3 victory. But listen, Haven, that was their map pick. This is what maybe not the domination, but we expected victory from Sac State on their map. But we're headed to Icebox next, Orbital. And, well, it's, number 1, a little bit chillier over there. But number 2, it's California State Dominguez Hill's pick. So we're going to let them think about things, maybe put on the parka as well, because it is chilly, like I mentioned. We're going to go do the same thing. We're going to take a little bit of a short break. When we come back, it's going to be map 2 between Sac State Hornets and the CSU Dominguez Hill.
And welcome back here to game number 2 between these two Challenger Cyan teams. It is Sac State Hornets White versus CSUDH Gold. I mean, these two teams, we saw them play in game 1, and I gotta say, the Hornets have come to play.
They have indeed. They've been playing very well already. 13-3. They're on their map pick, but well, they're going down maybe a little bit further south than they would have liked to go, maybe all the way to the South Pole, because it's going to be Icebox here for map number 2. And well, California State, Dominguez Hills, that's where they picked. That's their home map. And so they definitely are going to look a little bit better here. But the things I'm on the lookout for right now, going to be number 1, Z-Frame, setting the tone. If they end up going with that double duelist setup, which they did play last time, I can't remember who was on Phoenix, though. Yeah, I'm not 100%. It was Mashu was on Phoenix, I believe. Whoever was playing that Phoenix, I wonder if we're going to see that Reyna setup. And so it's going to be those 2 duelists that I'm really on the lookout for CSUDH. And if they can set the tone, we might be seeing a map 3.
Yeah, and they gotta be able to prep it, right? Taking a 13-3 loss has a lot of mental implications, but something that I always like to say, especially at the beginning of the season, it's only one series. And the best time I personally feel to lose a series is going to be at the beginning of the season. Why? Because as the season goes forward and you start winning more and more, you gain confidence, kind of that steamrolling procession. Whereas at the very end, if you already won a certain number of games, but you're waiting for 2 more series to kind of close it out, it gets stressful if you can't close those. You start floundering, you start getting scared, and I'm a huge kind of advocate of mental preparation. So if we can see CSUDH Gold come out with a victory, if they can come out here and be able to bring it back, that is a huge indication for them. If they do lose, though, try and get something out of it, right? Try and get some information. And we are taking a look. Of course, Sac State are on the attacking side first, and we do see the Sova first locked in. A hover of the Reyna. The Killjoy is going to be finished off and used by Beans. And for this time, we will see the double Vipers, which at this point is the standard. If you're not running Viper on Icebox, I do have some questions for you.
Yeah, 100% standard for the Icebox, that Viper, like you were talking about. One big thing that I note that we don't see for Sac State, though, no wall. No wall plant potential. That Sage, not there. Whereas Sappho, she's picking that up for the CSUDH side of things. And the 2 keys that I was talking about just a moment ago, Z-Frame, Carbon on the Jet Reyna duo. Can they overcome the likes of the opposing Jet Reyna that is the likes of Dwoski and Oni, who really put on a pretty solid performance overall in that last map?
Yeah, this is something that I kind of started to see. It feels like it's CSUDH Gold's kind of new star power, right? These are guys, a lot of them are freshmen, a lot of the members are freshmen, and they are coming in. Sappho, of course, coming in as a junior. She has been putting up a great deal of work here. Well, and it's kind of getting that mesh going, right? And it's difficult. If you have a lot of brand new players, you're not going to mesh instantaneously. Whereas Sac State Hornets White, you said it before, they're a team that have played together for a decent while, at least 3 members having a lot of coordination and teamwork already built up, and they're putting it to the test here. So of course, on the attacking side, we are getting a first, and CSUDH Gold, as they were spread out, they are starting to clip right in. Carbon says hello to Oni and Sleepy Sun. Beans is able to cut that one off, but not before losing 2 teammates.
Yeah, I would have loved to see a dismiss there, to be honest, but hey, you get 2 for 1. That's pretty much solid. And now the retake comes in. Z-Frame that crack. Z-Frame and Mashu both come up huge, and they make life miserable for the Sac State guys as they take them all down in quick succession. So the defense, CSUDH, looking strong here as, well, they get the first.
Solid start here, and this is feeling a little bit.
Oh, and well, you know, I think that CSUDH, what I'm looking out for them on this defensive side is that realistically they need to get 4 or 5 rounds. the attack side on this map has been pretty dominant, especially at higher levels, for quite a while now. So if this good start, this pistol round victory, really going to set them up for success later on, making sure that they can maybe set the tone, pick up the victory here, and send us to a map 3. But, well, that's definitely something that we're gonna have to see later on. It's early days, nothing set in stone just yet. But the other side of things is, you know, a lack of any sort of Sage on the attack. Definitely gonna ham-fist things as Sappho, Carbon get aggressive, find those opening duels, and make sure that, well, they get everything they could want. As Z-Frame, another duel going their way. And CSUDH all looking positive for the time being. As we get down to it, 2 players left alive for Sac State. I mean, best case scenario, they really could get 1-2 kills, but I don't even think that's possible considering where these players are. There's no one really situated in a, you know, one and done position, though. As I say that, Carbon does rotate sort of out in some ways and gives an opportunity. Oh, there we go. Beans does find a pick, but that's just one. Left. And now with the rest of the opposing team coming in from all angles, surely this is going to be a quick work scenario, trying to get that spike planted. And he might get it down. In fact, he does. Nice little extra bit of money as Mr. Man takes him out. So we'll have to deal with it. It is what it is. Spike plant, yes, but not much more. CSU DH in control with everything they could ask for. Sac State now having the options, the opportunities to get what they can here, take the reins of a map that's not currently going their way. I mean, and the other thing is, I mean, I don't think we even saw a lead from California State Dominguez Hills in the last map. So I think CSU, they're loving it right now. They're like, hey, give us more of that. But Z-Frame showing off there in the opening stages, really making a statement there with the operator, and indeed having the Blade Storm back online as well. Certainly looking good.
Yeah, and that is a solid way to kick things off after that game 1. And of course, very sorry about this. I am blessing only one of your ears tonight. Hopefully, by a later time, I will be able to grace both of your ears. But for right now, just one. So far, though, CSUDH Gold coming out with a solid start. The question is will Sac State Hornets White be able to net this round? Remember, in game 1, CSUDH Gold let 4 go before they were able to kind of cut that off. So it's up to Sac State Hornets White here. They are chancing around towards that mid-A. Dancing it pretty heavily here with one dancing in the middle. Mr. Man is not going to spot Sleepy Sun, and Sleepy Sun is able to find a single frag that is going to open up mid-territory and allow them to split straight into the defender spawn.
Exactly what they're going to do as well. I love this split push, you know, with left. Mid. It's really quite creative. Ooh. But Sappho, she's coming in from the backside. Sora going down, but it's Oni with the trade. And Z-Frame, he's ready to go on the site. Through the box, but fantastic on the flick. Z-Frame starts it off and looking for more with this to close it out. 2 players left alive versus 3, and CSU DH are not in an ideal scenario, especially now as Carbon finding success. It's Mashu with the final frag. He's got a smiley face there at the end of his name. He's certainly got a smile on his face right now as they pick it up.
All right. We're starting to see a pattern here, I think. Both these teams on their map picks, no matter whether their defense or offense, are looking good. Sac State Hornets White earlier in game 1 looks solid, 13-3. CSUDH Gold on the way to handing it right back to them, right? 3-0 here. If they win one more, that is 4-0. That is the exact same scoreline that Sac State Hornets White gave them. And with 2 ultimates up, right, you have the Empress and the Blade Storm. These are I want to say the 2 most offensive ultimates that you could potentially have in your own kit. And Sac State, what do they have? They have a lockdown. That's all they got. And on the attacking side, no less, it feels kind of meh. So we'll see how it plays out again. CSUDH Gold setting up with a nice default setup. Sac State as well setting up default, not wanting to give any major opportunities over.
Indeed, a position that certainly can't understand. And, well, who else but the Z-Frame? He's picking up the opening duel. Takes a lot of damage for the trouble. But, hey, look, there's a Sage over on the map. So he could potentially get a little heal from them. So that's not going to come in just yet. No, well, maybe attempted an equalizer, we'll just say. As Beans does find a frag. But another player for Sac State going down whilst that's occurring. Carbon. The timing could be in his favor, and indeed it is. Frag goes his way, but another fantastic shot. Beans has a triple. All the heads going his direction as he's picked up a Vandal, and that makes life a little bit easier, but low HP going to make his position a little bit less than favorable.
You know what? Beans, just stay with the Sheriff. Don't change anything else. It's working so far. All right, so we finally get to see the lockdown go down, and Hornets White are going to give it their best shot. CSUDH Gold actually might give a little bit more. They have full health. They should know that the Killjoy is pretty low, and they're going to get the heal off. So this is going to be 2 fresh members. Just a little bit low health. Eyes are up. Nice nano swarm to kind of cut off that upper rafter. On the corner to go. Sees an elbow, and Z-Frame has allowed that frag. Hit one more. Come around the corner. Little dash to the wall. Can't get as far as I thought. Sleepy Sun. It will take the Sheriff to Z-Frame's face. Now one more left. It's going to be lowest spike. That's going to be a little bit of a zap. The shock dart is being laid down, and that's going to be the timer being run out. I like this play, and that is going to be the clutch win for Sac State as they pick up 1.
Yo, who needs to shoot guns like rifles? They're so overrated, dude. Just shoot them with the Sheriff. I'm just a Sheriff gamer. Just a Sheriff gamer. That's it. You know, you give me a Vandal, I'm like, dude, that's a hard. That's got you got a spray. Psh, come on. I just shoot him in the head with the Sheriff and we win.
It reminds me of bringing in the very old school. It reminds me of Counter-Strike Source, where everyone ran the scout. That was it. If you ran the op, you were bad. At Counter-Strike, you were just a scout fan, and it's one shots all over the place. It was ridiculous. But that's what it reminds me of. The Sheriff rules here for them. They're able to make a 1, and now they gain a little bit more confidence, right? You can see them being a bit more aggressive, right? Cheating into A site. You can see the Sova prepping right behind the box. It's a much more aggressive setup, especially with the Reyna on the side. So CSUDH Gold might have to have a couple questions. The Reynas are possibly going to meet here. Around the corner to go, and Oni surprises Carbon. Immediately drops into the Empress, and now going to charge right in. The dismiss was used. Open line going up. That's Mashu saying no thank you, Oni. Your reign ends here.
Revealing area.
Rain indeed over, but Tafo, she's opening things up on her own. Finding that frag on the Sage up top. And for the return frag, but it's Mr. Man to do the deed. 2 versus 3. Now low HP for Dwoski. And retake coming through. Z-Frame has that Blade Storm pulled out, but missing a couple of blades. There's a bit of a stalemate here. You got to take these duels. Zappo does, but she fails. Now 1 versus 2. HP in the favor of the defense, and not just that, but the Blade Storm coming up big as this 9-1 Jet closes the round with 2.
Solid play here, and CSUDH Gold are feeling much better. Z-Frame with 9. 9-1-1. Someone call the ambulance, because Sac State are getting taken to town here. And I think for them to be able to come back, it's going to have to come down, I think, to Dwoski on this Jet, right? Yes, 053 right now. It looks a little bit rough. But the Jet has the possibility. Jet is the one character in the game, right? The one agent that you feel can always make a comeback play. And with those stashes, with those updrafts, you have the opportunity to make some plays that other agents don't have the opportunity to. So maybe start getting a bit more aggressive, maybe start trying to take a chance. But at the same time, you gotta commend Z-Frame for completely snuffing out that Jet.
Yeah, you do. You absolutely do. Carbon as well, showing what he's worth. A double kill there, and yes, it is just the pistols, but hey, eco frags are indeed frags that go onto the scoreboard. There's no asterisks by them, no nothing at all. And well, There's nothing at all by Sac State. Just 2 players left alive. And they're really struggling to get. I mean, it's also this, you know, these spike plants. Yes, they're losing opening duels too, but once they get onto a site, like, it's just not great from Sac State at the moment. And you have to ask the question, does that got anything to do with the fact that they don't have a Sage?
It could be, right? This is... I said it in game 1 that agents don't matter as much. They still hold a lot of power, right? They still hold a lot of confidence depending on how you run. You open up opportunities. I would give the fact over to... It's not so much the Sage isn't there. It just feels that Sac State Hornets White are not as comfortable checking some of these corners and maybe some of these more opportune areas that CSUDH Gold are hiding in, right? It feels like they definitely haven't played the map as much. They're peeking at odd times. They're looking in kind of weird directions, and that's where they're kind of losing out here. So I'm not sure if the Sage has really changed things up. Maybe it's just a bit more practice, which honestly we could still see, right? This is their offensive side. Maybe they're more defensive. Maybe on the defense they can tower and kind of take charge back. Until then, we are watching kind of this one-sided win as Carbon comes around and sees Beans back. He's able to take one, gets a great dismiss off. He's immediately going to throw up for that little paranoia shot. Carbon is going to finish off Dawoski before falling. 4v3 here. CSUDH Gold with that man advantage is going to go ahead and try and slowly close in on this 6th.
Mid-control being gained here for Sac State. They sort of make their way through the toxic orb, and well, it's just a bit of a toxic orb sit, more accurately. Shots bringing out from Z-Frame and inside of the tube. Sappho falls. She attempting to hold down that split from occurring, but this not enough.
Left.
It's actually a bit of a bait and switch. As Sora coming around with the Viper's Pit, going to be putting down the spike. Mashu, though, here's what's going on. Going to be introducing himself very shortly. Z-Frame not sure about when or where he can get out, playing very closely. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though, as the site is entirely dismissed of CSUDH Gold players. And now the pit goes out to allow for even more coverage.
And we've seen some people get some nasty spray kills. I'm not sure if CSUDH Gold are going to be able to pull it off. But they are going to take the chance, right? This is a Viper and Jet. They can make a lot of fun stuff happen against a Viper Reyna. Scary. They meet up on the wall. Z-Frame! They're able to pick a 1. Can they make it happen again? Oni is able to get that nice dismiss off. Nothing in the bank, no utility whatsoever. Is going to run up straight on this defuse, but Z-Frame was ready for it. Is able to get it, but that's still the round. Z-Frame can't get the defuse off, so sacrificing their lives. Sac State Hornets White. They do get the round win, but their econ takes a huge hit.
No defuse for you, and with that, yeah, I mean, listen, the economy certainly does take a hit for Sac State, but the same can be said for CSUDH. They really don't have an additional, large influx of cash available to them, even though they won those 2 rounds prior. It's just given them enough to buy in what will be this round, and if they were to lose it, probably next round as well. But it's going to be a question of then. This is now, and looks like once again CSU Vegas Hills looking to find an aggressive stance in the form of Carbon, who does take a shot or 2, but this time falls back, not wanting to overextend.
Deploying drone.
Don't want to force this too much, but they're doing a full A stack without even a lurker on the side, so this is a lot being thrown into the eggs of A, and they're going to come around the corner. Sleepy Sun is able to take out Carbon. That's going to be 1 frag. Can they follow up with more? The Viper wall is up. The poison is section off their point of view, and that means CSUDH Gold are going to scramble to get back in position. Hunter Series goes out, is able to tag. 2 shots is all they need, and Mashu takes out Beans. 4v4. HP on both sides feeling relatively okay. With that spray down, Sora wins the Viper mirror. It looks like CSUDH Gold are getting into a little bit of a difficult position. They go ahead and enter in on the top side. Eyes are open. Dawoski takes out Mashu. One more is going to do it. Z-Frame takes out Dawoski, and that leads it into 2v3. Still counting down. Still wondering who is going to get that all-important shot. And seeing a gun, Z-Frame picks up a cheeky second.
I feel like Z-Frame's shot more hitting like elbows in this round than anything else. But hey, elbows, they equal kills apparently, and I guess I can't blame the guy. He sees what he sees, and he shoots what he sees, so nothing wrong there. Either way, he's still 14-1. I still can't believe it. He hadn't died yet. Are you kidding me? We're like 9 rounds in the game. This man hadn't died but one time. What's going on? What, tarnation?
Popping off, and you know, it's one of the few things where, again, we've seen a lot of rounds end with that spike exploding, right? With that spike going off, and it's, I want to say it's one of the rare things, right? Usually a round will end before that, but we've seen it become more commonplace as a lot more burden has been placed on keeping those guns alive with the increase in a lot of the utility buys, with the decrease in some of the weapon purchases. Those weapons are much more efficient to hang on to than to give away in like a 2v3, 2v4 attempt, right? So seeing that happen more, yes, it's 5-3, but you can definitely understand why that operator is still in play. And with this decay going off, we can see that lockdown being played, but there is a little cheeky corner. We can see that is going to be hiding in the back corner. So Sac State Hornets White don't get anyone with the detain. Still plenty of time to work with.
Indeed. And, well, not even that, but they get the plant down over at B. It was a ruse at A, as you do. But nice little 1-for-1, but, man, Jaworski just gets entirely demolished after the fact. Sappho, she picks up the nice frag. 3-on-4 is the res, and, well, Sappho's got that. In a 5-on-3, there's a Hunter's Fury online from Sac State, as well as the potential frags on the shots, and those shots, they're hitting their mark. 2 for 2, but no, Mr. Man with the double. It's going to be the Hunter's Fury pulled out just in case, denies the spike for the time being, but unfortunately the player lives. That means that they're defusing regardless, but it doesn't matter. Mr. Man has the frags no matter what. It's an awful close defuse. 3/10 of a second to be exact, but hey, they got it down, and that's what matters.
Vincent, you're not going to walk away from that one, walking away like you did. That was 0.3 seconds away from exploding, and all 3 members of CSUDH Gold were still in the site. They had absolute confidence. I don't think any of us did that the defuse was going to come through.
I was ready. I gave him full credit. 100%.
That's the point where you say it was no big deal while wiping away all the sweat drenching your forehead.
Yeah. That's where you turn around, you know, with the explosion in the background.
Yeah.
Just to look cool. Yeah, that's exactly what that was right there for CSUDH.
I mean, they're going to love it, but this is going to open up with Beans with a great shot. 1 with that sheriff. Again, Beans with the sheriff, I feel, has been so important for this squad. Sappho is going to go ahead and take Sleepy Sun's life. And a quick plant over on A after taking out 2 means Sac State Hornets White are going to call CSUDH Gold over to that site, and they're going to take their chance in the mid. It's looking like a pretty hairy destination, and you turn at the wrong time. Z-frame, no resurrection in sight, meaning that operator is now out on the ground. It feels so bad. Mr. Man, go ahead and cleaning up 1. Mr. Man gets 2. Mr. Man has done this before, and that's going to be the heal going up. Can Mr. Man find a few more? They have to get on, but that poison is so good. Sappho trying to take the chance, but he takes out Sappho. Down into a 1v2. A couple more poison shots. Mr. Man gets a 3K. Get the 4. Get the 4! Mr. Man! Yes, shake your head. You can't realize it, but it might not be enough yet. That's still spike over. It doesn't matter. 4K, you got the highlight reel. Mr. Man goes home happy.
I mean, I don't know about happy yet. The game is far from over, my friend, but, well, I mean, happy in the round? Sure. Maybe I'm being a little bit nitpicky here, but Sora, there's no need to peek. Just sit behind the wall, wait for the defuse to come through. I understand that they won the round anyway, but it's the principle, you see, Orbital. The principle of the hold on that swing. It's a bad habit, and that's why I talk about it. Habits are built over time, and right now, time, not something that Sac State has. They just have 2 rounds to get back into this game. That's fine from Carbon. Unfortunately, he's going to have to dislodge himself from his position in order to find success. Z-Frame and Sora, they are just passing each other in the night. Oh, that's incredible that they've not made contact.
Well, you know who made contact? Jaworski and Carbon gets the short end of that stick. A side is going to be the explosion of a battle. Beans is able to follow up on Sappho with a headshot. Machi sitting down on the underside of Rafters is going to come around the corner. That's a lot of nanostorms being used. No one really going to be able to find much more. Questions abound. Options are available to CSUDH Gold, and that starts with Z-Frame finding a frag, Z-Frame finding 2, Z-Frame gets 3, Z-Frame can't find 4, but it is able to even up the scores right now. 2v2, make it 2v1. Sora says, nope, this round is going to be ours. We're going to go ahead, get the spike, and move right back in. Z-Frame is going to try and pull off the miracle of miracles here. Needs 2 more straight if they want to be able to close out this round and put it to 7.
Well, not even 2 more, but the ace, more specifically. He's going to have 2 1v1s. This is such a big mistake right now. Once again, I said it before, I'll say it again. Don't give him 1v1s, not Z-Frame, not ever! He's got the Cloud Burst down. This is for the victory on the half. It isn't going to be enough to deny that defuse for now. Sora versus Z-Frame. The shot's being fired, but that one, that Viper's bit, or rather that snake bite on point. And, well, bring around the Rosie. He's just playing with him. He's just playing with him. Sora with the victory. He learned from his mistakes. He's learned what to do. And he's found the victory in the round. 6-5. Sac State making a comeback late in this half.
You know what? That is the best game of merry-go-round I think I've ever seen, right? Dancing around every single angle, not allowing Z-Frame to get a clean shot, allowed for that win. And Sac State Hornets White, we are questioning, right? How well are they rehearsed on this map? How often have they practiced it? They look shaky at the beginning, whether that's because CSUDH Gold had a massive influx of just kind of confidence taking over, or if they were kind of questioning themselves at the beginning for Sac State. Sac State Hornets White, though, Beans with that front runner, you don't normally expect Killjoy to be the entry point, but so far Beans has been it.
He's putting that to good use. Lots of ults being popped early. That lockdown, obviously. Briss as well. Well, there's the pit to follow up. I think really for the California State Dominguez Hill side of things, for now, Ashu trying to find his way around the backside of that pit, trying to make a move. It's Z-Frame who makes the move first. It's Ashu through the smoke, who finds the frag. Waski trading Z-Frame out though. That's the big fragger down and out. Carbon answering the call. Carbon with the double. It's all on to Sora once again. The fuse coming through. And he's got a double kill. The snake bite comes in hugely clutch. It's 1v1. Sora to find it all. That smoke integrity. It's low. But the snake bite triple has it all. Sora with the clutch double time. It's 6-6.
You can't do it to him like that! No! That is the rudest. Okay, so we had a shock start double kill to save a round in game 1, and now we have a triple snake bite to clutch it out. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh my gosh.
Who needs to see targets to kill him, baby? Just shoot the snake bite and watch the money flow in.
It's the rudest way to do it, but honestly well played, right? It goes back to your statement of you don't have to peek, you don't have to look sometimes. If you are a Viper, and this is why, I might add, Viper is the agent to carry into Icebox. This agent can cover so much ground all the time because of the angles, because of how tight some of those sites are. It works so well, and with it tied up going in to the second half, it is fresh. No one is the Y-Wizard, but Z-Frame says, I'm done with this. W key only with the frenzy. Walks straight to the wall and is immediately met by Sleepy Sun. No more W key. Around the corner they go. Couple shots go out. Mr. Man can't find much more, but Carbon is there to back it up. Beans is down. 4v3. CSUDH Gold on the attack, on the hunt for a few more members, but with the spike going down, Sora gets snapped on Sappho. 2 taking shots. The Waski takes the kill. 2 left alive, and CSUDH Gold gonna take it and give it their best shot.
Oh, that's a massive
player
miss from
standing.
Carbon. It gives all the information away. Now it's all about shock darts, and well, they ain't even none of those. I misspoke. Mashu, 1 versus 2. Oh, the Lloyd's P, but no, it doesn't matter. Man, Sleepy, I don't know how much he has, but it looks like literally 1 health from my perspective as, well, it's all over there with Sac State taking the pistol here in the second half. Their first lead of the game.
And what better time to have it, right? If you are seeing it from a competitive standpoint, you wipe the slate clean. You work your way back up to a 6-6 even half. You can throw everything out from the first half. You can say everything that happened there. We weren't down 4-0 at one point. We weren't down 3-0 at one point. That doesn't matter. We're 0-0 right now. And as a squad, you have to win 7 rounds. That's it. That's your whole goal right now. And they open up with the first one. Dawaski and Z-Frame, of course, with those marshals in hand. We know how deadly Z-Frame can be, but Dawaski going to try and show up and say, hey, it was just the attacker's side issue. Now on the defense, I will have the spotlight.
You know, it's mind-boggling to me that CSUDH are currently losing this game when Z-Frame is 21-6. I mean, that's a mind-boggling scoreline. Like we talk about, you know, if you're a fan of like professional Valorant or something, like go look at a half from tens or whatever, right? Like some of the best players in the world. Like 21-6 is just incredible, like as a halftime score. And at CSU, they aren't even winning it right now. I mean, that's just that statement just kind of goes to how well Sac State are playing as a squad and how consistent as a team they are, because they're still able to pick up some of these clutch rounds and bring it back even under the fire of the likes of Z-Frame going that ham.
Yeah, well, remember, this game is not over. They still have a chance to shine. Plenty of rounds to work with here and a lot of footsteps.
30
Sora
seconds left.
knows there's at least 2 over on this B side, and honestly, we've only had 1 or 2 plants over on this side. Oh, Angle not hit. Sora, though, with the spray down. 2 are taking out Sapo, and Mashu are taking out Z-Frame to follow from Beans. And that is the round that you like to see. Again, 2 in a row. That's pretty standard for the opening of a half, but going back to your point, yes, it is ridiculous to kind of see that, and I think you can see it in the spread. Right, Sora, Beans, and Oni all, yes, they haven't had that many kills, but Z-Frame has a lot of those kills that kind of come off the back end. Either those exits or trying to clutch up in a 1v3, 1v4 scenario, and it hurts, right? Yes, you have those kills, but in Valorant, in a lot of these FPS games, it's starting to become a more tactical fight, right? Yes, you can get all the frags, but when are you getting those frags, right? Is it the optimal time to pick those up?
I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, not even about optimal time. It's just about, are you getting impact frags? Or are you just getting, you know, frags that don't matter? And in this case, that frag matters a lot. Z-Frame going down. He had a judge, and he was a little alone. I'm not really a fan of how alone and out on an island CSUDH put their top frag there. Would have been hard to take advantage of it anyway, but now, not only that, but they're down 2 players, and the flank coming in. This time, though, Sora not connecting. Meaning now it's not quite even, sure, but it is still looking good. But that's a double. Sleepy Sun in mid, ready to go, and looks like Beans once more, but it's just Mashu ready and waiting, and he's gone down.
You know what? That's why you don't stare at the sun too long, right? You just end up getting blinded, run into the spray of bullets. 2-2-1, I think, was the scores coming out of there. And just like that, Sac State Hornets White seem to have a firm grasp of this game. It took them a couple rounds. It took them a little bit longer, right? But they're starting to get that tempo. They're starting to get that kind of grind going down. And they're starting to get a really good read on CSUDH Gold and their game plans. 3 rounds in a row with only one of those being a defuse situation means that they're starting to get the pinch. And again, this is going to be a save round on CSUDH Gold's side, and Sac State Hornets White should be able to read that. You can see him, the Viper pressing up. Sora, with the spray, is going to get 1, and that's Carbon. Caught a little bit lacking.
Yeah, that's such a hard angle, though. You know, it's not even really on Carbon. I don't think it really is about trying to find a trade off the back of that. But unfortunately, Z-Frame, he's looking for the return frag. He meets the Sleepy Sun. By the way, the question, is a Sleepy Sun actually bright? I don't know. But regardless, it's certainly, a Sleepy Sun certainly is deadly. I'll give you that much. And as I say that, CSU DH down bad. 2 players left alive here, and Whiskey gotta look the right direction, my friend, but fortunately his dash is a nice way out of there.
Sawaski kind of face planted into that metal grate and is safely out of there. Sora, of course, taking 1 before losing their own life to Sappho. Sappho picking up 1. She has been playing as well as you can try, but Sawaski is going to finish that one off. It is now 10-6. We would not have expected this. To put it in perspective, overall in the game, Sac State have run 7 in a row, 4 in this half, and they show no signs of slowing down here. CSUDH Gold do have the weapons. It is going to be the 3 Phantoms, a swap from 1 Phantom into the Odin. But on the attacking side, that Odin doesn't really have the same impact as a defensive Odin buy.
Yeah, you know, I don't know if I agree. I think there's times where it can be great, but oh well. Speaking of great, that is absolutely wonderful. And Mashu with a nice little return frag that doesn't mean enough. Oh, but just barely a miss. I thought Sleepy Sun had that follow-up, to be honest with you, but well, the Hunter Shuri comes out just for good measure. Not doing much of anything on the damage, though. Still a player advantage in favor of Sac State. Make it 2, even though Sappho gets the res. Is looking for more is Sleepy Sun, but Sappho, she's playing out of her mind, finding the frag as well as the res.
Oh, but Kowalski was ready for it. 1 snap, that's taken down to 32. Can they follow up with a little bit? No, Carbon said, I'm ready and waiting. After that revive, he's able to punch through that stone wall of defense. Now in a 2v2 again with the Viper's Pit already used. That Empress up and available. Oni is able to take 1. Now with the dismiss of their own. It's going to be Reyna's against each other with a Killjoy to boot. And Beans is out. It's all down to the Reynas. Is Oni going to be able to follow up? Carbon winning off on the edge. Peekers advantage. Nope, it's not there. Oni finishes it off. Puts Sac State at 11. And it's only 2 rounds until Sac State had the potential to end this series 2-0.
And here's the thing, right? I mean, this game goes, it's such a swing. 5-1 at one point, favoring California State, Dominguez Hills. But now it's 11-6 to Sac State. Really, really one-sided this second half. 5 rounds for Sacramento. And, oh, man, it really is a frustrating position to be in if you're a California State fan. Because, I mean, that is just deadly.
Yeah, it hurts, and again, I give a lot of credit to the squad, Sac State Hornets White. When you bring 3 members back from your roster from before, you know they're going to play well together, and they're showing an exemplary movement here. Around the corner to go, and Sleepy Sun is just on point. And CSUDH Gold, plenty of time to try and fight back, plenty of time to practice over the season and work your way forward. So take it as a learning experience, you know, try and get those angles down and know how to play against someone like Sleepy Sun. You have an operator of your own, you have Z-Frame on your own. Mr. Man now getting a flank off, is able to take out that Sun, take out that operator, double nanoswarm, cutting off those angles, and Beans is able to find Mr. Man. You walk in that swarm for a little bit too long and everyone will fall. Sac State Hornets White, 1 round away from closing things out here in the week 1, day 1 of Valorant at NECC Games.
Oh my goodness, man. Listen, a nano swarm on the site taking a life, and a swarm of these Sac State Hornets just coming in and absolutely stinging everywhere here for CSUDH. It's deadly, it's devastating, it's frustrating because they just can't do a darn thing about it. 6 rounds in a row here on the half, and they're looking for more as we are underway to what could be the final round of this matchup. Remember, it's already a 1-0 lead in the maps for Sac State. CSUDH have to win this to keep alive.
Taking the chance, a very early Empress being popped, and Oni on the defensive is using it. Knives actually throwing it to the turret, so not trying to get too much, but Carbon is able to pick up one. Beans is going to fall, but Oni is going to follow up. That's two. Dwoski takes out Mr. Man. A spray and a miss!
Oh, no.
Oni misses almost a full clip. Dwoski is able to take out Carbon. 3v2. Plant is going down. Mashu might not be ready, but is. Z-Frame saving his teammate. Slice Soros finishes off. Z-Frame is down into a 1v2. Mashu isn't looking, and Sleepy Sun ends it. Almost poetic, as the setting sun is going to close out this day, this series, and this week 1. Sac State Hornets White are going to be 2-0 to kick things off here in the Challengers Cyan Division.
Man, this Challengers Division, it's going to be amazing. If this is anything to show for it, sure, that first game very one-sided, but well, we got two very different sides of map number 2. We saw an Icebox where CSUDH Gold, they were on top of things. They were there. They were making moves. Z-Frame was top of the entire server making those moves, and well, he stayed there, but well, the rest of the team, they just weren't quite good enough to follow up. Sora with some incredible clutches, really showing that he indeed was a player to watch, as we spoke about in the early stages of this matchup. And in fact, beyond that, I mean, you got to give credit where it's due. Sleepy Sun there in the later stages. You rarely see a Sova picking up an operator, but darn when you do, he's got a good shot. Sleepy Sun doing exactly that with the operator and putting a good name to all those operating Sovas.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal way to end things out, right? And it's a great way to kick off your week 1. I think we actually saw 2 O's across the entire day, which to me is kind of crazy, right? That in itself means that we have some very strong contenders. It means that we have teams that are ready and willing to pick up that mantle. But that also means to me that we could see some crazy upsets later, right? Any losses in week 1, I feel always push and drive a team to try and get better. It means that they will have that unfortunate feeling of defeat, and that can sometimes bring a team to much greater heights. So for all the teams that have lost CSUDH Gold here in this final match, it is not the end. You have so many more weeks of play, and we want to see you improve and can't wait to see what you bring to the table. Now with that, we will go ahead and close out this evening. If you have stuck with us over all 4 series, thank you so much for tuning in. And of course, to anyone that has joined us, we love all of you for showing up here, and we hope to bring you even more Valorant action. From myself, Orbital, here at the desk with Vincent and all of our production crew over this entire day, we say thank you so much for tuning in.